Everyone was dumbfounded. In the short span of less than 5 minutes after Chen Daoxuan's appearance, they had lost count of how many times they had misjudged the senior. Initially, they thought he was somewhat benevolent, at least helping with the passing ceremony after killing someone. But to scatter the ashes right after the passing, there was no hint of kindness left. He was practically an executioner. Curses. Fooled by this senior again. Everyone's lips twitched, utterly puzzled by the character of Lung Yanren's this powerful master. He seemed kind-hearted in speech, but how did a few words end up in someone's sudden death? And then even overseeing the passing ceremony, followed by scattering the ashes? What kind of sorcery was this? Cough, cough, ugh. This is so disgusting. Damn it, damn you, Ren Chirue. Even in your ashes, you still have to annoy me. Wang Yin kept brushing the ashes off himself, while occasionally gagging. The image of the dashing, young nobleman collapsed in an instant. Stop it. If you get ashes on my master, I'll kill you. Suddenly, Lung Yinran's brows furrowed, and she glared at Wang Yin with anger. While he hadn't been disrespectful to her, he had implicitly allowed Ren Chirue to use his mansion. Although Lung Yinran had no intention of taking his life, she was still quite displeased with him. Understood. Wang Yin was scolded by Lung Yinran's low growl, and he stiffened, refraining from brushing off the ashes any further. He feared that if he continued, that senior might pat him on the shoulder and praise how young people could sleep so soundly. Just like Ren Chirue, he might end up in a predicament. He didn't want his ashes to be scattered either. At the same time, Wang Yin made a resolution in his heart. After this trip back to his sect, he would never set foot in the northern region again. It was just too terrifying. These experts in the northern region were all unpredictable. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan's gaze turned to the silent figure of the white-robed saintess. Slowly, he walked towards her, attracting the attention of everyone present. Lung Yinran's eyebrows twitched as she watched her master move toward the woman. Although the woman was attractive, her figure couldn't compare to Lung Yinran's. Lung Yinran compared herself to the woman as she walked. As Chen Daoxian reached the large stone, the saintess, Li Xinruo, couldn't hold onto her identity any longer and lightly leaped down. Li Xinruo, I greet senior. Li Xinruo offered a graceful bow, managing to maintain her composure despite the nervousness in her heart. Girl, do you have a master? Chen Daoxian smiled faintly. Upon his arrival, the system had alerted him that there was a saint-ranked individual who met the disciple requirements. That person was Li Xinruo. Senior, to speak honestly, I am usually taught by the 7 elders on the mountain. However, if we talk about having a master, then I don't have one. Li Xinruo was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected this senior to ask such a question. Was he trying to probe her background? Even so, she answered his question truthfully. She had no choice at the moment, and her sect was too busy to offer her support. Oh, that's right. Not bad. Would you be willing to become my disciple, under my Chen Daoxuan's tutelage? Becoming my disciple won't restrict your freedom. You can even return to your own sect whenever you wish. None of these will be an issue. Chen Daoxian candidly stated his intentions. For him now, the quickest way to earn system points, other than committing atrocities like killing and burning, was the rewards from the advancement of his disciple's cultivation level. If he could take on another disciple, the speed at which he gained system points would multiply, and he might even earn points by having his disciples engage in battles and slay enemies. Recruiting more disciples was the righteous path. Moreover, with Li Xinruo's attractive appearance that could rival Yanran Koff, the main point was Li Xinruo's astonishing bone structure and saintly aptitude. It had nothing to do with her looks. As Chen Daoxuan's words fell, a pout formed on the face of Lung Yanran, standing behind him. Her master wanted to take this woman as a disciple? Did that mean someone else might vie for her master's affection in the future? How annoying. Arg, but she couldn't go against her master's wishes. It was a headache. She hoped this woman wouldn't know what's good for her, and declined. Lung Yanran pursed her lips, feeling a bit aggrieved, as if her most precious treasure was about to be shared. The matter of becoming a disciple is of great importance. Senior, please give me some time to consider it carefully. Li Xinruo, taken aback by the sudden offer of discipleship, bowed slightly and replied, after a brief moment of hesitation. Very well, since that's the case, after the secret realm concludes, if you are willing to become a disciple of my heavenly Dao Pavilion, you can follow Yanran back to the illusory peak in the Void Illusion Mountain. Chen Daoxian wasn't bothered. Accepting disciples depended on fate. If they weren't meant to be, he wouldn't force it, nor would he abduct genius saint-rank talents just for the sake of system rewards. After all, he had plenty of time. He would encounter suitable disciples eventually. Thank you for your understanding, senior. Li Xinruo breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that this senior wasn't as difficult as she had initially assumed. He was quite reasonable. As for the matter of becoming a disciple, she wasn't too concerned. After the secret realm concluded, she planned to return to the eastern region. In her view, even if he managed to kill the Ren clan ancestral patriarch's boundless realm avatar, it still wouldn't be enough reason for her, Li Xinruo, to become a disciple. After all, some elders on her mountain could achieve the same feat. Chen Daoxian wasn't overly concerned with this. He turned his gaze towards the entrance of the secret realm. The identity manifestation could only last for 10 minutes, and about 5 or 6 minutes had already passed. Yinran, from now on, you'll have to rely on yourself within the secret realm. I'll be heading back soon. However, it seems that the secret realm will take around 5 more days to open. Very well, I'll open the secret realm early. This way, you won't have to endure waiting in this desolate wilderness. As Chun Daoxuan's words fell, everyone was left bewildered. While deducing the exact time of the secret realm's opening had its difficulties, many experts could achieve it. However, opening the secret realm early? Even Li Shenruo, the saintess from the eastern region, had never heard of such a thing. Still, Chun Daoxian paid no mind to the astonishment of the crowd. Instead, he gracefully took hold of Lung Yinran's slender waist and stepped into the air, arriving directly at the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm shimmered with faint inscriptions, yet the patterns were unstable. Chun Daoxian casually placed his hand on the engraved stone pillar, channeling his boundless spiritual energy into it without restraint. As Chun Daoxian continuously infused spiritual energy into the entrance of the secret realm, the inscriptions on the stone pillar began to flicker faster and faster. Nobody had expected that his so-called method of opening the secret realm in advance wasn't some elaborate secret technique, but rather the simplest and most direct approach. Was he planning to fill the secret realm with spiritual energy directly? The so-called secret realm was a separate space created by powerful experts. The conditions for opening it were relatively straightforward. Without any special requirements set by the realm's master, the secret realm would open once the spiritual energy within reached its limit. Hence, the frequency of secret realm openings varied based on the size and scale of the realm, with some opening every few years, while others might take several hundred or even 1,000 years. This method of directly filling the secret realm with spiritual energy to assist in its opening was known to nearly everyone, but no one had ever attempted it. The reason being, it was virtually impossible, or rather, impossible for them. If a Boundless Realm 9th layer expert arrived, they might be able to advance the realm's opening by a few days, but it would likely consume 80% of their spiritual energy. It was important to note that for a Boundless Realm expert to fully recover 80% of their spiritual energy required quite a substantial amount of time. Who would pour in spiritual energy as if it were water just to advance the secret realm's opening by a few days? After all, they weren't merely channeling spiritual energy into a person's body. They were filling an entire separate space, possibly even a small world. But for Chun Daoxian, none of these concerns were relevant. Not to mention that the entity that had manifested was a mere projection with the same strength as his true self and would only last for 10 minutes before dispersing. He also had no need to save spiritual energy. Ever since his breakthrough to the Qi-Si realm, he had felt as if his spiritual energy was endless. His Qi-Si was incredibly unique, not just an ordinary Qi-Si, but an entire universe. He even suspected that if he were outside the realm of the heavenly Tao pavilion, he could instantly fill his body with spiritual energy. Once beyond the range of the pavilion, even with 100 years, he might not be able to fill his required spiritual energy through normal absorption. Thus, despite the vast amount of spiritual energy required to prematurely open the current secret realm so much so that it could absorb the combined energy of everyone present, Chen Daoxuan's attitude was, to put it bluntly, it was a mere drop in the bucket. Under the gazes of onlookers, who regarded him as something of a nouveau riche, the inscriptions on the entrance of the secret realm suddenly lit up, having been completely filled with spiritual energy. As a precaution, Chun Daoxian even surged more energy through his palm, planning to channel it in. A crisp crack sounded, and the stone pillar developed an almost invisible crack. Observing this, Chun Daoxian silently withdrew his hand. Since no one had seen it, if anything happened later, he couldn't be held accountable. He wasn't worried about Lung Yanran, as the transportation disc hadn't been used yet. Besides, even if the disc failed, he could ensure his disciples' safety personally. As for the others, their fate would depend on their luck. The secret realm has been opened. Go! Remember, fight if you can win, and if you encounter an opponent you can't defeat, use the Jade Pendant and Array Disc I provided. If those fail too, silently count to 3 in your heart, and I will ensure your safety. Chun Daoxian gently patted his disciple's hair as he spoke, indicating that she could enter the secret realm. Though his tone was casual, it was laced with genuine concern for his disciple and confidence in his own strength. Yes, master, rest assured. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Yinran felt a warm sensation in her heart. She wished she could soon participate in this wretched secret realm, so she could accompany her master back to the mountain and serve him properly. But when she thought about her master's formidable cultivation level, she knew she must strive hard. Otherwise, she would be a mere decorative vase, useless to assist her master in any way. Suppressing her emotions, she made a firm resolution not to disappoint her master. Under her master's smiling gaze, Lung Yinran reluctantly stepped into the teleportation array, casting 3 longing glances backward before disappearing into the entrance of the secret realm. After Lung Yinran vanished, Chun Daoxian turned around to face the group of onlookers who were eagerly waiting by the teleportation array, but hesitating to approach. Why is everyone standing around? I thought so many people came to participate in the secret realm, but it turns out only my disciple is joining, Chen Daoxian muttered absent-mindedly, causing everyone to stumble. They felt their temples throbbing wildly. Who would dare to approach the great god of slaughter at the teleportation array? Engaging him in conversation might lead to an unexpected sequence. They might suddenly lie down, have a good physique, pass away tragically, or get swept away, and that would be a pity. Aren't you going in? Chen Daoxian then turned to look at Li Shenhua, who was also waiting silently beside the array, and asked softly, I dare not, senior. Li Shenhua was surprisingly candid about her reasons. It's fine. Even if we're not fated to be master and disciple, it's not a big deal. Go ahead. If you encounter danger inside, you and Yin Ran can help each other. Chen Daoxian chuckled lightly, his eyes flicking to the remaining 2 minutes displayed on his system interface. Hearing this, Li Shenhua respectfully bowed to Chen Daoxian, then entered the teleportation array without looking back. The sooner they entered the secret realm, the greater their advantage, and maybe even the difference of a single step could determine their success in obtaining the Immortal's heritage. Confronted with the opportunity of gaining an Immortal's inheritance, Li Shenhua wasn't one to be modest. After Li Shenhua disappeared into the teleportation array, Chen Daoxian shifted his gaze to Wang Yin, the Eastern region's genius at the 9th layer of the profound sky realm. Under Wang Yan's anxious gaze, Chen Daoxian approached him. May I ask, senior, is there anything you wish to instruct me? Rest assured, senior, if I see senior's disciple in danger inside the secret realm, I will do my utmost to assist. Although Chen Daoxian wore a faint smile, Wang Yin couldn't help but feel a sense of dread as they locked eyes. After all, the Rin clan's heir had met a similar smile before. Well, you're not bad, Chen Daoxian commented, clearly satisfied with Wang Yin. He was about to pat the young man's shoulder as an encouraging gesture when he suddenly recalled that Wang Yin was covered in ashes. Consequently, his hand halted midway, his expression morphing into one of distaste. This action nearly reduced Wang Yin to tears. Drip, drip, an unidentified liquid trickled down his pant leg, quickly soaking the ground beneath him. This move forced Chen Daoxian to retreat 3 steps, his face filled with astonishment as he looked at Wang Yin. Even someone of this age doesn't bother taking off his pants to relieve himself anywhere. Although Chen Daoxian didn't know what was going on with this guy, he was shocked. He took 3 steps back and looked at the young man in front of him in shock. Before he even said a word, he praised him. Why did he pee? Say, senior, please spare me. No. This junior said something wrong, but this junior is really not sleepy right now. I really don't want to fall asleep feeling the wet trouser legs. Wang Yin shuddered and begged for mercy. He remembered clearly that the senior in front of him just now patted Rin Chirue's shoulder with a smile like this. And then that fellow Rin Chirue fell asleep, and now even his ashes were thrown away. Senior, please don't care about my young master. When we return to the Xiaoyao Palace in the Eastern region, we will definitely send a heavy gift to thank you for your tolerance. The old coachman who had been standing not far away couldn't sit still when he saw this, so he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, pleading for Wang Yan's favor. When he came to the Northern Territory, he thought that with his boundless realm of Third Heaven, it would be enough to level the entire Northern Territory without any difficulty. But he never thought that when he first arrived in the Northern Territory, he would meet such a terrifying killing god. Even the avatar of the ancestor of the Rin family was smashed by this person. All in all, he may already be in existence above the boundless realm. You people in the Eastern region are really strange, forget it. Do whatever you want. Chen Daoxian was confused by what the two said, and waved his hands casually at the two. And the clone he descended on had not much time left, only the last 10 seconds left. A reminder to everyone, if you all competed for opportunities with my family Yanran in the secret realm, I wouldn't bother you afterwards. But if someone who is not good-looking dares to move his mind, or wants my disciple's life, then this master would probably be busy. Chen Daoxian glanced at the many forces present, but none of the tens of thousands of people dared to look at him. Although his tone was very flat when he spoke, everyone present couldn't help but shiver. No one would question Chen Daoxuan's strength. And as the words fell, Chen Daoxuan's avatar finally ran out of time. It turned into a little bit of starlight and disappeared in the eyes of everyone. Unexpectedly, this scene shocked everyone even more. Just disappeared? What kind of supernatural power is this? Old Zhang, can you see the other party's realm? What magical power did he use when he left just now? Why did he disappear without any fluctuations in spiritual power? Even if you use the teleportation array, it won't have this effect, right? Seeing that the scary guy finally left, Wang Yin heaved a long sigh of relief and almost collapsed. Although Chen Daoxian never planned to take action against him. In his heart, it could be said that he had walked through the gate of hell. I can't see through it. The aura that he exudes is only the first level of the Qi-Si realm. As for the other party's method of leaving, it must be some kind of secret method. Even I couldn't detect how the other party left or where he went. This person is terrifying. I'm afraid that in Xiaoyao Palace, only the palace master can be stronger than this person. The old man frowned and expressed his own judgment. As for the first level of Qi-Si realm, he didn't take it seriously. As long as he wasn't a fool, He wouldn't believe that that terrifying guy was a Chi-Si realm cultivator, whose Chi-Si realm can easily block the blow of the boundless realm Nine Heavens, who in Chi-Si realm can shatter the avatar of the ninth layer of the boundless realm with a single finger, directly using the spiritual power to fill the secret realm and open it 5 days in advance, not to mention the Chi-Si realm. Even if he is a third layer boundless realm, it would be difficult to do it with all his spiritual power. Chi-Si realm first layer. If that scary guy is at the first level of the Chi-Si realm, I will stand on my head and have diarrhea. Hiss, I almost forgot to change my pants. Wang Yin chuckled wryly. He dared to pledge on his chest that if that guy was at the Chi-Si realm first layer, he'd even eat poop. However, he finally recalled that his current pants were damp. Hastily returning to the palace, he changed into a fresh set of attire. After a few more instructions to old Zhang, he quickly entered the secret realm. Following that, various powers from the northern domain swarmed, entering the secret realm one after another. For a moment, only the boundless realm elder of the Xiaoyao Palace remained on the field, along with the Annihilation Realm Savage Beast and the elders and sect leaders of many powers above the Unity Realm in the northern domain. Illusory Mountain, a small pavilion. Chun Daoxian, who had his eyes closed, gradually opened them. After Lung Yanran descended the mountain, he had initially planned to take a nap. After all, it would take at least half a month to return from this journey. However, he didn't have to wait long before he heard a prompt in his mind. Ho senior disciple Lung Yanran has killed a profound sky realm, first heaven. Reward, 1 system point. At that time, Chun Daoxian surmised that Lung Yanran might have encountered trouble even before entering the secret realm, so he decided not to go back to sleep. As expected, before long, he heard the system's second prompt. Host senior disciple Lung Yanran is in a life-threatening crisis. Will you intervene to save her? Remote attack with host's original strength requires 100 system points. Descend a clone with host's original strength for 10 minutes requires 1,000 system points. Qin Daoxuan's mind quickly raced. Lung Yanran carried quite a few trump cards this time, including a jade pendant that contained the power of his 8th layer of Qi Condensation Realm Strike. Even his array disc was on her. However, she still ended up in a life-threatening crisis. It was clear that her opponent wasn't simple, completely preventing her from resisting. Though his Chi-Si Realm Strike was now stronger than before, just to be safe, he chose to spend 1,000 system points and sent down a clone to intervene personally. After all, an opponent who could suppress Lung Yanran's various trump cards and leave her with no chance to resist should be at least above the Silence Realm among the Limitless Realms. Even if it was just a first heaven of the Boundless Realm, the reward for killing it was still 1,000 system points, a risk-free transaction. Wait a minute, system, I killed that 9th heaven of the Boundless Realm clone. Why didn't I get any rewards? I should have extra 9,000 system points, right? Suddenly, Chun Daoxian realized something, looking at his panel that had only a bit over 3,000 system points left, feeling a bit dazed. He had managed to kill that 9th heaven of the Boundless Realm clone. Once he had those 9,000 system points, he could even spend 10,000 system points to break through to the next realm, Void Sky Realm. But in the system's prompts, there was no sign of the reward he was hoping to see. System? Can you speak, system? Darling? Sweetheart? What are you doing? Why aren't you responding to my messages? Darn it, I'm losing my patience. Losing it originally, he thought this deal was a surefire way to make a profit, but in the end, he only gained 9 system points, and that was from killing Ren Chirue, the 9th Heaven Profound Sky Realm expert. Calling out for a while, the system still didn't respond. Chun Daoxian could only give up and resign himself to fate. He could only hope that his disciples would gather some aura and sweep away all the treasure from the secret realm, helping him make a big profit. However, it would be even better if he could recruit Li Shunruo into his sect. By then, just the disciple recruitment reward alone would be at least 1,000 system points. Right, what kind of family is that guy from the Eastern Domain, Ren family? When I get a chance, I should pay them a visit. If it weren't for that old fart from the Ren family, would I have wasted these 1,000 system points? At that time, I'll have earned back these system points tenfold or hundredfold from the Ren family. Hopefully, the strength of the Ren family won't disappoint me too much. Qin Daoxian suddenly thought of the Ren family senior who attacked his disciple, bullying the weak with the strong. If not for that guy, would he have needed to spend 1,000 system points? He immediately jotted down the name of the Ren family from the back of his mind, inscribed in his mental notebook. 1,000 system points. Enough to push me to the second layer of the Chi-Si realm. Well, I'll take a bath to ease my mood. Qin Daoxian let out a long sigh and then went to the spirit pool pavilion. With a thought, the cool spiritual liquid in the pool began to emit warm steam. Compared to the cool liquid, he still preferred to treat it as a hot spring. Feeling the liquid enveloping and cleansing his body, Chun Daoxian finally let go of his worries, revealing a relaxed expression. After finishing his soak, Chun Daoxian casually picked up a set of clothes from a rack. Why isn't the set I hadn't yet washed missing? TSK, did Yanran wash my clothes for me? Not bad, thoughtful. Chun Daoxian blinked and then realized the reason, a smile appearing on his face. When it came to this disciple of his, he was quite satisfied. Putting on the freshly laundered clothes by Yinran, Chen Daoxuan's nose twitched. Odd. Why does this garment have a faint fragrance? Perhaps Yinran added some fragrance after washing it? As expected, female disciples are so considerate. Chen Daoxian chuckled, content with himself, and reclined back onto his enlightenment wicker chair, basking in the sunlight for a nap. Within the secret realm, only after Lung Yanran entered did she understand why this place was named the Scarlet Cloud Valley. Since her arrival, she surveyed her surroundings and noticed a mysterious pale red mist filling this space, which somewhat resembled the scarlet clouds. It gave Lung Yanran the illusion of strolling in the sky, enveloped by red clouds. Moreover, these red clouds limited visibility to less than 10 meters. Even her divine sense was suppressed, and any attempt to probe through the mist would reach a distance of less than 50 meters at most. Never further, Lung Yanran could only pick a direction and cautiously started her exploration, utilizing the divine sense distance of under 50 meters. With care, this distance was sufficient. At least she could detect danger in advance and prepare accordingly. It was fortunate that she was the first to enter. Otherwise, if others knew someone could still use divine sense within the Scarlet Cloud Valley, it would surely shock them. Numerous powers from a northern domain had entered the Scarlet Cloud Valley many times, and naturally, they had gained considerable experience. The most fundamental consensus was that the limited visual range and the influence of the red clouds made it impossible to release divine sense within. It could be said that even if divine sense could be released, it could extend to no more than a meter away from the body, rendering it less useful than even the eyes. Not long after, another figure in white attire entered the secret realm. Also entering the Scarlet Cloud Valley for the first time, Li Shenhua furrowed her brows slightly. It seems divine sense can't be used here. Somewhat troublesome, but it's not a big deal. According to the map, as long as I head north, I'll arrive directly at the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. But which way is north? Li Shenhua flipped open the intelligence and map she had prepared in advance, offering a light smile at first. However, after lifting her head and seeing only red clouds around, she couldn't distinguish directions and felt a bit perplexed. This way, it should be this way. In the end, Li Shenhua confirmed a direction. With resolute determination, she began to move through the layers of mist, exploring ahead. And coincidentally, this direction was the same as the one Lung Yanran had chosen earlier. It was the same path. Shortly after, donning a new set of clothes and holding a folding fan gracefully, Wang Yin, the picture of elegance, also appeared in the secret realm. Hee. Now it's time for the stage of this genius. I'm sure Saint Shenhua has already gone directly to the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace by now. I can't fall behind. Wang Yin had regained the self-confidence befitting a disciple of his genius. Within this secret realm, apart from Li Shenhua, who surpassed his strength, the only other person he needed to be cautious of was Lung Yanran. As for the other powers from the northern domain, in his eyes, they were merely stepping stones for him to obtain the Immortal's legacy, not worthy of much attention. With that said, Wang Yin took out a compass and followed its pointer. However, this direction was completely opposite to the ones chosen by Lung Yanran and Li Shenhua earlier. According to the map, the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace was located due north. On the contrary, directly south was marked with a large green skull, clearly indicating a dangerous area. Before long, more and more people from the northern domain were transported into the secret realm. Although their positions were randomized, each individual was separated from others by at least a kilometer. In the outside world, a kilometer might easily incite conflict and battle. However, due to the limited visibility and divine sense suppression caused by the red clouds here, encounters were not as easily triggered. Nevertheless, everyone remained on high alert, guarding against potential foes. The majority chose to head towards the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace, where they could possibly gain the Immortal's legacy. However, there were two other groups of people who went west and east, respectively. Besides the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace, the secret realm held opportunities in these two directions as well. To the west, there was a spirit pool that produced a small pool of spiritual fluid every 200 years, and even spiritual stones. To the east, there was a battlefield. Every time the secret realm opened, someone would obtain treasures from that battlefield. Rumor had it that even the heaven-quelling treasure of the Jinding sect was obtained from that battlefield. It was a middle-grade, Earth-tier treasure, a prominent existence in the northern domain. Even if one couldn't obtain an Earth-tier treasure, getting a profound-tier treasure would still be a tremendous opportunity. Compared to the elusive and ethereal Immortal's legacy, they preferred something more tangible. However, not a single person chose to head south. Though they were unaware of the exact danger lurking there, everyone in the northern domain knew that the south was a place of great terror. Initially, the northern domain powers participating in the Scarlet Cloud Valley hadn't noticed any danger in the south. But as they participated more times, they gradually realized that every person who went south never returned. They all died within the secret realm. As a result, no one dared to venture to the southern area anymore. Before long, everyone began to move independently. Lung Yanran furrowed her eyebrows. She looked at the demonic beast that had clearly been heavily injured by her, yet was now standing up unsteadily. A millionaire from Hyderabad shows how she earns 1,440,000 per week BTC income. Something's off even though it's so heavily wounded. It acts as if nothing happened, and it doesn't seem to feel any pain. She analyzed the strange state of the void sky realm demonic beast before her. Moreover, the creature seemed to lack consciousness, only instinctively charging towards her to attack. Roar! The demonic beast roared, lunging at Lung Yinran once again. One of its legs was even severed due to injuries, swinging limply as it charged. However, it displayed no signs of pain. Oomph! Lung Yinran's gaze sharpened. With her condensed chi and spiritual energy, she casually slapped the demonic beast's head, shattering it. The beast, now headless, staggered for a moment before collapsing to the ground, motionless. It seems the beasts here need their heads shattered to be killed. But as long as there's a weakness, everything will be manageable. Lung Yinran's deduction had already taken shape. The demonic beasts here seemed to have undergone some form of necrosis, becoming mindless creatures driven only by the urge to kill. With these insights, she quickened her pace, her footsteps accompanied by her divine sense, which could extend up to 50 meters. Along the way, she opted to avoid combat whenever possible, choosing to fight only when necessary. This approach relieved her of undue pressure. Meanwhile, on Li Xinruo's side, she encountered similar creatures that seemed to have undergone necrotic transformations. After dealing with a few of them, Li Xinruo realized that these creatures could only be defeated by crushing their skulls. I need to pick up the pace. I'm afraid that which has already taken a considerable lead ahead of me, Li Xinruo suddenly remarked. She spotted a strange monster's corpse on the ground, different from the one she had just killed. Lingering spiritual energy was present on it, indicating that it had been killed recently. Without much thought, she could guess who was responsible. To keep up with Lung Yinran, she decided to quicken her pace, dispatching monsters with headshots whenever possible. She was determined not to fall behind in obtaining the Immortal's legacy. Currently, the world's cultivation techniques only reached heaven rank. Even in her holy land, the highest available was heaven rank. Though there were prodigies who cultivated heaven rank techniques, without exception, they had received an Immortal's legacy to gain access to such techniques. In today's world, aspiring to cultivate heaven-tier techniques was thwarted due to the lack of available methods. She, Li Xinruo, with her saint-tier aptitude, could have striven for immortality before the heaven-tier techniques were lost. But now, her path to immortality was locked. Though she possessed talent and great ambitions, she lacked a technique capable of supporting her journey to the realm of immortals. How frustrating. Before long, as the two ventured deeper into the southern region, they encountered increasingly powerful monsters. Void Sky realm beasts were scarce, and all encountered creatures possessed the power of profound sky. Yet, facing these, Lung Yinran and Li Xinruo exhibited an almost overwhelming strength. This wasn't enough to slow them down, and it barely affected their pace. However, Lung Yinran soon noticed that the number of monsters had mysteriously diminished. Sensing something amiss, she slowed her pace and remained vigilant of her surroundings. Howl! With a wolf's howl, red dots began to light up within the crimson mist. Or more precisely, eyes were glowing. Lung Yinran's expression grew serious. In a sea of red clouds, countless red eyes emerged, dozens, if not hundreds, of monstrous creatures. Facing the siege of hundreds of mysterious monsters at the same time is not so easy to deal with. And these are all monsters who don't feel pain and only know how to fight. Boom, boom, boom. As the ground shook for a while, a wolf monster with a height of more than 10 feet and a height of nearly 10 floors appeared, staring at Lung Yinran covetously, and the corners of its mouth kept dripping. Obviously, it was the leader of the pack. Lung Yinran was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this monster-like pack of wolves actually had a leader, who even seemed to be able to command other strange wolves through its howls. This is difficult to deal with. Originally, these monsters didn't feel pain and could only be killed by smashing their heads. And now, if there was a leader to command them, it will be extremely troublesome. And this wolf monster had copper head, which is a bit troublesome to deal with in other wolves. TSK, this assessment is a bit too much, isn't it? The highest realm that is allowed to enter is the profound sky realm. The assessment is so difficult. Is this the standard for immortal inheritance? Forget it. It's just a matter of warming up here first, and then I can compete for the treasures of heaven and earth when I arrive at the immortal palace. Lung Yinran looked at the hundreds of profound sky realm monsters in front of her, and the leader of the Unity realm stared at her. Facing the besieging of over 100 profound sky realm beasts and a leading Unity realm wolf monster, Lung Yinran remained unflustered. Even if this is a true test of the immortal's legacy, so what? If there are immortals in this world, none surpass my master. Lung Yinran's confidence stemmed from her master, whose strength was so immense that she couldn't fully fathom it. Her master had told her not to worry about any issues that arose. Howl! As if sensing her disregard, the Unity Realm wolf monster leader let out a long howl. In response, its eyes turned bloodshot, and it led the charge against Lung Yinran. Disgusting creature, Don't you dare dirty the robes my master prepared for me. With a raised eyebrow, Lung Yinran swiftly dodged left and right. With a casual palm strike, she shattered the skull of a profound sky beast, killing it instantly. Meanwhile, her figure gradually closed in on the Unity Realm Wolf Monster leader. To avoid startling it, she even slowed her pace of killing the lesser wolves. In a matter of moments, her mental calculation indicated that she was within adequate range for the heavenly demon finger. Without further reservation, she unleashed her power. Oomph! A cold snort accompanied a surge of spiritual energy, sending all the nearby wolves flying within a 10-meter radius. This cleared an area for her. Heavenly demon finger. Her gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on the Unity Realm Wolf Monster leader. She pointed her finger directly at it. Though the Wolf Monster leader possessed a degree of consciousness, it was essentially a creature akin to a zombie. Its eyes had been vacant, but upon witnessing the heavenly demon finger, a hint of fear surfaced in them, an emotion they should not have been capable of. Worse yet, it realized it couldn't evade. Lung Yinran's finger had robbed it of control over its own body. Howl! However, it quickly devised a strategy. With a wolf's howl, the profound sky realm monsters rushed forward, disregarding their lives, and gathered around the leader. Thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive sounds rang out as the powerful force of a finger pierced through 3 profound sky realm wolf monsters, obliterating them. Lung Yinran furrowed her brows upon witnessing this unexpected move. She hadn't anticipated that the wolf monster would come up with such a tactic. But this wasn't a problem. With her current strength, she could perform the heavenly demon finger nearly 100 times. Even if the opponent tried to block every attack, they would inevitably perish by her hand. However, just as she was about to raise her hand to unleash the heavenly demon finger once again and exert her dominance, she noticed a trace of fear in the Unity Realm Wolf Monster leader's eyes. The leader turned around and fled deeper into the area. Other wolf monsters abandoned their attacks on Lung Yinran and followed their leader in a hasty retreat. Wasn't this a test? Why did they get scared off? Lung Yinran was a bit puzzled, but she didn't care as long as she passed the stage. She continued forward without looking back. Those profound sky realm wolves and the Unity Realm Wolf Monster itself were forces that, even in the northern domain, could annihilate all factions except the 3 major sections. Even Moro Kingdom wouldn't be able to resist them. Yet, in Lung Yinran's hands, they posed no threat at all. She didn't even need to use the trump cards her master had given her. Even she hadn't realized it. In a short span of 2 or 3 months since becoming a disciple, she had transformed from a void sky realm prodigy with aptitude, but no real strength, into an existence that could single-handedly suppress Moro Kingdom. Shortly after Lung Yinran left, Li Shinruo arrived at the location where the battle with the wolf monsters had taken place. So many profound sky realm wolf monster corpses? It seems I underestimated the witch's strength. Li Shinruo contemplated the battle scene on the ground. There were 2 or 3 dozen profound sky realm wolf monster corpses. Despite her efforts to speed up her journey, she hadn't caught up to Lung Yinran's pace. Thanks to Lung Yinran clearing the path, she had even saved a significant amount of time. Otherwise, she would have been even farther behind. Thinking this, Li Shinruo unconsciously quickened her pace once again. She was afraid that someone might snatch the Immortal's legacy before her. The wolf monster leader fled deep into the area, eventually arriving at the entrance of a stone cave. Leaving all the profound sky realm wolf monsters outside, it entered the cave alone. Inside the cave, the walls were pockmarked with various holes, both large and small. Inside these holes were the bizarre remains of various monster beasts. More accurately, these remains were like the wolf monsters, appearing lifeless yet twitching from time to time. Evidently, these monsters were born within this stone cave. The remains of monster beasts that could be placed in these holes were at least of Unity Realm strength. Among them were 2 larger corpses emitting the aura of the Annihilation Realm, making even the wolf monster leader feel a sense of dread. As the wolf monster delved deeper, it passed through a lengthy corridor and arrived at a massive space. The center of the cave had been completely hollowed out, resembling a luxurious palace within a mountain. Treasures were piled on one side like a small mountain. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures were stacked like discarded items. In the center lay a coffin made of an unknown wood. Howl, howl! Approaching the coffin, the wolf monster prostrated itself on the ground and continuously reported the recent events. Rumble, with a rumbling sound, the coffin slowly opened, revealing a human figure inside. The person's skin was an ink green color, clearly not that of a living being. Oh, someone actually dared to approach my demon cave, willingly, at the profound sky realm, yet capable of unleashing Unity Realm strength? Very well, let her in. I'm curious to see the expression on this genius's face when she encounters the many corpse puppets I've cultivated over thousands of years. Hearing the commands from within the coffin, the wolf monster leader let out a howl and ordered all its subordinates to return to the stone cave. Among those who had been fighting the wolf pack, the first to arrive was naturally Lung Yinran. So, this stone cave is the second trial? Playing tricks, calling it an immortal palace, yet reeks strongly of death. How ridiculous! Lung Yinran gazed at the magical cave emitting a thick aura of death, momentarily doubting whether this secret realm was truly the location of the immortal's legacy. Such a heavy, deathly aura could never be the work of righteous cultivators. Calling it demonic cult practices wouldn't be an exaggeration. Nevertheless, she paid it no mind. After all, her purpose for coming into this realm wasn't the elusive legacy of an immortal. Equipped with the mythical chaos heaven demon art taught by her master, how could she choose to practice mere fairy techniques suited for cooking? She had two goals for participating in this realm. First, to experience battles and hone her own strength. Second, to collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the realm to present as offerings to her master. After all, this was an immortal's legacy. There had to be plenty of precious items. When she brought them back, her master would surely praise her. Thinking of her master's praise, Long Yinran hesitated no more. With graceful steps, she strode into the cave without looking back at the beastly corpses exuding the aura of the Unity Realm on the cave walls. Even in the face of the Unity Realm, she was fearless, even without resorting to the trump cards her master had given her. Following closely behind, Li Shenruo arrived at the entrance of the cave. Since she hadn't encountered any more peculiar beastly puppets along the way, her travel speed had finally caught up to Long Yinran's. Without any delay, she charged into the cave. Her yearning for immortal techniques left her with no mental space to consider the pervasive deathly aura within the celestial palace. Upon entering the cave, her gaze was drawn to a figure in the distance. Sensing her presence, Long Yinran turned her head. Their eyes met, and in the end, Li Shenruo broke the silence. I am deeply impressed by Fairy Long's extraordinary strength. In this cave, we may encounter even more crises. How about the two of us join forces? Li Shenruo scanned the beastly puppet corpses emitting the aura of the Unity Realm in the holes on the cave walls, as she expressed her willingness to cooperate. No need. If you're afraid, just follow behind me. With her arms crossed, Long Yinran glanced at the saintess Li Shenruo, feeling a sense of unease. If this woman also became a disciple of her master, wouldn't her master's favor be split in half? Furthermore, this woman didn't even show gratitude. She hadn't agreed to be a disciple despite master's offer. With that, Long Yinran turned and headed directly into the depths of the cave, paying no attention to the beastly puppet corpses emitting the Unity Realm aura on the cave walls. Even without relying on the trump cards given by her master, she was not afraid of facing the Unity Realm. Seeing this, Li Shenruo could only furrow her brows and remain silent. She didn't rush ahead to show off her abilities. Instead, she followed Long Yinran at a steady pace, with no hesitation. With someone paving the way for her, why not take advantage of it? Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, since entering the cave, she had felt a growing sense of unease. She couldn't help but feel that something was amiss here. Why would an immortal's legacy appear in such a place? As the two ventured deeper, it didn't take long for them to arrive at a vast chamber. The pack of wolf monsters were now prostrated before a coffin, and the person within it was silently observing the two women. What surprised them both were two massive holes in the wall, each containing a corpse puppet of the Annihilation Realm. As for the strength of the person in the coffin, neither of them could discern it. Long Yinran quietly placed her hand on the storage pouch at her waist. If things took a turn for the worse, she would have to use the trump card her master had provided. After all, with her current profound Sky Realm, 7th layer strength, while she could suppress the Unity Realm, facing the Annihilation Realm was still a bit of a stretch. May I ask if you're the overseer of this trial? Could you kindly explain to us how to pass this stage? After surveying the situation in the hall, Li Shenruo had a guess. Those two Annihilation Realm beastly puppets on the wall probably weren't meant to be defeated by the challengers. It should suffice to withstand a few moves from them to clear the stage. After all, the highest participants in this realm were only at the profound Sky Realm. How could they defeat Annihilation Realm beings, especially beastly puppets that were inherently more robust than human cultivators? Overcoming opponents of the same realm was difficult enough, let alone spanning two major realms. The person inside the coffin was a bit puzzled by Li Shenruo's question. When the two entered the cave, he had anticipated seeing the expressions of terror on their faces upon encountering the Annihilation Realm puppet corpses. However, it seemed that they were far from panicked and were actually asking about something else. Were they acting a bit foolish? Interesting. So, the two of you think of this place as the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace? I must admit, it's the first time I've encountered such a situation in my thousands of years. The person inside the coffin first seemed puzzled, but then everything became clear to him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, but that didn't matter. After dealing with these two, he could start reaping the talents who entered this realm. As he looked at Long Yinran, a hint of heat flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but decide that he would refine this woman into a puppet later. Such a beauty would be a waste as mere nourishment. All of this was naturally influenced by the innate charm and the path of enchanting demons. What do you mean, Your Excellency? Also, who exactly are you? Even if Li Shenruo was naive, she could tell that something was amiss from the coffin dweller's words. She had clearly followed the map's instructions to come to the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. Why did this person's words make it seem like something was off? Since you two have willingly come to offer nourishment to me, I'll make sure you understand your deaths. I am Chi Yunzi. No, to be precise, I am Chi Yunzi's physical body. As for this place, it is not the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace, but a cave specially established to suppress me. The person in the coffin chuckled, not concealing his intentions from the two. Initially, when Chi Yunzi was ambushed by demonic cultivators and severely injured before falling, he had his friends seal his body in the mountains. This was because the path those demonic cultivators practiced was the way of the puppet. He was aware that after his death, he would likely undergo a corpse transformation. As expected, his body had developed its own consciousness. This gave rise to the person in the coffin and the many beastly puppet corpses. Li Shenrua was dumbfounded. She never imagined that she had ended up heading in completely the opposite direction and arrived at the treacherous part of the realm. This was troublesome. If those two Annihilation Realm beastly puppet corpses were to attack, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle them, let alone escape. As for Lung Yanran, she completely disregarded the words of the person in the coffin. Her eyes were shining as she looked at the heap of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and numerous weapons piled up nearby. So many master will definitely be pleased. A smile of excitement appeared on Lung Yanran's face. Her reaction dumbfounded Li Shenrua and even the person in the coffin. At a time like this, shouldn't they be concerned about how to save their lives? Why was she so fixated on heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Seeing Lung Yanran's excited expression, her eyes fixed greedily on the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Li Shenrua felt like her brain was short-circuiting. Fairy Lung, our lives are at stake. We should join forces and escape this place first. At a time like this, you shouldn't be thinking about heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Li Shenrua wiped the sweat from her forehead and couldn't help but remind her. Interesting, truly interesting. I never expected that you would care about heavenly materials and earthly treasures in front of me. I wonder whether I should praise your courage or call you foolish. The person in the coffin was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Hey, are these all your treasures here? Are there any others? However, Lung Yanran completely ignored the words of the two and turned her head to look at the person in the coffin, bluntly asking. She hadn't forgotten her master's instructions. Before killing someone, she must make them hand over all their heavenly materials and earthly treasures to avoid extravagance and waste. Truly laughable to disable them both. The person in the coffin couldn't figure out why this woman wasn't just afraid, but was actually questioning him. He immediately ordered his subordinates to take the two down. As the voice of the person in the coffin fell, the two Annihilation Realm puppet corpses also sprang into action. Perhaps not having moved for too long, their bones made a piercing, grinding sound as they got up. At the same time, the Annihilation Realm puppet corpses that had been dormant in the passage the two had entered began to open their eyes, cutting off their retreat. Fairy Lung, I can use my secret treasure to hold off these two puppet corpses for 10 breaths. We can escape together. Seeing the situation, Li Shenrua felt her scalp tingle and immediately shouted at Lung Yanran. However, she found that Lung Yanran completely ignored her, instead heading towards the pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. She took out a storage pouch, much to the amazement of the onlookers, and casually stored the mountain-like pile of treasures. Then, she moved on to a pile of weapons and treasures and took out another storage pouch. TSK. Now that the treasures are stored, there's no need to worry. After putting away the two storage pouches, Lung Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't concerned about anything else, just worried that she might accidentally damage these treasures later. However, her actions left everyone present dumbfounded. Did she really not consider herself an outsider? Were these dozens of Unity Realm puppet corpses and the two Annihilation Realm puppet corpses just decorations? Roar! The Annihilation Realm puppet corpse seemed insulted and let out a roar, charging towards Lung Yanran, its mouth full of bared teeth, as if intending to tear her apart. The other Annihilation Realm puppet corpse also attacked Li Shenrua. Seeing this, Li Shenrua quickly activated her protective treasure. While her protective treasure was of top-grade Earth rank and could withstand the attacks of the Annihilation Realm, her magical power could only support it for about 10 breaths. After activating the magical power barrier, Li Shenrua hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Lung Yanran. In the end, she chose not to flee directly, but instead flashed to Lung Yanran's side, shielding her within the barrier as well. It wasn't that she was sacrificing herself. It was just that there were too many Unity and Annihilation Realm puppet corpses in the passage, and she wouldn't be able to break through on her own. We're running out of time. Li Shenrua was anxious, grabbing Lung Yanran's shoulder and preparing to flee. The two Annihilation Realm puppet corpses were temporarily blocked by the barrier and couldn't harm the two. Lung Yanran looked at her with surprise, unexpectedly finding that Li Shenrua hadn't chosen to escape directly and instead wanted to save her life. She couldn't help but improve her opinion of Li Shenrua slightly. You young ones really treat this place like a toilet, don't you? You come and go as you please. Very well, I could use a bit of exercise anyway. It's time for me to reappear in the world. The person in the coffin gave a cold snort. He hadn't expected his opponent to have a top-grade Earth-rank treasure. coupled with the fact that Lung Yinran hadn't taken him seriously at all and had just taken thousands of years' worth of his heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he was quite unhappy. With a light leap, he jumped out of the coffin. Carrying himself with one hand behind his back, he took a step forward and appeared directly in front of the barrier Li Shinra had set up. Raising his hand, he threw a punch. Bang! Crack! The barrier that could withstand the annihilation realm for 10 breaths shattered like fragile glass. The person in the coffin immediately wore a confident smile and was about to reach out and strangle the two by their necks. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils contracting sharply as he looked at the arrayed disc in Lung Yinran's hand. Thud! He actually kneeled directly in front of Lung Yinran. Little ancestor, don't attack. Calm down, you must stay calm. Kneeling on the ground, the person in the coffin kept moving his hands, trying to pacify Lung Yinran. Among the numerous Unity Realm puppet corpses present, along with the Annihilation Realm puppet corpse, a small number had developed limited thinking abilities. Although they didn't understand what was happening, when they saw their master suddenly kneel, they all prostrated themselves towards Lung Yinran, not daring to look up. Li Shinra was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events before her. What on earth was happening? In her eyes, the person in the coffin had seemed ready to flex his muscles, but then he punched through her protective treasure barrier that could withstand the Annihilation Realm. He revealed at least boundless realm strength. She had even begun to despair, never expecting to meet her end here and become nourishment for puppet corpses. But she couldn't have imagined that the person who had driven her to despair was suddenly kneeling. So, flexing his muscles meant this kind of activity? Stiffly turning her head, she looked at Lung Yinran beside her. She saw Lung Yinran with a calm expression, holding a portable array disc in her hand. Is this the effect of this array disc? But a portable array disc can contain, at most, profound rank formations. How could it possibly threaten an opponent of the boundless realm? Li Shinra was full of confusion. Oh, you can perceive the power of this array disc. Lung Yinran was somewhat surprised by the sudden plea for mercy from the puppet corpse. After obtaining the treasures, she had already planned to use the attack array disc her master had given her to completely destroy this place. Whether it was the person in the coffin, the puppet corpses, or this cavern, all of it would be annihilated. My lady, had you revealed this treasure earlier, I know, we would not have troubled you, right? The person in the coffin's lips twitched. He cast a sidelong glance at the array disc. Qi Yunzi was already a master of formations during his lifetime, and this body had an innate talent for sensing inscriptions and formations. At a single glance earlier, he had noticed that the portable array disc contained thousands of inscriptions of formations. What on earth has happened outside in these few thousand years? Why can even portable array discs now contain heaven-grade formations? He couldn't understand. Even Qi Yunzi, who was a highly esteemed 6th-stage formation master during his lifetime, could at most inscribe profound rank-superior formations into a portable array disc. Any attempt to inscribe a profound rank peak formation would cause the portable array disc to collapse under the inscription's power. But now, after only a few thousand years, a portable array disc could actually contain heaven-grade formations. It's important to note that even within those holy places of cultivation, protective formations at best reached the heaven grade. To lay down a heaven grade formation, how much effort and resources would a holy place need to invest? Yet now, this woman held a portable array disc containing a heaven grade formation. The coffin man felt as if his entire worldview was crumbling. Little ancestor, please don't shake your hands. Let's have a civilized discussion. The person in the coffin stared fixedly at the array disc, feeling a bit dry in the mouth. At this moment, he had no intention of laying hands on Lung Yinran anymore. Putting aside the power of this heaven-grade formation, he simply couldn't withstand it. And to consider the person who could casually carry a heaven-grade portable array disc. Just how terrifying was her background? He couldn't even imagine. What kind of background could allow a mere profound Sky Realm Junior to possess a heaven-grade formation at her fingertips? After countless years, he was finally about to escape his suppressed fate. Never would he have thought that immediately after emerging from suppression, he would provoke a force even more terrifying than a holy place. Fairy Lung. What exactly is Li Shinra was bewildered, looking at Lung Yinran beside her with a stiff expression. She truly couldn't fathom why this terrifying person in the coffin suddenly knelt down. Nothing much, just some life-preserving items given by my master. In my master's hands, they wouldn't be considered treasures, but I didn't expect this guy to recognize the power of this array disc. Lung Yinran casually replied, glancing slightly at the kneeling coffin occupant. In her mind, she couldn't help but contemplate how to make use of this coffin occupant and his puppet corpses. Even within this secret realm, even without the intervention of the coffin occupant, the two Annihilation Realm puppet corpses alone could sweep through everything. Coupled with their thousands of years of familiarity with this secret realm's terrain, if she could enlist their help in collecting heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the effect would undoubtedly be much better than if she did it herself. A life-preserving item, given casually, not considered treasures? The person in the coffin broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, and his body involuntarily hunched down a bit, appearing even more humble. While Li Shinra might not see the terror within this arrayed disc, it was crystal clear to him. Such a treasure. Not to mention that Qi Yunzi never qualified to possess it during his lifetime. Even the scions of those holy places, what chances had they to produce such a thing? Listening to Lung Yinran's words, it was evident that the treasures given by her master weren't limited to just this item. She even said this wasn't considered a treasure. Too horrifying could it be that this girl's master was an immortal who had descended to the mortal realm to experience the world of mortals? However, in Lung Yinran's heart, these truly weren't considered treasures. She had witnessed her master create 10 array discs and 100 jade pendants capable of holding divine powers in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If one spoke of true treasures, the first time she met her master, she had seen him wield a mysterious yellow ruler that was at least an immortal-grade artifact. All right, here's the deal. I won't make things difficult for you either. If you take me to the real Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace and command the puppet corpses here to collect all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures they can find within this secret realm, then I won't trouble you. How about that? Lung Yinran pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to make good use of this force. With that, she lightly tapped the array disc with her finger, producing crisp sounds, causing the coffin man's heart to jump up and down. Seeing you speak like this, from the moment I saw Fairy, I was utterly captivated by Fairy's aura. I'm willing to serve Fairy, even to the point of sacrificing my life. Even if Fairy hadn't asked, I would have sincerely collected heavenly materials and earthly treasures for Fairy. However, there's something the Fairy doesn't know. This cavern was built by me to suppress it, and it contains profound, rank-superior formations. I'm fundamentally unable to leave this cavern, let alone escort the Fairy to the Immortal Palace. Upon hearing Lung Yinran's words, the coffin man promptly patted his chest, his face brimming with sincerity. Hearing this, Lung Yinran didn't really care, and Li Shinrua beside her was left stunned. Wasn't this the same person who had been shouting and threatening them just moments ago? She almost believed him, almost. No problem. I'll help you break this restriction. Be diligent and serve me to the best of your abilities within this secret realm. Afterward, I'll grant you your freedom. Lung Yinran waved her hand nonchalantly. She wasn't about to waste the power of a boundless realm expert for nothing. If the Fairy helps me remove this restriction, I will obey the Fairy's every command. The coffin man was befuddled. He had only said these things because he feared being near Lung Yinran and being threatened by her heaven-grade attack formation. But he truly couldn't leave this place, and that part was no lie. Consume this, and I'll aid your escape. Lung Yinran replied indifferently. She didn't really believe the coffin man's words and produced a jade pendant containing her master's divine inscription from her waist pouch. She infused it with her own energy, allowing her to activate it at any time with a thought. If she were to fall in battle, her spiritual energy would activate the jade pendant. Only in this way could she feel at ease having this boundless realm powerhouse by her side. There's no need, right? I'll stand by my word. I won't go back on it. The coffin man gazed at the jade pendant in Lung Yinran's hand and involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The aura emanating from the jade pendant alone made him feel danger. The divine inscription contained within was surely something he couldn't contend with, not to mention swallowing it. If he did, his life and death would be entirely under Lung Yinran's control. If she were to change her mind later and not grant him freedom, he would be utterly doomed. The way you're doing this, it's hard for me to trust you well. If that's the case, it might be more reassuring if you were turned to ashes. Lung Yinran heard the refusal and had no intention of trying to persuade him. She was planning to activate the array disc and level this place. Since this boundless realm expert couldn't be used by her, keeping him would only be a threat. Little ancestor, wait a minute. I will eat. It's just eating. Why can't I eat? One has to bow under the eaves. And at this moment, the coffin man's heart was filled with bitterness. Over these thousands of years, every exceptional talent who had entered here had been scared to their knees, pleading for mercy, but in the end, they all died at his hands, becoming his nourishment. However, this time, he was actually forced to kneel and beg for mercy by Profound Sky Realm Jr., and she even made him swallow a jade pendant containing her divine inscription. His life and death were now controlled by her. He had no choice. The opponent was holding a heaven-grade attack array disc. If he dared utter a single word against her wish, he had no doubt she would reduce this place to ashes, and he would turn to dust thousands of years of planning, now so close to success, and yet encountering such an unexpected turn of events. It would have been so much better if you had cooperated like this from the start. Once you consume it, I'll help you break the restriction. Upon hearing his agreement, Lung Yinran relented. After leaving a trace of her own spiritual energy within the jade pendant, she casually tossed it in front of the coffin man. Under her gaze, the coffin man obediently consumed the pendant, his face contorting with bitterness. Now his life was completely in Lung Yinran's hands. With just a thought, she could end him at any moment. Even if they were to leave the secret realm, he had no way to counter her if Lung Yinran changed her mind. Just like that, you've subjugated an expert of the boundless realm? Li Shenrua was left wide-eyed. An expert of the boundless realm was more than capable of sweeping away all the forces in the entire northern domain. Even in the eastern domain, an expert of the boundless realm was considered a powerful figure, enough to establish a sect. Yet, such a powerhouse was easily subdued by Lung Yanran, who was 2 realms lower. For a moment, Li Shenhua felt like he was dreaming, finding it all too unreal. Miss, shouldn't you help me break the restriction now? The coffin man looked at Lung Yanran with an aggrieved expression. His gaze fell on the array disc in Lung Yanran's hand. He assumed Lung Yanran intended to use the Heaven Grade formation to directly shatter the cave. However, Lung Yanran's next move made his pupils constrict abruptly. After hearing his words, Lung Yanran gave a slight nod and casually patted her waist pouch. In an instant, another array disc appeared, containing a Heaven Grade formation. Yes, to think such treasures exist as well. Luckily, I didn't provoke her with my stubbornness, however. What's the point of revealing a restriction formation within this array disc? The coffin man was both shocked and puzzled. He couldn't understand why Lung Yanran produced a restriction formation. Could one restriction negate another? Furthermore, now that Lung Yanran had complete control over his life, she certainly wouldn't use another restriction formation to strengthen the current one and limit his abilities, right? There's so many array discs, and they all look the same. I grabbed the wrong 1 inch long, Yanran muttered softly. What the heck? There's more. The coffin man felt like his world was about to collapse. In his mind, such array discs were something even holy places couldn't produce. But Lung Yanran's words made it seem like she had more than just 2. Her subsequent actions confirmed his suspicion. With another pat to her waist pouch, an entire stack of array discs appeared in her hand. Lung Yanran pulled out one, then withdrew the other 9. I'd like to ask, is the outside world really that advanced now? These array discs, were they all bought in bulk? The coffin man stood frozen in place, his lips trembling. If the outside world had become this terrifying, he felt it might be best to remain here in this secret realm for the rest of his life. It was too dangerous. Heaven Grade formations are sold in bulk? Not really. These were all crafted by my master at will. As for the outside world, aside from my master, no one else should be capable of making them. Lung Yanran casually explained to clear his doubts. Afterward, she infused a trace of spiritual energy into the arrayed disc in her hand. Immediately, a horrifying fluctuation emanated from the arrayed disc. Except for Lung Yanran, who held it, the coffin man, Li Shenhua, and even the less conscious puppet corpses were instantly suppressed, unable to move in the slightest. The entire world seemed to them to have turned monochrome, devoid of color. Following that, cracks began to slowly appear in space, centered around the arrayed disc, gradually fracturing like glass. The expansion ceased only after enveloping the entire cavern. Snap! Lung Yanran recognized this as the sound of the restriction breaking. She halted her use of the arrayed disc and casually stored it away. Her master had created this disc in case she became trapped within a restriction. Thinking back, when she annihilated the Luo Heaven sect, she had merely used restriction formations and defense array discs. The others hadn't even come into play. Did it break just like that? The coffin man clicked his tongue in amazement. The restriction that had eluded his scheming for thousands of years was effortlessly shattered in an instant. At that moment, he didn't know whether he should be elated or feel inferior. It's terrifying. The power emitted by that array disc just now must be close to a heaven-grade grand formation. I never imagined there would be a portable Earth-grade top-quality array disc in this world. It's truly eye-opening. Beside him, Li Shenhua snapped back to reality, her eyes filled with astonishment. The might of this portable array disc was completely beyond her comprehension. Puff Earth-grade, top-quality? Upon hearing Li Shenhua's astonished words, the coffin man couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a joke. If it were an Earth-grade top-quality, he might still have put up a fight. There's no need to kneel over. What's so funny, senior? Li Shenhua frowned slightly, puzzled by the sudden laughter from the coffin man. Nothing, it's just amusing. It's ridiculous that the world's only heaven-grade portable array disc is actually being called an Earth-grade. Such a joke. The coffin man adjusted his mood and casually explained. Heaven-grade? Are you joking? Even the defensive grand formation in our holy mountain is only a heaven-grade lower quality. The formation contained in this portable array disc is comparable to the grand formation of our holy mountain's defense. Li Shenhua was dumbfounded, struggling to believe the coffin man's words. Yet, the other party had no reason to deceive her. If the formation in that what's it called Holy Mountain is of the lower quality of heaven grade, then you've clearly misunderstood. The formation contained in this array disc is approaching celestial top quality. So, it's not just comparable, it crushes what you call a defense grand formation. The coffin man cast a sidelong glance at Li Shenhua, explaining impatiently. He didn't want to be the only one shocked. He had to drag Li Shenhua into it as well. From the cavern emerged 2 terrifying corpse puppets exuding the aura of annihilation. With the strength of these 2 corpse puppets, even sweeping through all the participants in this secret realm posed no challenge. However, sitting atop the backs of these 2 corpse puppets were none other than Lung Yanran and Li Shenhua. Following closely behind was the Coffin Man, traversing the air after the two women. They headed toward the true direction of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. As for the other corpse puppets, the Coffin Man had dispatched them to scatter and collect heavenly and earthly treasures. More formidable than the defense grand formation of my holy mountain, Li Shinra sat on the back of the Annihilation Aura corpse puppet, her entire being still not fully recovered from the shock. She kept murmuring the words the Coffin Man had spoken earlier. She couldn't fathom how the portable array disc Lung Yanran had taken out could be even stronger than the defense grand formation of her holy mountain. Furthermore, Lung Yanran possessed 10 array discs, each containing an innate middle-quality formation. If given the opportunity, she could probably destroy the holy mountain with ease. Unless they managed to subdue her before she could activate the array disc's power, even the holy mountain behind her would be utterly defenseless. Yet, what shocked Li Shinra the most were Lung Yanran's words. These terrifying array discs were all casually crafted by her master, as if they were nothing special at all. Just what realm of existence was her senior? Could it really be that he was an immortal? Otherwise, she found it hard to believe that portable array discs could reach such an unheard-of level of power. For a moment, Li Shinra even questioned whether her halt in immediate consent to becoming the senior's disciple was a mistake. Initially, she believed that Shen Daoxian, the senior, was above the boundless realm, likely at the divinity separation realm, just like several elders in the Holy Mountain. But now, it seemed she had been completely wrong. Perhaps that senior's strength far surpassed the divinity separation realm, making him stronger than even the elders of the Holy Mountain. Li Shinra was lost in her thoughts all the way, while Lung Yanran beside her was cultivating with closed eyes. In order to become a force capable of assisting her master as soon as possible, she was determined not to waste even a single moment. With two Annihilation Aura corpse puppets and the Coffin Man at the boundless realm accompanying them, their journey was naturally smooth and trouble-free. At the square in front of the main hall of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace, thousands of talents from the northern region had gathered. Even the eastern region genius, Wang Yin, was among them. He was the first to arrive at the square of the Immortal Palace. Strange that Demon Clan woman and the Saintess Li Shinra entered the secret realm before me. Why haven't I seen them? Wang Yin searched the crowd several times, but he couldn't find the two figures. He couldn't help but feel curious. Meanwhile, the assessment for inheriting the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace's legacy was ongoing. The first trial was to break through the outermost barrier formation. Considering that the participants were all at the Profound Sky Realm, the formation set up by Qi Yunzi wasn't particularly powerful, just a profound-grade top-quality formation. However, for those at the Profound Sky Realm, it was already enough to deter 99% of talents. After all, breaking a profound-grade top-quality formation required the strength to unleash power exceeding the 9th level of the Unity Realm. Another method was to find flaws in the inscription operation and enter the barrier through those flaws. Naturally, everyone chose to look for flaws. To prevent anyone from cheating with external forces like spirit talismans imbued with divine abilities, Qi Yunzi had even set a rule within the formation. Even if someone forcefully broke the formation using such talismans, it wouldn't count. Wang Yin could only lower his head and observe the trajectory of the formation's operation. Suddenly, cries of astonishment erupted from the crowd, and many began shouting and fleeing. Startled from his focused state, Wang Yan's brow furrowed as he turned to look. However, what he saw made him want to run away, just like everyone else. Two monsters emitting clear annihilation aura were swaggering toward the square. What the hell? What's happening? How can there be two Annihilation Realm monsters? Wang Yan's legs trembled. Although he didn't understand why these two monsters suddenly appeared, he didn't delay in making a run for it. As for the other Northern Region talents, when they saw the Annihilation Realm monsters, they had already gone crazy trying to escape. Even the more timid ones were so scared that their legs were trembling uncontrollably, rendering them powerless to run. Wait, look, there seem to be two people on the monsters' backs. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed individual pointed at the backs of the two monsters and shouted. The crowd, slightly stunned, turned to where the person was pointing, and sure enough, they saw two figures seated on the monsters' backs. Monsters of the Annihilation Realm had to be native to the Scarlet Cloud's secret realm. Could it be part of the inheritance trial set by the Immortal? However, the crowd also noticed a peculiar point. Although the two monsters were powerful, they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them. They were simply making their way toward the center of the square. Soon, as the monsters approached, everyone finally managed to get a clear view of the two figures on their backs. Fairy Lung, and that one, is it the Saintess from the Eastern region? Hiss, both participating in the secret realm. Why are they allowed to bring Annihilation Realm mounts into the secret realm? Are you an idiot? Annihilation Realm monsters can't even enter the secret realm teleportation array. These two must be Annihilation Realm monsters that naturally exist within the secret realm. Hiss, which means they've tamed Annihilation Realm monsters within the secret realm. That's even scarier. For a moment, everyone speculated secretly about how the two managed to tame Annihilation Realm monsters. Combined with the audacious display of power by the two monsters, no one noticed the figure with dark green skin following behind. Lung Yanran lightly leaped down from the monster's back. paying no attention to the astonishment of the people. She casually glanced at the assessment rules written at the center of the square and walked straight toward the formation that represented the trial. Seeing her, Li Shinruo also quickly dismounted and followed. As for the two monsters, they obediently remained in place. Upon seeing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Two fairies, what's going on? Wang Yin approached them hastily, casting a sidelong glance at the two monsters. He carefully asked, his curiosity directed mainly at Li Shinruo, since he was met with Lung Yinran's cold attitude. Lung Yinran frowned slightly. She held a certain aversion to males other than her master and didn't bother responding, walking toward the barrier. Wang Yin could only force a smile to conceal his embarrassment and shifted his inquisitive gaze to Li Shinruo, hoping she could shed some light on the situation, being a fellow representative from the eastern region. Wang Yin was genuinely curious about how the two of them managed to tame Annihilation Realm monsters. If these two intended to take action against everyone present, with two Annihilation Realm monsters, they could easily slaughter all the talented individuals. At that time, if there truly was an immortal's legacy, it would only fall into their hands. Wang Yin was not like those naive geniuses of the northern region. He cast a somewhat hidden glance toward the strange figure with a greenish aura behind the two monsters. That guy is probably a powerhouse of the Boundless Realm. Although he isn't emitting any aura, the danger I sense from him is no less than that of old Zhang at the third level of the Boundless Realm. Wang Yin thought inwardly as he silently compared the Coffin Man, who had followed him, to the coachman at the Boundless Realm. Young Master Wang should think about how to pass the assessment. These questions are difficult to explain all at once. However, as fellow representatives of the Eastern region, I advise you, young Master Wang, not to go against Fairy Lung. Seeing that Wang Yin kept staring at her, Li Shinruo sighed lightly and casually offered her words. Even she, for now, couldn't fully accept that the things Lung Yinran took out so casually could wipe out the top forces of the Eastern region, let alone telling Wang Yin about it, and whether he would believe it. Even if she did tell him, what would be the point? Currently, the entire secret realm was already under Lung Yinran's control. If she gave the order to the Coffin Man, all the talented individuals here would undoubtedly die. It's better not to know too much. In the presence of everyone's gaze, Lung Yinran walked slowly to the formation barrier. Without hesitation, she pointed her finger directly at the barrier. Heaven Demon Finger. Lung Yinran's understanding of formations wasn't profound. If she wanted to rely on comprehending the inscriptions to break it, it would be nearly impossible. Thus, she chose the method of breaking through with brute force. As her finger landed on the formation, ripples appeared on the barrier, resembling ripples on the water surface. Then, with a flicker of inscriptions, the power of her finger was neutralized. Is it not working? Lung Yinran's brows furrowed as she realized that her full-force finger strike should have been equivalent to the power of the 5th or 6th level of the Unity Realm. Despite this, the many talented individuals nearby were still slightly astonished. To be able to unleash such power at the 7th level of the Profound Sky Realm, wouldn't it be possible for her to break the formation through brute force if her realm reached the 9th level of the Profound Sky Realm? Miss, to brute force break this formation, you need to unleash the power of the 9th level of the Unity Realm. If you give me some time, I can help you find its flaws and assist you in passing this trial. Seeing this, the Coffin Man quickly stepped forward, trying to offer his help. Although he was a brand new consciousness born from Qi Yunzi's body and didn't retain Qi Yunzi's knowledge of formations, the eyes of this body had a special effect. They could easily see through inscriptions, so finding the flaws in this profound-grade formation wasn't too difficult. No need. Lung Yinran glanced at the Coffin Man and rejected his offer. She casually patted her storage pouch at her waist and took out the 10 formation plates stacked together. Seeing this, the Coffin Man trembled slightly, inwardly wondering if Lady planned to use these to directly lay waste to the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. Miss, there's something I'm not sure if I should mention. The formation laid by Qi Yunzi is meant for assessment. Even if you break it using the formation plates, it won't result in passing the assessment. Perhaps it's more suitable for me to help you find the flaws. The Coffin Man quickly explained the rationale behind this, and assumed that Lung Yinran intended to forcefully break the formation using treasures. Even the nearby cultivators couldn't help but shake their heads. Truly obtaining the Immortal's legacy was not so simple. Currently, everyone was blocked outside this first level. Even the two Eastern region geniuses were helpless, and Lung Yinran herself planned to break through forcefully with the treasures her master had given her. Yet Lung Yinran couldn't be bothered to explain to them. She just selected one formation plate from among them and put the others away. This formation plate, are you planning to? Hissed. The Coffin Man suddenly froze. He had already guessed the function of the formation plate's inscriptions and was suddenly filled with a chilling sensation. Lung Yinran remained silent, her left hand lifting the formation plate. She infused it with spiritual energy and activated it. As the formation plate activated, the entire secret realm's heavens and earth suddenly underwent a drastic change. The spiritual energy within the entire secret realm surged uncontrollably toward Lung Yinran's direction. Countless streams of spiritual energy fervently attempted to enter the scope of the formation disk. Holy crap, what's happening? Is the secret realm ending prematurely? Or is the immortal's legacy about to emerge? The cultivators present were dumbfounded by the spectacular phenomenon. Quick, look, it's that formation disk. All the spiritual energy is converging toward fairy Lung Yinran. Soon, someone realized and pointed in Lung Yinran's direction, eyes widening in astonishment. Lung Yinran, feeling the dense spiritual energy, smiled slightly. The amplification formation disk given by her master was indeed effective. Utilizing the power of the formation disk to enhance herself before launching an attack, she could break through the formations without violating the rules. Heavenly Demon Finger. With the formation disk in her left hand, Lung Yinran raised her smooth right hand and delicately pointed her slender index finger toward the barrier. Everyone's gaze was fixed on her movements. Each person wondered if, with the support of the formation disk, Lung Yinran could break the barrier. Even if she managed to create a small opening, it would be enough for her to pass through instantly. Soon, her fingertip made contact with the barrier. Ripple first, a ripple spread across the entire barrier, illuminating the runes, and a collective sigh escaped from the onlookers. They hadn't expected such a powerful strike to fail at opening even a small gap. Creak, creak, creak. However, immediately after, a series of sounds rang out. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, cracks started appearing all over the barrier. Shatter. Seeing this, Lung Yinran's lips parted slightly as she whispered, her fingertips' spiritual power intensifying. With a crisp sound, the barrier that enveloped the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace shattered into countless fragments, gradually dissipating. Just like that, Lung Yinran murmured softly at the sight. Meanwhile, everyone present was in a frenzy. Holy crap, the entire Grand Formation shattered. By the heavens, this profound tier Grand Formation, better than our Long River Sex Protective Formation, got shattered just like that. Terrifying. This strike might have unleashed the power of the Annihilation Realm. As the barrier was completely shattered, the atmosphere among the spectators reached a boiling point. It wasn't just the shock of Lung Yinran's strength, which managed to destroy the formation with a single finger, that enthralled them. More so, it was the excitement that surged within them. Among them, 99% of the people couldn't pass through the outermost assessment. Now that the Grand Formation had been entirely shattered by Lung Yinran, didn't that mean they had a chance to participate in the second stage? Moreover, in this assessment of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace, every stage they cleared rewarded them. Even if they couldn't reach the end and obtain the Immortal's legacy, receiving the rewards from the first stage was still a pleasant surprise. This a portable formation disc with such immense enhancement power? Wang Yin, standing beside, was stupefied. He pointed stiffly at the formation disc in Lung Yinran's hand and turned to Li Shinruo, bewildered. Portable amplification formation discs were nothing new to him as a genius from the eastern region. However, how could a cultivator at the 7th layer of the profound realm erupt with the power of the Annihilation Realm using such a device? Was this even logical? Li Shinruo, observing Wang Yan's stunned expression, merely rubbed her forehead slightly. She felt like she was losing face in front of all these northern region cultivators. But then she recalled her own astonishment when she learned that this formation disc was of heaven tier. Her shock was no less than Wang Yan's, so she chose to pretend she hadn't heard Wang Yan's comment. Lung Yinran paid little attention to the astonishment of the crowd. Upon witnessing the collapse of the Grand Formation, she retracted the formation disc, allowing a vast amount of spiritual energy to once again flow freely in this realm. As the spiritual energy ebbed and surged, none of the observers realized that upon the teleportation array at the entrance to the secret realm, a resounding crack had widened the fissure caused by Chanda Yuan's actions. Just as Lung Yinran stepped into the second stage assessment area, a reward materialized in her hand. We get rewards for entering the second stage too? Lung Yinran was a little surprised as she examined the reward in her hand. It was a profound grade treasure, a rare find even in the northern region. However, she casually stored it away in her spatial pouch. Seeing Lung Yinran enter the second stage and receive a reward, the crowd couldn't contain their excitement any longer. One by one, they entered the second stage area. Upon entering the second stage, each person received a reward, and their smiles stretched from ear to ear. They had originally thought that this venture might be in vain, but following Lung Yinran's lead, they unexpectedly obtained the rewards from the first stage. With over 4,000 individuals present, that translated to over 4,000 rewards. Curiously, the rewards had initially been items of profound grade, but as time passed, they gradually transitioned to high-grade yellow tier items, and eventually, even dropped to mid-grade yellow tier. This transformation made those who entered later envious, gazing covetously at those who had received profound grade treasures. It was evident that the treasure trove of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace had been almost emptied, at least in terms of the rewards for the first stage. As for the subsequent stages, whether there would be any rewards remained unclear to them. TCH, you people sure know how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, Lung Yinran muttered, observing the excited crowd holding their rewards. Her brow furrowed slightly. Her main purpose for participating in this secret realm was to collect some rare materials for her master. However, now that she had single-handedly overcome the barriers of the first stage, all over 4,000 individuals were receiving rewards. How could she accept this? Snap! Lung Yinran snapped her fingers at the figure in the coffin. The figure hastily approached and bowed before her. Miss, what are your orders? The figure in the coffin was now under Lung Yinran's control after ingesting the jade pendant containing mystical powers. Even though he possessed boundless strength, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Go and collect all the rewards that everyone just received, Lung Yinran instructed, her brow slightly furrowed as she observed the numerous prodigies gleefully holding their newfound treasures. Understood. The figure in the coffin grinned and floated above the square of the second stage. Everyone, please hand over the reward you just got to me. His voice, imbued with spiritual power, resonated in the ears of everyone on the square. Instantly, the ecstatic expressions of those who had just received their rewards froze. Some quickly stowed away their treasures, pretending not to have heard, and nonchalantly looked around without acknowledging the figure in the sky. Why should we? These rewards were granted to us by the secret realm, not something we snatched. Why should we give them to you? That's right. These rewards are given by the Scarlet Cloud Immortal. So why should we hand them over to you? Who are you? Don't look at me. I didn't receive any rewards just now. The items in my storage pouch were brought in from outside. Who cares if I hand them over or not? I don't believe he can kill over 4,000 of us, just like that. Apart from those who pretended not to hear or see anything, many others accused the figure in the coffin with dissatisfaction. They believed that responsibility should be shared among the masses. After all, there were more than 4,000 prodigies present, representing various forces from the northern region. Offending all of them would be akin to offending every major power in the northern region. Hey, miss, maybe we should just kill them all, the figure in the coffin suggested with a mischievous grin. Their flesh and blood could elevate my strength by another realm. Isn't that convenient for you, miss, when it comes to achieving your goals? And besides, by killing them, not only can we obtain the rewards they just received, but their personal treasures would also belong to you. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, the figure in the coffin couldn't help but chuckle. Are they trying to threaten him? As a boundless realm powerhouse, he was well aware of the strength of the powerhouses from the northern region. The most powerful among them was probably at the level of the 5th or 6th layer of the Annihilation Realm. Exiting the secret realm, he alone could probably sweep through the entire northern region. As for threatening that female devil, why even bother? If they wanted to die, they should choose a quicker way. Why provoke that formidable figure? Even though the figure in the coffin is unaware of the formidable force behind Lung Yinran, if you gave him 100 chances, he still wouldn't dare to lay a hand on her, even if the jade pendant's threat wasn't hanging over him. With just a flick of her fingers, she could summon 10 heavenly tier formation discs. Who would dare provoke her? His boundless realm is beyond inferior. Kill them all. The once bold crowd was taken aback upon hearing the words of the figure in the coffin. His tone seemed to suggest that he didn't view these northern region prodigies with any importance. Roar, roar. As if sensing the intentions of the figure in the coffin, the two Annihilation Realm demonic beasts no longer remained prostrate. They rose to their feet and emitted low growls. The weighty vibrations caused the ground to tremble slightly. Only now did the crowd realize that Lung Yinran had brought two Annihilation Realm demonic beasts with her. Putting aside the figure in the coffin's power, just those two beasts alone were enough to annihilate them all. In an instant, panic spread among the people. Their gazes involuntarily shifted towards Lung Yinran, seeking her guidance. Fairy Lung, we're all people of the northern region. There's no need for this extreme approach. If Fairy Lung insists, won't you offend the entire northern region? At worst, we can offer Fairy Lung some other rare materials as a token of gratitude for entering the second stage. How about that? Moreover, not everyone received profound ray treasures. Some only received yellow tier treasures. What does Fairy Lung think? Suddenly, a youth from the northern region's many prodigies stepped forward, voicing his opinion. The crowd's eyes lit up upon seeing him. Zhang Guangjing, the chief disciple of the Hongguang sect. He speaks sense. I'm willing to contribute some rare materials as a token of gratitude. Indeed, I agree with Brother Zhang's proposal. At that moment, it was as if a leader had emerged among the crowd. They all rallied behind Zhang Guangjing's suggestion, proposing to follow his idea and present rare materials to Lung Yinran as a thank you gesture. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Lung Yinran's brow furrowed slightly. TSK. Do you people even consider what you're saying? Offend all the forces of the northern region? Miss, as long as you give the word, once the secret realm ends, I can uproot the entire northern region. Upon hearing these words, the figure in the coffin found it laughable. Was the northern region truly that formidable? What did it matter if they offended all the powers of the northern region? Could any of those powers withstand the bombardment of heavenly tier formation discs? Threatening Lung Yinran with this was like pulling a knife on a hornet's nest, a foolish move indeed. Who's Zhang what not again? Your argument does indeed hold merit. Lung Yinran's previously furrowed brow suddenly relaxed as she looked at Zhang Guangjing. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lung Yinran had her reservations after all. Senior brother Zhang is quite something. Hee. Fairy Lung is willing to accept Zhang's proposal? I am truly grateful, Zhang Guangjing said, feeling the respectful gazes of those around him. He stood a little taller, his spine straightened involuntarily. To be honest, when he had spoken those words earlier, Zhang Guangjing hadn't been entirely confident. However, he saw this as an opportunity to make a name for himself among all the Northern Region prodigies. Now, it seemed he made the right gamble. No, you misunderstood. I only said your argument was valid, not that I would accept your proposal. Lung Yinran's words left those who had intended to offer less valuable materials in a daze. What did she mean by that? Zhang Guangjing's reasoning made sense, but Lung Yinran wasn't accepting it? You're right. Some people only received yellow tier treasures. For those who obtained profound tier treasures, it does seem unfair. In that case, each person shall contribute according to the value of a mid-rank profound tier treasure. Those whose rewards fall short of this standard can compensate with other rare materials. If you're unwilling to comply, you're free to do as you please. With the Luo Heaven sect accompanying you on the Yellow Springs path, I'm sure the journey will be lively. Having spoken her piece, Lung Yinran paid no further heed to the crowd and instead turned her attention to the rules of the second stage. The figure in the coffin bowed slightly towards Lung Yinran's departing figure, a sinister smile playing across his face. Indeed, this was the way to go. Why show too much compassion to this bunch of ants? Were it not for Lung Yinran, this infamous demoness, he wouldn't have settled for just the treasures. He would have claimed their very flesh and blood. In the wake of Lung Yinran's words, the crowd fell into silence. Driven by group psychology, they had initially tried to resist her. However, her words had reminded them of a fact. If the Luo Heaven sect could fall at the hands of this demoness, was there any force more powerful than them? Lung Yinran had the ability to eradicate the Luo Heaven sect, one of the 4 major sects of the Northern Region. Therefore, she naturally had the power to annihilate any sect represented here. What leverage did they have to threaten her? Lung Yinran's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed over their heads, jolting them awake. Some even broke into cold sweats upon realizing the implications of their actions. What had they done? Challenged Lung Yinran? The mysterious master behind her had obliterated a clone of the Eastern Domain's ancestral patriarch with a mere flick of her finger. Their judgment had been clouded by the allure of the treasures. Damn you, Zhang Guangjing. Fairy Lung only wanted us to hand over our acquired rewards. But now, everyone is required to contribute treasures of mid-rank profound tier standards. Alas, I only receive rewards of mid-rank yellow tier. Suddenly, a person with red eyes and gritted teeth spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their furious gaze towards Zhang Guangjing. They held him responsible for everything. It was his suggestion that prompted Lung Yinran to raise the standards. Almost everyone had been deceived by Zhang Guangjing, except for a few hundred people who received mid-rank profound tier rewards. The rest had received nothing. This why are you all blaming me? Zhang Guangjing stood stunned in place, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The admiring gazes that had been directed at him just moments ago now felt like daggers. What on earth was going on? It was as if they were looking at a sworn enemy who had murdered their fathers. In the end, the crowd refrained from acting against Zhang Guangjing due to his status as the chief disciple of the Hongguang sect, one of the top-tier sects in the Northern Region. In accordance with Lung Yinran's standards, they each handed over a considerable amount of rare materials to the figure in the coffin's feet. Some even had rare materials that didn't meet the mid-rank profound tier standards. Gritting their teeth and glaring at Zhang Guangjing, they turned away and began searching for rare materials within the secret realm, aiming to hand them over before the realm closed. After all, who dared to gamble when it came to Lung Yinran's words? If they didn't meet the standards, it would mean the destruction of their sections. Who would take such a risk? TSK, I've truly broadened my horizons. The figure in the coffin looked at the now obedient crowd handing over their contributions, clicking his tongue in wonder. The person in the coffin felt that he simply couldn't understand what was going on in the minds of these people. At first, the little ancestor just asked them to hand in the rewards they got for nothing, and there was no loss for them. Besides, it was because of Lung Yinran that they got the reward for clearing the first level and even got the qualification to participate in the second level. But they don't want to. Now it's good. They should compensate for their foolishness. Miss, I don't understand something. Why don't you let me just kill them all, once and for all? I also know the strength of the Northern Territory. There is not even a strong man in the Boundless Realm. Does Miss have any scruples? The man in the coffin no longer paid any attention to those arrogances, but asked Lung Yinran his doubts. You have too many questions. Lung Yinran raised an eyebrow, showing no intention of explaining herself to the figure in the coffin. The reason she didn't massacre the entire crowd present was simply due to a single statement from her master. She remembered it vividly. Her master had warned her about the balance between merits and karmic obstacles. Reckless bloodshed could easily lead to the accumulation of negative karma, which would be detrimental to her future endeavors. Her goal wasn't just to reach the boundless realm or divinity separation realm. She aimed to achieve the status of an enlightened being and accompany her master for an eternity. To achieve this, she didn't want to mar her path with senseless slaughter, inviting karmic obstacles. Of course, if someone attempted to act out, she wouldn't mind wiping out one or two sects to serve as a warning to others. While she could let disrespect slide, any insolence directed toward her master wouldn't be forgiven so easily. No amount of karmic obstacles would deter her from reducing them to pieces. In no time, a small mountain of various rare materials had piled up beneath the figure in the coffin. The quantity was no less than the treasures previously stored within the stone chamber. After all, it was the result of emptying the first stage's treasure vault of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. Even Li Xinrua and Wang Yin contributed their rewards conscientiously, without any objections. The second stage, talent assessment. After reading through the description of the second stage, Long Yinran grasped its essence immediately. On the grand square of the second stage, a formation platform was situated. This formation could assess the participants' talents. Those who met the requirements could proceed. Long Yinran didn't rush to start testing. She wanted to understand the qualifications needed to pass this second stage. Fairy Lung, how about I take the first step and explore the way for you? Seeing this, Wang Yin stepped forward, eager to volunteer. He claimed it was to help pave the way, but in truth, he feared that Li Xinrua's Saint-Tier talent would overshadow his own. If Li Xinrua went first, he'd have no chance at all. Although he could be considered a genius in the Eastern domain, his talent was merely at the Heaven-Tier level compared to Li Xinrua's Saint-Tier. Lung Yinran remained silent, merely nodding slightly to approve his suggestion. She didn't hold much interest in the inheritance of an immortal, only caring about the rewards of rare materials. Thank you for your consideration, Fairy Lung. Wang Yin was overjoyed when she agreed. He bowed to Lung Yinran and then proceeded towards the testing platform. Placing his hand on the circular ball of the testing formation, he infused his spiritual energy into it. Text started lighting up beneath the platform. Yellow, profound, earth and heaven. The sequence halted at Heaven-Tier talent. Buzz after a ripple of fluctuations, the formation platform produced a lower-grade Earth-Tier artifact. Simultaneously, the words "did not pass" appeared above the platform. Wang Yin was initially elated about receiving an Earth-Tier artifact, but upon seeing the "did not pass" message, he froze in place. I possess Heaven-Tier talent, considered top-tier even in the Eastern domain, yet I still didn't pass? Are you kidding me? Does this mean only those with Saint-Tier talent can inherit the Immortal's legacy? Suppressing his inner frustration, Wang Yin managed not to curse out loud. Realizing that he at least gained a lower-grade Earth-Tier artifact as a reward, he consoled himself that the journey to the secret realm wasn't in vain. He had no choice but to step back from the formation platform, quietly collecting the Earth-Tier artifact. Young man, do you understand the rules? All the treasures here belong to my lady. What do you mean by pocketing a lower-grade Earth-Tier artifact that belongs to my lady? The figure in the coffin had been collecting the rare materials handed over by the participants. Suddenly, he turned his head, narrowing his eyes as he addressed Wang Yin. What the hell? Indeed, the first stage was cleared with Fairy Lung's assistance. I handed over my rewards from the first stage. But for the rewards of this second stage, did Fairy Lung contribute anything? Why should I surrender my lower-grade Earth-Tier artifact again? Wang Yin was at a loss. Even though he held the Earth-Tier artifact in his possession, he knew its value well. Naturally, he wasn't eager to part with it. Moreover, Lung Yinran hadn't contributed anything to the second stage. His reward came from his own talent. You're quite bold, little brat. Upon hearing Wang Yin daring to retort, the figure in the coffin's face, initially emerald green, darkened with anger. He reached out from a distance, effortlessly grasping Wang Yan's neck, allowing him to struggle in the air. Smack! 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 A hand slapped across Wang Yan's face from a distance, sending a series of sharp sounds reverberating through the air. Echoes of each smack left the onlookers shivering and tense. Will you surrender or not? While striking Wang Yin, the figure in the coffin questioned whether he was willing to surrender his treasure. Young man, you're quite the tough nut. Even after a thorough beating, you haven't uttered a single plea for mercy. I admire your determination. Very well, I shall grant you a dignified death. A hint of respect appeared in the figure's eyes, impressed by Wang Yan's unyielding spirit. Deciding not to continue humiliating him, the figure was prepared to take action and snap his neck. Though Fairy Lung forbade him from slaughtering all present, catching a scapegoat to serve as an example was not a major issue. This way, the others wouldn't dare cause trouble later. Senior, please hold on. Have you considered the fact that he can't speak or beg for mercy while you're choking him? Just as the figure in the coffin was about to act on Wang Yin, Li Xinrua, also a prominent figure from the Eastern domain, couldn't bear to watch any longer. She hurriedly intervened, casting a quick glance at Wang Yin, who was being strangled and growing increasingly weak as he struggled in midair, his face turning purplish-blue with bloodshot eyes. She realized this wasn't the unyielding spirit they believed him to be. Instead, he was rendered speechless by the strangulation. Oh, cough cough, my oversight. I see now. Hearing Li Xinrua's words, the figure in the coffin was taken aback and coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. While he might ignore others addressing him, Li Xinrua was different. She was affiliated with that young lady, and the relationship between the two was unclear to the figure. However, anyone associated with Lung Yinran was not to be trifled with. As a result, the figure released Wang Yin, who was struggling for breath. Cough, cough. I'm almost dead. Wang Yin crouched on the ground, clutching his throat as a fit of violent coughing overtook him. After enduring the figure's suspension and violent strikes, his head was swollen like a pig's, and his previously elegant and refined appearance had vanished completely. After a series of coughs, Wang Yin couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Li Shenrua. He had no doubt that if Li Shenrua hadn't pleaded on his behalf earlier, the mysterious individual wouldn't have hesitated to end his life. Young man, have you made up your mind? Do you want to hand over my lady's treasure, or shall I end your life and take the treasure back myself? In fact, I would prefer the latter compared to you handing it over. With a sinister grin, the figure's expression twisted unnaturally, making him appear even more fearsome. In the past, whenever the secret realm opened, he would indulge in a spree of slaughter, almost treating it as a routine. However, this time, he had to stand by helplessly as thousands of exceptional individuals were before him, unable to lay a finger on them or absorb their blood and flesh. This situation left the figure feeling extremely uncomfortable. I'll hand over. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin had no time to consider anything else. Stumbling to his feet, he approached the figure and placed the lower-grade Earth-tier artifact he had acquired earlier on the ground. He then retreated to the side, trying his best to avoid drawing attention to himself. After all, he was currently sporting a massive pig's head, and he felt utterly embarrassed. I'll thank you in advance for the inconvenience, everyone. Seeing this, the figure sighed regretfully, feeling disappointed that he missed the opportunity to kill. He then turned his gaze to the many prodigies present. Thousands of prodigies shivered upon hearing his words, understanding his intention. They promptly formed a line in front of the testing formation platform, placing their hands on the platform to be tested. Once they received their rewards, they respectfully presented them at the figure's feet. The rewards for this second round were significantly more generous than the first. However, except for Wang Yin with his heaven-tier talent, there were only a few individuals in the northern domain with Earth-tier potential. Most of them received rewards of yellow-grade treasures, and only the exceptional geniuses with Earth-tier potential were entitled to receive artifacts of profound grade. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a small mountain of treasures had piled up before the figure once again. All rewards have been collected for you, miss. The figure's tone was deeply respectful as he observed the substantial rewards amassed before him. The figure in the coffin carefully stored everything in his storage pouch and respectfully approached Long Yanran. Long Yanran casually accepted 2 storage pouches, feeling quite satisfied. Ever since entering the secret realm, her gains had already filled 4 storage pouches. In terms of value, it was likely that even the treasuries of the 4 major sects in the northern domain couldn't match her current harvest. Furthermore, there were still numerous demon beast corpses and puppets collecting treasures for her within the secret realm. Why don't you give it a try as well? As for the rewards, they belong to you. Only then did Long Yanran remember that apart from her, Li Shenrua hadn't tested her aptitude on the square earlier. She turned her head to Li Shenrua. Upon hearing this, Li Shenrua expressed her gratitude with a slight nod, then walked up to the talent testing formation platform. All eyes were on her, causing her to feel a little nervous. She placed her hand on the formation platform, and the characters below it began to light up successively. Yellow, profound, earth, heaven. Amid the astonished gazes of everyone except Wang Yin, the radiance didn't stop at heaven tier, but continued to ascend to the saint tier. This, a saint tier genius. I wonder if she's going to pass the assessment directly and obtain the immortal's legacy. As the saint tier characters lit up, the entire formation platform shimmered with a golden light. Witnessing this, Li Shenrua grew tense. However, what puzzled everyone was that the expected reward from the formation platform hadn't descended. After everyone had their aptitude tested, the rewards should have immediately dropped from the platform. But now, Li Shenrua had achieved saint-tier aptitude, and the rewards had yet to appear. It was indeed perplexing. Amid the perplexed gazes of the crowd, the formation platform began to ripple. The emitted golden light suddenly condensed, and with a crack, the formation platform slowly started to rotate. Eventually, the formation platform cracked open, revealing a treasure in the shape of a scripture book. Good heavens! Heaven-tier treasure. The reward for saint-tier aptitude is actually a heaven-tier treasure. Even in the northern domain, we've never seen a heaven-tier treasure. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened, and their mouths hung agape. Heaven-tier treasures are even rare among the major forces in the eastern domain. I never expected Li Shenrua to obtain a heaven-tier treasure. Even Wang Yin couldn't help but feel envious at the sight of the heaven-tier treasure. Surprisingly, Li Shenrua herself was taken aback as well. As a descendant of the Holy Mountain, she normally didn't need a heaven-tier treasure for protection and would use, at most, an earth-tier artifact. She never anticipated receiving a heaven-tier treasure in this secret realm. Is this the aura of a heaven-tier treasure? It seems rather weak. Suddenly, a voice sounded by Li Shenrua's ear. Turning around, she noticed that Long Yanran had appeared behind her at some point, observing the revealed heaven-tier treasure and muttering to herself. Upon hearing this, Li Shenrua twitched her lips, finding it amusing that a heaven-tier treasure could be considered weak. It was the first time she had heard such a remark. However, in her heart, Lung Yinran compared the heaven-tier treasure she held to the profound yellow ruler her master had produced that day. The two were worlds apart. This comparison confirmed one thing for Lung Yinran. Her master's profound yellow ruler was undoubtedly of transcendent grade, exceeding heaven tier. As everyone marveled at the heaven tier treasure, an ethereal figure emerged from within the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. After more than 5,000 years, has someone finally accepted my legacy? There are actually two geniuses with Saint tier aptitude. The remnant soul of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal drifted out of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace and towards the square, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Is this the Scarlet Cloud Immortal? Do you guys think the Scarlet Cloud Immortal looks familiar? I think I've seen this Scarlet Cloud Immortal somewhere before. Could it be that I have a connection with this Scarlet Cloud Immortal as well? Wait a minute. The remnant soul of Scarlet Cloud Immortal emerged, causing a wave of shock among the onlookers. After all, the appearance of Scarlet Cloud Immortal's remnant soul indicated that someone was about to obtain the Immortal's legacy. However, as they gazed, a sense of familiarity struck them. Soon, someone made the connection, their gaze darting between Scarlet Cloud's remnant soul and the coffin-bound figure with his dark green skin. Why does this seem so similar? After a moment, it dawned on everyone. No wonder it felt familiar. Scarlet Cloud Immortal's appearance was an exact replica of that extortionist figure from earlier. The only difference was that Scarlet Cloud Immortal's remnant soul exuded an aura of an immortal, draped in Taoist robes that fluttered in the breeze, and a benevolent smile. In contrast, the coffin-bound figure with its dark green skin maintained a cold smile, occasional muscle twitches making it even more eerie. Yet, their similarities were striking, almost 90% alike. Before anyone could inquire about Scarlet Cloud's remnant soul, they witnessed it stumble. What? Why is my corpse here? It's been refined into a boundless realm corpse puppet. Damn it. We're done. Completely done. Scarlet Cloud Immortal's remnant soul widened its eyes, staring hopelessly at the body that once belonged to it. Seeing that the body had already reached the boundless realm, it was clear that the prodigies present today were destined to perish. After waiting for over 5,000 years, finally achieving the talent of Saint Tier, and even breaking through the first defensive array, it was all turning into dust. His remnant soul could only impart techniques. It was utterly incapable of contending against the boundless realm corpse puppet. Fisk, look at yourself. Why panic so much? It really makes me feel embarrassed. Seriously. Upon seeing this, the corpse puppet sneered, a hint of mockery in its words. Shut up. Lung Yinran frowned and whispered a rebuke to the coffin-bound figure. All right, miss, I'll seal my mouth. Won't speak anymore. In front of Scarlet Cloud Immortal's horrified gaze, the coffin-bound figure surprisingly closed its mouth and stood obediently, no longer uttering a word. Scarlet Cloud Immortal's remnant soul was dumbfounded by this scene. What is happening? Scarlet Cloud Immortal's trembling fingers pointed at the corpse puppet as he asked Lung Yinran. This isn't something you need to know. Now that the successor has appeared, you may leave. Lung Yinran casually dismissed Scarlet Cloud Immortal's remnant soul, then turned her attention to Li Shinrua. She noticed Li Shinrua's excitement and couldn't help but feel a hint of dissatisfaction. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a mere immortal's legacy? However, if Li Shinrua chose to inherit the immortal's legacy today, that would actually be a good thing. At least her master wouldn't take her in as a disciple. Then, in the future, she would be her own master. Ahem. Well, in my perception, you were the one to break through the first trial. As for the second trial, which tests your innate talent, it aligns perfectly with your Saint Tier aptitude. I've decided to pass on the legacy to you. I hope you won't let our lineage down. Scarlet Cloud Immortal's gaze alternated between Lung Yinran and Li Shinrua for a moment as he pondered. In terms of aptitude, Lung Yinran was even more outstanding than Li Shinrua. In terms of strength, Lung Yinran outshone Li Shinrua by a significant margin, capable of breaking through the first array with sheer force. Scarlet Cloud Immortal even suspected that Lung Yinran had used some means to subdue the boundless realm corpse puppet. Regardless of the angle, he believed Lung Yinran was superior to Li Shinrua. Hence, instead of bestowing the legacy on Li Shinrua, who had caused his appearance, he was inclined to entrust it to Lung Yinran. But, Senior, it was clearly I who caused your appearance. Upon hearing Scarlet Cloud's words, Li Shinrua's expression of excitement stiffened. Her intention in participating in the secret realm this time was to obtain the Immortal's legacy and Immortal-level techniques. Just when success seemed imminent, how could the Immortal suddenly change his mind? Well, I didn't expect two suitable inheritors to appear at the same time. However, when compared, the one by your side is more suitable to receive my legacy. So I apologize. But you don't need to feel too disappointed. I'll compensate you with some precious materials from heaven and earth. Scarlet Cloud Immortal felt a bit embarrassed by the situation. Especially with so many prodigies present, he was suddenly about to hand over the inheritance to someone else. But now he only had this remnant soul left. His only wish was to find the best disciple. Why should he care about face? For a moment, everyone awaited Lung Yinran's response. Some were so anxious for her to accept that they wished they could answer on her behalf. After all, this was an immortal's legacy. Although Scarlet Cloud Immortal ultimately failed to ascend to the immortal realm, the techniques were genuine and could be cultivated all the way to transcending the heavenly tribulation. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your legacy. Lung Yinran rejected his proposal nonchalantly, her gaze fixed on his remnant soul. All right then, I will impart my sex techniques to you. I hope you won't disappoint. Huh? What did you just say? Seeing Lung Yinran start speaking, Scarlet Cloud Immortal nodded as if in a daze, intending to begin transmitting his immortal grade techniques to her. But suddenly, he realized he was still standing in the same spot, staring blankly. Did he hear her correctly? This woman seemed to not be interested in his immortal grade techniques. Not only was Scarlet Cloud Immortal bewildered, but even the people present were dumbfounded. How could she reject even immortal grade techniques? Li Shenhua stared at Lung Yinran in disbelief, unable to fathom how she could make such a choice. Could it be that her master also cultivated immortal grade techniques? You might not be aware, but although I only reached the consummation of the divinity separation realm before meeting a bitter end, the techniques I cultivated were indeed immortal grade. If not for being schemed against, I had the hope of transcending the heavenly tribulation and becoming an immortal. Once you accept my legacy, you're destined to go further than me in the future. Achieving immortality is not impossible. Thinking that Lung Yinran might not understand the value of immortal grade techniques, Scarlet Cloud Immortal hastened to explain. Already told you, I'm not interested. You better ask her if she wants to learn. Lung Yinran, irritated by Scarlet Cloud Immortal's words, displayed impatience, gesturing towards Li Shenhua, who was standing like a statue. This all right then, since it's like this, I won't force you, miss. Scarlet Cloud Immortal felt a headache coming on. He glanced at the corpse puppet that Lung Yinran had subdued, deciding not to dwell on it further. Readjusting his attitude, he turned his gaze towards Li Shenhua and asked, Are you willing to accept my inheritance? Upon hearing Scarlet Cloud Immortal's question, Li Shenhua found herself hesitating instead of immediately agreeing. Looking at Lung Yinran's performance, it was evident that her master was undoubtedly an extremely powerful figure. However, when compared to taking a gamble with an uncertain outcome, right in front of her was a genuine immortal grade technique. All she needed to do was nod to obtain it. Wasn't her lifelong pursuit precisely an immortal grade technique? As long as she possessed an immortal grade technique, the entire Holy Mountain would undoubtedly allocate all their resources to her. She would become the most promising candidate for achieving immortality in the entire Eastern region. Seeing Li Shenhua hesitating instead of agreeing right away, Scarlet Cloud Immortal furrowed his brow in confusion. He couldn't help but wonder were immortal grade techniques no longer appealing to anyone? How could it be that one of the two Saint-tier geniuses they encountered today instantly declined, while the other seemed to be in a dilemma? What is going on in this world? As long as you accept my legacy, not only will you gain my immortal grade technique, but I will also pass on my knowledge of formations. In the future, you could become a sixth-order array master, just like me. Scarlet Cloud Immortal, worried that Li Shenhua wouldn't agree, decided to increase the stakes. The preciousness of a sixth-order array master was far more rare than even the divinity separation realm. As a sixth-order array master, one would possess the ability to set up peak-grade Earth-tier formations. And if one further advanced to become a seventh-order array master, they could even manipulate heaven-tier formations. Even the most respected sacred grounds would hold a seventh-order array master in high regard, and they would be treated as honored guests no matter where they went. I didn't expect Scarlet Cloud Immortal to be a master of formations. No wonder the first trial was an array. Not to mention immortal grade techniques. Even becoming a sixth-order array master would earn admiration from all in the Eastern region. Currently, the highest attainable rank in the entire Eastern region is likely the sixth-order array master. Why hesitate any longer? Has Li Shenhua gone mad? If it's not possible, let me accept the inheritance. I am willing. All the cultivators were taken aback by Scarlet Cloud Immortal's words. They knew Scarlet Cloud Immortal was skilled in formations, but they never anticipated he had reached the level of a sixth-order array master. Damn it! In a corner, a pig-headed man clenched his fists tightly, gazing at Li Shenhua with intense envy. In the past, he might have fantasized about surpassing Li Shenhua in cultivation, proposing marriage to the sect, and becoming her Dao partner. But now, all his hopes were shattered. With the immortal grade technique, Li Shenhua was bound to make a meteoric rise. Moreover, she would receive the inheritance of a sixth-order array master, elevating her status manifold. In the future, there was even a strong possibility she would travel to the central region and join the genuine immortal sects. TSK, still deliberating over an immortal grade technique? To be honest, and I'm not afraid to tell you, what my master imparted to me wasn't immortal grade techniques. If you seek immortal grade techniques, my master is indeed unable to provide them. Seeing Li Shenhua struggling to make a decision, Lung Yinran naturally understood her thoughts. She nonchalantly spoke up, but she didn't feel like she was lying. After all, What her master imparted were indeed not immortal-grade techniques, but rather myth-level techniques. There probably wasn't a second copy in this world. If Li Shinra, knowing that her master didn't possess immortal-grade techniques, still chose to become his disciple, Lung Yinran would be willing to set aside her previous misgivings and treat her as a fellow disciple. However, if Li Shinra truly focused solely on the immortal-grade technique, Lung Yinran would help her dodge this dragging anchor. As expected, upon hearing Lung Yinran's words, the furrowed brow on Li Shinra's face eased. She sought an immortal-grade technique. Without one, no matter how hard she worked, she could never transcend her tribulation and achieve immortality. What meaning would there be in that? Li Shinra, greet the master. With the knots untangled in her mind, Li Shinra lowered her head and respectfully paid her respects to Scarlet Cloud Immortal, acknowledging him as her master. Witnessing this, everyone present couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Only Lung Yinran, with a faint smirk on her lips, silently thought. She obtained an immortal-grade technique, but missed out on a true heaven-defying opportunity. Lung Yinran couldn't help but wonder how regretful Li Shinra might be upon discovering her master's might in the future. However, such thoughts were unimportant now. She had already lost her chance. Ever since Li Shinra declined her master's offer to be a disciple for the first time, Lung Yinran had held some discontent toward her. Li Shinra also hadn't withstood Lung Yinran's test. Haha, very well, very well. For my Scarlet Cloud Immortal's disciple, today I shall pass on the mid-grade Immortal Technique Heavenly Spirit Immortal Art. Furthermore, with the remaining spiritual power within this remnant soul, I shall impart my lifelong comprehension of formations. In no more than 100 years, you will be able to digest and master it, becoming a 6th-order array master, just like me. Starting from this point, there's a good chance you will surpass me on your journey. Seeing Li Shinra finally nod and agree to become his disciple, Scarlet Cloud Immortal exclaimed in joy 3 times, his brow finally relaxing. If Li Shinra had refused his offer to take her as his disciple, he might have really been stumped. With that said, he pointed a finger to Li Shinra's forehead and began to transmit his techniques and teachings to her. Immortal-grade techniques couldn't be recorded on ordinary jade slips, making it extremely difficult to pass them down. This was also the reason for the current world's gap in immortal-grade techniques. Everyone, I will transmit my teachings to my disciple for 5 days. During this time, you are free to collect any heavenly and earthly treasures you need within the secret realm. After 5 days, the secret realm will close, and all of you will be sent back to the entrance. What you acquire within the secret realm will be a gift from me. In the future, if my disciples require assistance, I hope all of you will lend a hand. Seeing everyone gathered around, witnessing his transmission of techniques, Scarlet Cloud Immortal reminded them. He also managed to sell a favor for Li Shinra to the others. After all, once he finished transmitting his teachings, this remnant soul would dissipate. Leaving some goodwill behind for his disciple was a good idea. Hearing Scarlet Cloud Immortal's words, everyone finally came to their senses. They bid their farewells and departed, intending to collect heavenly and earthly treasures within the secret realm. When they entered the secret realm, they had initially rushed to the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. However, all the rewards they obtained here had ended up in Lung Yinran's storage pouch for many of them. There was simply no opportunity to gain anything substantial. In fact, during the first reward distribution, many had even emptied their pockets, losing a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures to Lung Yinran. It's likely that 90% of the heavenly and earthly treasures in the secret realm have already been collected by my corpse puppet and stored in the cavern. Miss, shall we return to the cavern and take a look? Observing the situation, the person within the coffin couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Li Shinra being inducted by Scarlet Cloud Immortal, Lung Yinran lost interest. With a graceful leap, she returned to the back of the extinguished realm's corpse puppet, accompanied by the 2 other puppets. Together, they made their way back to the cavern. With nearly 100 powerful puppets collecting heavenly and earthly treasures within the secret realm, Lung Yinran had no need to intervene personally. She could simply await the rewards in the cavern. After a brief moment, Lung Yinran was back in front of the cavern. Outside, the wolf demon puppets of Unity Realm were still guarding, along with numerous Profound Sky Realm wolf demons. Meanwhile, the other puppets were busy gathering treasures within the secret realm. Seeing this, Lung Yinran decided to return to the cavern and began to meditate cross-legged. The person in the coffin could only wait by the side, patiently anticipating the return of the puppets. While Lung Yinran enjoyed her leisure, the thousands of prodigies within the secret realm were growing restless. Damn it, according to the map provided by the sect, there should be a patch of heavenly cloud grass here. Why does it look like this place has been searched through hundreds of times? There's not even a single strand of grass left. A prodigy holding a map exclaimed in frustration, crumpling the map and throwing it to the ground. The soil beneath his feet had been dug up numerous times. There wasn't a trace of grass, let alone herbs. That conniving merchant, he sold me 10 top-grade spirit stones claiming to know the whereabouts of a profound-grade supreme treasure. But here, forget a profound-grade treasure. Not even a piece of scrap iron is left. At the same time, Another prodigy with a map was staring at the battlefield in front of him. Only a pile of bones remained, quite different from other battlefields that still held armors and weapons. Usually, anyone who came to such a place would only pick up treasures. Who would bother with worthless metal scraps? Stop. You can have all the heavenly and earthly treasures. I don't want them anymore. Please, no more beating. I'm on the brink of death. Meanwhile, the two above weren't the most pitiful. The ones who suffered the most were those who encountered the puppets from the Unity realm, getting a brutal beating. In the past, Corpse Puppet feared there might be someone related to Lung Yenran among the humans. So he instructed the puppets not to take lives. However, that didn't mean they couldn't use force. In the entire secret realm, whenever the prodigies encountered the puppets, they were beaten to the point of crying father and mother. Those of the profound sky realm couldn't resist the Unity realm puppets at all. Fortunately, they gradually realized that these puppets seemed interested only in treasures and weren't targeting them for lethal blows. Thus, they promptly offered all their heavenly and earthly treasures to save their lives. For a time, everyone in the secret realm stopped searching for treasures and instead sought hiding places, hoping to survive the 5 days and quickly escape this treacherous realm. Eastern region. In the Rin clan's main hall, the clan chief and the 4 elders had gathered, their expressions tinged with tension and uncertainty. The patriarch summoned us and asked for the 5 elements formation flags. Could it be that he intends to make a move against another clan? Could it be that the patriarch's strength has improved once again? This is excellent news. Our Rin clan's cultivation resources are somewhat lacking now. If we could eliminate another clan and absorb their resources, it would greatly relieve our current pressure. The elders speculated on the patriarch's purpose for summoning them. Silence. The Rin clan chief suddenly reprimanded, and everyone fell silent. A figure appeared out of thin air in the center of the hall. His dark expression seemed to convey frustration. If Lung Yanran or Chun Daoxian were present, they would recognize him as Rin Qixian, the Rin clan ancestral patriarch they had feud with. Greetings, patriarch. The crowd hurriedly saluted Rin Qixian. The patriarch ignored them and gestured for them to rise. Then he asked, have you brought the 5 elements formation flags? By the way, which clan the patriarch intends to target this time? Could it be the Wang clan? Or perhaps the Zhao clan? It's probably the Zhao clan. After all, that genius from the Wang clan joined the Xiaoyao Palace. If we provoke the Xiaoyao Palace, our Rin clan wouldn't stand a chance. An elder replied and voiced a question that intrigued everyone. For a moment, everyone perked up their ears. Who told you we were planning to make a move against another clan? Chi'er has been killed. We're going to avenge Chi. What? Chi'er is dead. And none of you knew about this momentous news. Upon hearing the crowd's words, Rin Qixian's face grew even darker. Rin Patriarch's face became darker when he heard what everyone said. He couldn't help but sternly asked everyone. In Rin family, life cards are stored in a special room for core disciples and guarded. His avatar was shattered by Chun Daoxuan's finger before and suffered backlash, and he has been recovering from his injuries in the past few days. But looking at the appearance of the crowd, it seems that they don't even know about such a big event as Rin Chirue's death. What are these clan chief and elders doing? What? Ancestor, did I hear you correctly? I mean, Patriarch, your words, my son went to that desolate place in the northern region, a place without even a boundless realm expert. Moreover, he took a clone of you, Patriarch. How could he have died? And there's been no news from the Life Token Hall either. Rin clan chief, upon hearing the Patriarch's words, was stunned, almost falling from his seat. Rin Chirue was his son. Upon receiving this news, he could hardly believe it. The entire Rin clan regarded Rin Chirue as the future clan head, lavishing him with unrestricted resources. Even the Divinity Separation Realm Patriarch had invested a clone into Rin Chirue. How could he possibly die in that barren northern region? My clone was unable to protect Chirue. The opponent is at least at the Divinity Separation Realm. The Rin clan Patriarch's face turned grim as he spoke coldly. Who dared to lay a hand on him? Could it be the Wang clan or the Zhao clan planning to strike at us? Damn it, anyone who dares lay a hand on our Rin clan, actually starting with Chirue, today, regardless of whether it's the Wang clan or the Zhao clan, even if the Xiaoyao Palace intervenes, I'll annihilate them. The Rin clan chief, overcome by anger, trembled uncontrollably, his blood boiling. By the way, who has been in charge of the Life Token Hall recently? Suddenly, he realized that such a significant event had occurred, yet no one knew or reported it. He asked coldly, reporting to the clan chief, the Life Token Hall has been under the supervision of my unworthy grandson, Ren Jiaxing. An elder, trembling, stepped forward to reply. This grandson of his had a penchant for drinking and gambling. Therefore, he had assigned him the duty of guarding the Life Token Hall, hoping to keep him occupied. He never expected him to neglect such an important task. Spread the word. Execute Ren Jiaxing. Second elder, do you have any objections to this decision? The Ren clan chief uttered his command with resentment, then cast a cold glance at the second elder. Ren Jiaxing has wronged our Ren clan. Even I have no words to defend him. The decision rests with the clan chief. The second elder sighed deeply, not daring to raise any objections. The value of Ren Chirue's life far surpassed that of 100 Ren Jiaxing's, even the Boundless Realm, second elder. Since Ren Chirue's birth, the entire Ren clan's resources had revolved around him, investing countless heavenly and earthly treasures. Ren Chirue lived up to expectations, standing among the top-tier prodigies of the eastern region. By the way, Patriarch, who's behind this? We're going to avenge Chirue. We'll tear the perpetrator to pieces, and then we'll bring Chirue's remains back and lay him to rest. The Ren clan chief's temple throbbed, his anger building up. He addressed the Patriarch with frustration. Seeing the scene, everyone present expressed their determination, vowing to make the culprits pay a heavy price and understand the consequences of provoking the Ren clan. After all, the Patriarch had summoned them, even bringing along the 5 elements formation flags. Clearly, significant action was on the horizon. In their hands, the flags could form a powerful array, nearly reaching heavenly tier formation. Moreover, they could channel their power into a single person, causing their strength to surge dramatically. No, the assailant is from the northern region. It's not the Wang clan or the Zhao clan. The Ren clan Patriarch rubbed his forehead and suppressed the urge to smack the younger generation, speaking patiently. What? Someone from a northern region could defeat a clone of the Patriarch? Could it be a hidden powerhouse from the northern region? Then, Patriarch, were you able to ascertain the opponent's cultivation realm? Upon hearing the Patriarch's words, the Grand Elder couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and the others frowned as well. They had never thought that the northern region, that forsaken place, could harbor such a mighty expert. I saw clearly. The opponent is at the first heaven of the Qi realm. Don't ask further. What I saw was indeed the first heaven of the Qi realm. Perhaps the opponent possesses some secret technique to conceal their true cultivation. In any case, that clone of mine was shattered by a single finger from that Qi realm, first heaven guy. Ren clan Patriarch sighed and truthfully conveyed what he had witnessed. Qi realm, first heaven. I see. So, they must be concealing their cultivation. Initially stunned, the others quickly concluded that Chen Daoxian must be hiding his true strength, probably at least a divinity separation realm expert. Otherwise, how could he have instantly killed the Patriarch's Boundless Realm 9th Heaven clone with a single finger? Let's go. Accompany me to the northern region. That guy's disciple is still within the secret realm. I'll kill his disciple first, and then lure him out for an array-based annihilation. Without further words, the Ren clan Patriarch raised his hand and led the 5 Boundless Realm experts of the Ren clan, along with their precious family treasure, the 5 Elements formation flag, marching grandly towards the northern region. Many forces in the eastern region grew nervous at the sudden appearance of the Ren clan with such a formidable lineup. However, upon seeing their departure direction, confusion arose. What's the Ren clan up to? It seems they're heading to the northern region. Are they planning to sweep through it? Nonsense. Didn't you see even the Ren clan Patriarch in action? A mere northern region. If the Ren clan wishes to conquer it, sending a single Boundless Realm Elder would be more than enough. Enough, as long as it doesn't affect us, seeing that the Ren clan's target wasn't them. Many forces in the eastern region heaved sighs of relief. However, 3 forces grew concerned. Chief Wang, Yin, is participating in the secret realm in the northern region, right? TSK, could the Ren clan be planning to target our Xiaoyao Palace's chief disciple? Summon someone to accompany me to the northern region. Let's see what schemes the Ren clan has. In addition, inform the Wang clan. Send someone to the northern region. If the Ren clan doesn't know any better, we'll eliminate them. Upon receiving news from the elder, the Xiaoyao Palace's lord furrowed their brow, issuing a series of commands. Subsequently, they led a few Boundless Realm experts towards the northern region. Upon receiving word from the Xiaoyao Palace, the Wang clan in the eastern region swiftly dispatched personnel to the northern region. Wang Yin wasn't only the Xiaoyao Palace's chief disciple, he was also a genius of their Wang clan. He couldn't afford to be harmed. Eastern region, Holy Mountain. Everyone, if Shenru is likely to gain an immortal's inheritance this time, do you think some forces might attempt to seize it? We should go as well, to prevent any unforeseen incidents for Shenru. The Grand Elder looked at the other 2 elders, speaking casually. Their holy mountain didn't have a sect leader and was ruled by 7 elders collectively. They all nurtured disciples and were formidable divinity separation realm experts. Currently, 4 of them were in seclusion, leaving only the 3 of them available, which was sufficient. That's a good idea. The other 2 elders didn't decline. Li Shenruo was the most promising disciple of the Holy Mountain, and no accidents could be tolerated. Therefore, they immediately set off for the northern region. Elders, are you going down a mountain to have fun? Can I join you? Just as the 3 were about to depart, a figure full of energy suddenly appeared, bounding towards them. With a pure and innocent expression and exceptionally bright eyes radiating an air of crystal-clear foolishness. We're not going for fun. Forget it. There's no time to explain. Let's go. You can come with us down the mountain. The Grand Elder wanted to explain to Li Yorong, but considering his limited intelligence, he figured that even if he tried, it might take until nightfall to make him understand. So, he simply agreed, and the 3, accompanied by Li Yorong, set off in the direction of the northern region. Illusory Mountain, Heavenly Dao Hall. He caught a cold? Impossible. Could it be Yanran misses me, her master? Seems like it, he. As Chan Daoxian, who had been cultivating diligently while lying on a reclining chair, suddenly sneezed and rubbed his eyes, he woke up. Thinking that his disciple's participation in the secret realm was nearing its end, he lost interest in sleeping. Casually plucking a handful of tea leaves from the enlightenment tea tree beside him, he got up and went to the pavilion to brew some tea. While sipping from his cup, Chen Daoxuan's brow slightly furrowed. I thought I would make a fortune after helping Yinran deal with her enemies, but killing the clone didn't grant any rewards. Currently, I only have a little over 3,000 system points left. When will I ever accumulate enough to break through to the Void Sky realm? Size system points. I wish some kind soul could give me some system points. I'd definitely show my gratitude. Chen Daoxian felt a pang of regret, considering that he spent 1,000 system points but only earned back 9, resulting in a net loss. Earning system points these days was truly difficult. I hope Yinran gains a lot this time and lets this master of hers make a small fortune and break through to the Void Sky realm. When will these hard days come to an end? In the blink of an eye, for days had passed, and the secret realm was on its final day. The corpse puppets that were sent out to gather heavenly and earthly treasures also ceased their activities on this day, gradually returning to the stone caves. Great, these monsters are finally leaving. Seize the last day and see if there are any treasures left. We can't afford to lose everything in this trip to the secret realm. What the heck? Is this still the Scarlet Cloud secret realm? When did I possibly get transported out of the secret realm? After 4 days of trembling in fear, nearly 80 to 90% of the cultivators have been looted by the corpse puppets. Only a few individuals who possess concealment techniques were barely able to evade the clutches of the corpse puppets. However, now that the corpse puppets were departing, everyone planned to make the most of the remaining time in the secret realm. To their dismay, they found the current state of the secret realm to be absolutely miserable. Wherever they looked, not a single blade of grass could be seen. Even the yellow-grade inferior herbs that many cultivators had previously disregarded were now nowhere to be found. This I forget it. Being alive is a blessing in itself. In the end, most cultivators could only console themselves with an excuse. At least those terrifying monsters hadn't killed them. That was already a significant relief. Within the stone caves at this moment, all the corpse puppets sent out have returned. These 5 storage pouches contain herbs. These 3 storage pouches contain treasures. As for the miscellaneous spirit stones and ores, they're in these 2 storage pouches. Oh yes, there are 2 more storage pouches, both filled with spirit fluid. After carefully categorizing the various heavenly and earthly treasures brought back by the corpse puppets, the person in coffin respectfully presented several storage pouches to the recently finished cultivating Long Yanran. Not bad. After today, when the secret realm ends, I'll grant you your freedom. Consider it fulfilling the promise between us. Lung Yanran put away the more than 10 storage pouches in front of her, adding these rewards to what she had previously obtained from the various geniuses and her accumulation from the person in coffin. Her gains this time were astonishing. The storage pouches were all spacious enough to accommodate 10 cubic meters each, making her haul incredibly abundant. With such a bountiful harvest this time, my master will surely be delighted. As Lung Yanran thought about being able to end this secret realm soon and return to her master, a sweet smile couldn't help but appear on her face. This miss can actually smile? The person in coffin on the side seemed to have witnessed something incredibly astonishing, muttering to himself. Since he first met Lung Yanran, he had never seen her smile. He had assumed she was a cold and stern female demon, but who would have thought she could smile too? Well, whatever. No need to dwell on it. After all, after today, he would regain the strength of a boundless realm expert and leave the secret realm, becoming a powerful force in his own right. Limitless glory was waiting for him to enjoy. In front of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace, the transmission of knowledge from Scarlet Cloud Immortal gradually ceased. The remnants of his soul, which had once been solid, had now become like a candle in the wind. It appeared as if it could disperse at any moment. Disciple thanks Master for transmitting the knowledge. Rest assured, Master. In the future, if I succeed in cultivation, I will definitely slay those scoundrels who plotted against you one by one. Li Shinra, who had already incorporated the immortal grade technique into her sea of consciousness, only needed to go back and contemplate it carefully. It wouldn't take long for her to start practicing. You having this determination fills me with great satisfaction. Very well, since you've found a successor, this remnant soul of mine is useless. I'll lend you a hand once again. After Scarlet Cloud Immortal finished speaking, he didn't wait for Li Shunrua to respond. He placed his palm on her head, channeling the remaining spiritual power of this remnant soul into her body. Eventually, the remnant's soul dissipated, leaving only Li Shinra sitting cross-legged on the square. Disciple. Thank you, Master. Seeing this, Li Shinra didn't dare to delay. Despite feeling emotional, she quickly assimilated the spiritual power that Scarlet Cloud had infused into her body. As long as she absorbed it, she could break through to the Unity Realm. In this secret realm, apart from Lung Yanran, who had the greatest gains, Li Shinrua's harvest was also remarkable. Not only did she obtain the inheritance of an immortal-grade technique and a rank 6 formation master, but she also gained a heaven-grade treasure and the final burst of spiritual energy from Scarlet Cloud Immortal, which allowed her to break through to the Unity Realm. Half an hour later, Li Shinruo's aura began to continuously rise. Break through. With a low shout, the bottleneck of the ninth layer of the profound sky realm completely dissipated. Li Shinruo's aura had already reached the Unity Realm. Before she could even feel happy about it, the entire secret realm began to shake violently. Boom! The ground also began to crack and fissure, revealing bottomless chasms. Even the sky alternated between brightness and darkness, making the entire secret realm extremely unstable. What's going on? Li Shinruo was a bit bewildered. Even if someone had broken through to the Unity Realm within the secret realm, it shouldn't have caused the realm to collapse. Thankfully, there was a teleportation array to leave the secret realm, and there was one located on the square of the Scarlet Cloud Immortal Palace. As the secret realm started collapsing, the teleportation array lit up at the right moment. Li Shinruo didn't dare to hesitate any longer and quickly entered the array to leave. What's happening? How could the secret realm be collapsing? Even if the secret realm is about to close, it shouldn't collapse. Don't worry about that now. Escaping for our lives is what's important. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Many cultivators within the secret realm were frightened by the sudden turn of events and rushed toward the nearest teleportation array. Apart from the central square, the other 4 directions also had teleportation arrays to exit the secret realm. Scarlet Cloud had taken thorough consideration of this. Let's go. Lung Yinran also sensed the anomaly in the secret realm. However, she didn't need to panic. There was a teleportation array located not far from the cave entrance she was at. Without hesitation, carrying over 20 storage pouches containing her harvest, she quickly left, giving a signal to the person in coffin before flying away. Seeing this, the person in coffin promptly ordered all the corpse puppets to leave with them. With the accumulated corpse puppets from these years, even in the outside world, the person in coffin could establish a formidable force. At the very least, dominating the northern domain would be a piece of cake. Moments later, all the prodigies within the secret realm had left through the teleportation arrays. Finally, the secret realm couldn't bear the strain any longer. Boom! The entire small space collapsed completely, vanishing from the world. A radiance burst forth, and the people within the secret realm returned to the entrance. Each of them felt as though they had just narrowly escaped death, panting heavily. On various mountaintops, elders and sect masters from different forces who had been waiting outside couldn't help but look over. Why does it look like they've just escaped a disaster? As numerous geniuses returned, the sky above the exit became densely packed with people. However, for some unknown reason, over 90% of them were ragged, sporting bruised and swollen faces, and covered in wounds. Their appearance was a sorry sight to behold. All the factions were dumbfounded by this scene. Although casualties were expected during secret realm ventures due to conflicts over heavenly and earthly treasures, it was inconceivable that over 90% of the participants would end up like this. Before the various factions could inquire, a loud boom resounded from the entrance teleportation array, and it directly exploded. What's happening here? The leaders of the 3 major sects witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel heartache. The Scarlet Cloud secret realm was the finest in their northern territory. Every 200 years, they could obtain a large amount of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and various resources from it. There were even legends of immortal legacies, although no one had been able to find them yet. However, it was still a glimmer of hope, wasn't it? But now, the secret realm that had existed for thousands of years had suddenly collapsed. In moments, the geniuses from various sects had returned to their respective mountaintops. Why do you all look like this? What is going on? The Taoist Yang Chun's face darkened as he questioned the disciples of the Jinding sect. We don't know. Suddenly there were many more monsters from the Unity Realm in the secret realm, and they beat us to death. If we hadn't handed over the treasure, they would have left. I'm afraid the disciples would have died in the secret realm. Wait, Sect Master, look, those monsters. Why did those monsters come out too? The disciples of the Jinding sect hung their heads and dejectedly reported their situation. As they continued, one disciple suddenly widened his eyes and pointed to the dense mass of corpse puppets in the sky above the secret realm, exclaiming. Soon, all the events inside the secret realm had been reported to the geniuses of the major powers, allowing everyone to understand what had happened. Not only did they enter the secret realm and become tools for Lung Yinran, turning over their rewards one by one, but they also gave up many of their precious resources. Finally, when they had a chance to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they were seized by the monsters of the Unity Realm. Those monsters. Why do they seem to be related to that fairy long? Taoist Yang Chun's gaze inadvertently fell on those corpse puppets. To his shock, he discovered that among them were 2 monarch of Annihilation Realm demonic beasts, and even a powerful figure whose body was a deep shade of green, making it impossible to discern its depth. However, these creatures maintained an extremely respectful posture towards Lung Yinran. Anyone who wasn't a fool could immediately understand that these creatures were helping Lung Yanran collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Fairy Lung, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do this. Although it is believed that heavenly materials and earthly treasures should belong to the strong within the secret realm, they should at least leave us something. Why must our disciples be left heavily wounded? I don't ask for much. I only hope that Fairy Lung can compensate all the sects in the Northern Territory with half of the gains from the secret realm. This way, Fairy Lung can still reap abundant rewards and leave herself with a good reputation. What do you think? The one speaking was the sect master of the Mihuas sect, who had reached the 9th layer of the Unity Realm. Upon hearing his words, the other sects chose to remain silent. They all looked at Lung Yanran, wanting to hear her response. Fairy Lung, I, Jean Ding's sect, will not participate in this matter. We won't take any of the gains from the secret realm. I, Piyuan Temple, don't like to fight. Just like Taoist Yang Chun, I won't participate. I, Hongguang sect, also won't participate in this matter. Fairy Lung can do as she pleases. Taoist Yang Chun, well aware of Lung Yanran's terror, quickly made a decision. As for the venerable monk Kong, who remembered Lung Yanran's formidable master, he couldn't help but shiver and quickly distanced himself. The Hongguang sect, also one of the 3 major sects, followed suit, not wanting to stand out. Oh, that's how it is. All right, I really should give you some compensation. I don't know if a jade pendant containing my master's supernatural power is enough. Upon hearing those words, Lung Yanran's expression remained unchanged. She even gently raised her hand to stop the impending action of the figure inside the coffin. One of the senior's jade pendants? Of course, that's enough. Very well, thank you, Fairy Lung. The sect master of the Mihuas sect was thrilled to hear this. Lung Yanran's master was an immensely powerful figure. If he could obtain one of his divine artifacts, it would undoubtedly become a treasure of their sect. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Then, here it is. With a casual pat of her storage pouch, Lung Yanran produced a jade pendant containing the Sky Monument's divine power. She tossed it gently towards the Mihuas sect's mountaintop. Everyone's eyes turned green with envy. They regretted not speaking up earlier to seize the jade pendant for themselves. Thank you, Fairy, what the hell? Ah! The sect master of the Mihuas sect was eager to take the jade pendant, but suddenly a crack appeared on its surface. His eyes widened in disbelief. The jade pendant shattered, and a pitch-black sky monument, towering 3,000 zhang high, exuded a thick aura of death. Suddenly, it crashed down towards the Mihuas sect's mountaintop. After a series of screams, the one standing peak was reduced to nothingness, leaving only the terrifying sky monument standing unscathed. Gulp! Everyone widened their eyes, unable to help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The envy in their hearts had turned into fear. Taoist Yang Chun muttered to himself. As expected, this witch's bargains aren't so easily taken. If her bargains were easy to take, the Luo Heaven sect wouldn't have been annihilated. Is there still anyone who needs compensation? Lung Yanran, after dealing with the Mihuas sect, calmly scanned the numerous experts from various factions. Her expression remained placid, as if she were talking about something insignificant. Fairy Lung, what are you saying? The Mihuas sect master is truly audacious. We were about to take action even if you hadn't intervened. Your intervention saved us the trouble. Fairy Lung, you've dealt with it. He. The expressions of the various factions quickly changed, and they all avoided mentioning compensation. Since you all have no objections, then disperse. Seeing this, Lung Yanran intended to head back. She was eager to meet her master, but suddenly, everyone's eyes widened as they looked into the distance. Several figures emitting terrifying auras were hurtling toward them at great speed. In the blink of an eye, 6 figures emanating terrifying auras appeared before the crowd. Isn't that the ancestral patriarch from the Ren clan summoned by the Eastern Domain prodigy? Soon, someone recognized the Ren clan's patriarch Ren. His 9th layer of the boundless realm nearly crippled Lung Yanran back then, only to be saved by her master. Now, the Ren clan's patriarch Ren had personally arrived in the Northern Territory, and it appeared he had brought treasures with him, clearly prepared. Who knew if Lung Yanran's mysterious master could handle this now? Patriarch Ren from the Ren clan. Even the clan chief and the 4 elders have come. It seems that the Ren clan is truly furious this time. After exiting the secret realm, Li Shinra and Wang Yin initially planned to leave and return to the Eastern Domain. Now, upon seeing Patriarch Ren's arrival, they couldn't help but halt their steps. Patriarch, who killed Chier? As soon as the Ren clan chief arrived, he fully released his 9th layer of the Boundless Realm's aura, suppressing everyone present. Since he had come here, he wouldn't just kill one person. He intended to make these Northern Territory forces bleed as well. After all, Run Chirue had fallen in the Northern Territory, and they had to pay the price. Little girl, where's your master? Why isn't he showing himself? Patriarch Ren paid no attention to his words. He fixed his gaze directly on Lung Yanran and locked on her aura to prevent her from escaping. Damn it! Lung Yanran felt as though she were carrying a mountain on her back, yet she still gritted her teeth, refusing to bow her head to anyone except her master. Miss, quickly think of something. How did you provoke such an old monster? Even a figure inside the coffin was having a hard time. Veins popped on his forehead, and he mumbled under immense pressure. He thought that leaving the secret realm would grant him freedom, but he had encountered a divinity separation realm old monster immediately. Wasn't this just as bad as dying in the collapsing secret realm? The figure in the coffin's only hope lay in the existence behind Lung Yinran, hoping that this being would lend a hand. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the distance. They were from the Holy Mountain and the Xiaoyao Palace. Elders! Li Shenruo's eyes lit up upon seeing the familiar figures. The three elders from the Holy Mountain, along with Li Yurong, approached slowly. Seeing that Li Shenruo hadn't encountered any accidents, they breathed sighs of relief. In an instant, the appearance of Holy Mountain's envoys caught Patriarch Ren's attention. His brows furrowed as he became wary. Fellow Taoist Ren, we have come here only to take Shenruo back to the mountain. You need not concern yourself with anything else. The elder from Holy Mountain replied casually, sensing Patriarch Ren's gaze. With that said, they were about to lead Li Shenruo away. Elder, would you kindly spare a hand to save that woman? Li Shenruo hesitated briefly, her voice soft as she gestured towards Lung Yinran, who was bearing tremendous pressure. Li Shenruo's acquisition of the immortal level cultivation technique owed much to Lung Yinran. One could even say Lung Yinran had willingly relinquished this opportunity for her. We have no need to foster adversaries at the divinity separation realm for Holy Mountain. Behave and return to the mountain with us. The elder from Holy Mountain responded with a slight frown, refusing Li Shenruo's request without hesitation. Only Li Yurong looked at Lung Yinran with a furrowed brow, torn between sympathy and apprehension, yet not daring to question the elder. Damn it, old Run, what have you done to my chief disciple from Xiaoyao Palace? Wang Yin, hand over our Xiaoyao Palace's chief disciple. Although the Xiaoyao Palace's faction had arrived, they hadn't seen any sign of Wang Yin. As a result, their collective gaze turned angry, directed at Patriarch Run. I haven't laid a hand on anyone from your Xiaoyao Palace. I came here this time only to avenge Chirue. Don't splash dirty water on me. If you want to fight, bring it on. Patriarch Run, already annoyed, frowned even more displeasedly upon hearing their accusations. Well, I'm here, Wang Yin, with his swollen pig head, cautiously approached and tugged at the Xiaoyao Palace Master's robe. What the hell? Where did this pig demon come from? Get lost. The Palace Master turned around, startled by the sudden presence of the pig-headed figure. With a kick, the person was sent flying. With a resounding crash, the ground bore a deep, human-shaped hole. Wait, hiss! Wang Yin, are you alright? The Palace Master suddenly realized, and upon recognizing the extremely familiar aura, realized it was Wang Yin. Hurriedly, he landed next to the pit, rescuing the almost lifeless Wang Yin from the depths. Numerous fractures marred his body, rendering him immobile. With his pig-headed appearance, tears glistened in his eyes, washing away dirt and leaving 2 tracks. At this moment, Wang Yin felt like he had reached the most wretched moment of his life. Coming to this remote area of the Northern Territory to participate in the secret realm, he hadn't even entered it before swallowing a mouthful of ash. He had nearly met his end at the hands of Lung Yinran's master. Upon entering the secret realm, Lung Yinran had extorted him, even robbing him of his precious treasures. He had been left with nothing but a scrap of cloth to cover himself. Now, after enduring so much, he finally had the chance to ask the Palace Master to mediate, only to be nearly kicked to death. Life didn't seem all that meaningful. Dying like this didn't seem all that bad either. With a deep gaze, Wang Yin looked at the Palace Master and silently closed his eyes. Yet, as the Palace Master fed him a few pills and prolonged his life, it seems your master won't be coming after all. That's fine then. I'll just kill you first and then turn the entire Northern Territory upside down. I refuse to believe I can't catch him. Beside him, Patriarch Ren observed this scene, his heart devoid of mockery. Lung Yinran's master hadn't arrived, and he had run out of patience. Stepping forward, his vision blurred. In the next instant, he was standing before Lung Yinran, his hand reaching for her delicate neck. The pendant hanging from Lung Yinran's chest, a gift from her master, emitted a dazzling light, momentarily resisting Patriarch Ren's hand. Just as Patriarch Ren was about to make his move and sever her neck, a new figure appeared before him. It was the youth who had killed Ren Chirue, the master of the woman before him. He even wore a faint smile. You finally dare to show yourself? It seems I can save myself the trouble of searching all over the Northern Territory. For killing my kin and shattering my avatar, today, both you and your disciple shall pay with your lives. With a low shout, Patriarch Ren, unable to discern Shun Daoxuan's true strength, refrained from a direct confrontation. Instead, he returned to his original position, beckoning the members of the Ren family to take their positions in formation. I'm not late, right? Shun Daoxian glanced at Patriarch Ren, then turned back, gently embracing Lung Yinran in his arms. He reached out and ruffled her hair, his voice soft as he inquired. Master. In the instant when the master appeared, the oppressive pressure that had weighed down on Lung Yinran, akin to a massive mountain, dispersed into thin air. Master, feeling the warmth emanating from her master's embrace, along with his unique fragrance, Lung Yinran's body relaxed entirely. She nestled against his broad chest, her body growing soft. For her, a practitioner of the profound sky realm at the seventh heaven, to stand firm under the pressure of a divinity separation realm was no easy feat. To merely withstand that pressure, nearly 90% of her spiritual power had been expended from her sea of qi. If Chun Daoxian had arrived any later, she might have ended up injured from pushing herself too hard. Disciple has embarrassed you, master. Lying in her master's arms, Lung Yinran softly inquired. Since she had joined her master's tutelage a mere 3 or 4 months ago, she had inadvertently caused numerous troubles. Every time she stirred up problems, her master had to personally intervene to resolve them. Lung Yinran couldn't help but feel useless. She was determined to grow stronger, strong enough to handle any troubles and eliminate anyone foolish enough to challenge her master. Naturally, you haven't embarrassed me. Facing a divinity separation realm without flinching at the profound sky realm, who else in this world, other than Chun Daoxuan's disciple, possesses such courage? Chun Daoxian smiled lightly, gently patting Lung Yinran's head in reassurance. But, disciple always causes trouble for the master. Perhaps I should stay on the mountain from now on and avoid wandering around. Hearing her master's gentle words, Lung Yinran's heart warmed. Unable to resist, she nuzzled her head against her master's chest, her voice filled with a touch of grievance. I've said it before, there's no trouble in this world that I can't handle. Go ahead boldly, do what you want to do, and go where you want to go. I'll support you in everything you do. Chun Daoxian raised an eyebrow, his tone firm. He couldn't allow his disciple to develop such notions. If she only stayed on the mountain, while that would indeed be good, how would she accumulate system points? Look, his good disciple had brought him such generous gifts. How could that be considered troublesome? It was practically a vivid display of system points. Entering the profound sky realm started at 10 points, annihilation realm at 100 points, and boundless realm at 1,000 points. As for the Patriarch Rin from earlier, a divinity separation realm, that was worth tens of thousands of system points at least, especially considering he had previously spent 1,000 system points to kill Patriarch Ren's avatar, ending up in a deficit. Now, he had the opportunity to recoup his investment and even make a substantial profit. That sly old fellow, dying on the brink of death yet still putting on airs. After avenging Trey, I'll kill you, then cripple your disciple's cultivation and place her in the Eastern Domain's brothel. Dare to touch my child. Have you considered the consequences? Although the family head of the Ren family could only gauge Chun Daoxuan's cultivation at the Qi Si realm's first heaven, not knowing his true realm, with the Patriarch Ren present and even bearing the 5 elements array flag, even a divinity separation realm at the 7th heaven might be suppressed. In his view, regardless of how powerful Chun Daoxian was, he couldn't possibly exceed the 7th heaven of the divinity separation realm. In the Eastern Domain, that was already enough to reign supreme. Nonsense. Chun Daoxian furrowed his brows slightly. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention to the man's words, as they came from a dying person, soon to become his system points. However, hearing the man insult his disciple, Chun Daoxian couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Palace Master, my plight is partly due to Lung Yinran. I beseech the Palace Master to intervene on my behalf. Beside him, Wang Yin, now awake, witnessed the tense standoff between Lung Yinran's master and the Rin family. Excitement gleamed in his eyes, and he turned to the Palace Master at his side, imploring. Oh, I see. Rest assured, I, the Palace Master, will mediate for you. However, for now, let the Rin family help gauge the opponent's strength. If they both end up in dire straits, we can take advantage of the situation. Upon hearing Wang Yan's plea, the Palace Master's gaze shifted slightly. Initially intending to leave, he now paused in his tracks. Elder, I'd like to ask for your help. Well, never mind. Sali Shinwa noticed the situation on the field and attempted to suggest extending a helping hand to the elder, but a stern gaze from the elder stopped her, leaving her sighing in resignation. In the Eastern Domain, the Holy Mountain could be considered the most powerful force, yet it had always maintained neutrality amidst the struggles of various factions. This unique stance had granted the Holy Mountain an unparalleled position. If they were to act against the Run family today and disrupt the unspoken rules, it might arouse suspicion and resistance from other forces. We're in trouble now. Our Northern Domain finally produced such a peerless genius like Lung Yanran, along with her immensely formidable, mysterious master. Now, they have offended the major force from the Eastern Domain. Many Northern Domain powers shook their heads and sighed. The Northern Domain had always been lacking in resources, with even experts at the Boundless Realm being exceedingly rare over thousands of years. Now that they had finally produced a high-level expert of their own, if he managed to survive, it would greatly bolster the Northern Domain's strength. At the very least, they could claim to possess powerful individuals when dealing with outsiders from other regions. Chun Daoxian could see through the thoughts of those present, but he didn't concern himself with them. As long as the other party didn't take the initiative or resort to disrespectful words, he had no intention of pushing them to their limits. No matter how powerful you are, you're still a mere ant from the Northern Domain. Here stands Patriarch Ren of my Ren family, wielding the five elements array flag. Even if you possess the power of the divinity separation realm, I will still kill you. Today, vengeance for my son. Ren family's patriarch glared at Chen Daoxian, his eyes brimming with hatred. He had only one son, the embodiment of the Ren family's hopes and dreams. You speak too much. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Daoxian gradually descended, arriving beside several holy mountain elders and Li Xinrua. Facing a divinity separation realm for the first time, he wasn't entirely confident. While slaying his opponent shouldn't be difficult, he was concerned about accidentally harming his disciple held in his arms. Kindly keep an eye on Yanran for me. Chen Daoxian glanced at Li Xinrua, noticing that she had already cultivated immortal level techniques. Regretfully shaking his head, he realized that they weren't destined to be master and disciple. He then cast a curious glance at the innocent-looking Li Yuron. For now, he put aside these thoughts and turned to the several holy mountain elders, making a request. Rest assured, Senior. Initially, the three holy mountain elders were inclined to refuse, wanting to avoid getting involved. However, considering that Li Xinrua had been helped by them, she was the first to agree. The holy mountain elders had no choice but to remain silent. Master, you won't be in danger, right? Seeing her master leave her behind, Lung Yanran couldn't help but ask nervously. Can't say it's dangerous, but it might be a bit troublesome. Mainly, I'm concerned about them dirtying my clothes with their blood. It would be quite unpleasant. Chen Daoxuan's initial statement worried everyone present, particularly Lung Yanran, who was on the brink of suggesting that her master escape. However, his second sentence left everyone bewildered. Evidently, he wasn't worried about his own safety, but about the other party's safety. How arrogant. Arrogant ant, remember my name. In your next life, learn a bit of restraint and don't provoke the Ren family. I'm head of the Ren family, Rena. The Ren family head was infuriated by Chen Daoxuan's words, but before he could finish his tough talk, he found himself unable to utter a word. Chen Daoxian, who had just been at the Holy Mountains location a moment ago, had suddenly appeared with a single hand gripping his neck, staring coldly at him. The four elders of the Ren family were all taken aback, failing to perceive when Chen Daoxian had made his move. They were left wondering how their clan chief had been incapacitated so suddenly. When did this happen? What kind of movement technique is this? Patriarch Ren's pupils constricted abruptly. As a fourth heaven expert of the divinity separation realm, he had failed to see Chen Daoxuan's actions. He only caught a fleeting afterimage where Chen Daoxian had been standing moments before, and now he found Chen Daoxian standing behind him. Among those present, several were also divinity separation realm experts. Yet not a single one had been able to discern Chen Daoxuan's movements. Even the holy mountain elders, including the fourth heaven divinity separation realm, stared in shock. Release the clan chief. Attack. After the Ren family members realized what had happened, they launched an immediate assault on Chen Daoxian. Each divine art held horrifying power, and with their proximity, there was virtually no room for evasion. However, after the four attacks collided and the resounding boom faded away, everyone was even more astonished. Not only had Chen Daoxian disappeared, but the Ren family head had vanished as well. When did that happen? What kind of divine art and movement technique is this? As the crowd located Chen Daoxuan's figure, they found him back on the mountaintop where the holy mountain elders was situated. He wore a faint smile while staring at the Ren family patriarch and the four elders. In his hand, he held the Ren Damely head by the neck, like a chicken caught by a child. Although he was a ninth heaven expert of the boundless realm, there was no room for struggle or resistance in his grip. It was as if his spiritual power had been constrained. The Ren family head couldn't even mobilize his spiritual energy to resist. Your name is Rena, right? Come, bow, and apologize to my disciple for your earlier words, and we can let this matter go. Tisk unwilling? Let me help you with that. Chen Daoxian paid no heed to the shocked onlookers. He calmly spoke while gripping the Ren family head's neck. Without waiting for him to kneel, Chen Daoxian simply stomped on him with both feet. Crack, crack. With two crisp sounds, the Ren family patriarch's legs were directly disabled by Chen Daoxian, despite being a ninth heaven boundless realm expert. Then he was pushed in front of Lung Yanran, and Chen Daoxian grabbed his head, mercilessly slamming it against the ground 3 times. Devoid of the ability to resist with spiritual power, those 3 blows nearly killed the Ren family patriarch. He felt stars in his eyes and blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Well, we'll consider this matter settled. Insulting my disciple Lung Yanran. Seeing as you're tired, rest for a bit. Later, I'll send you on your way. Chen Daoxian gazed at the almost lifeless Ren family head. He was barely breathing, so Chen Daoxian casually dropped him to the ground. Master, not only were the people present dumbfounded, even Lung Yanran herself was utterly bewildered. How had her master turned someone into a cripple before the confrontation had even begun? He had captured and crippled someone right under the nose of the Ren family head. Set up the formation. The Ren family patriarch, ignoring his astonishment, glared angrily at Chen Daoxian. Then, with a wave of his hand, a formation flag appeared from the collapsed Ren family patriarch. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's fierce response, the four elders of the Rin family didn't dare to be careless again, afraid they might be suddenly captured and incapacitated as well. Each took out a formation flag, each representing one of the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Once the five elements formation was deployed, it would harness the power of the five elements against the enemy. Even divinity separation realm experts would struggle against it. Moreover, when a formation was set up, the five of them would act as a single entity. Chen Daoxian couldn't simply pick them off one by one, as their combined strength would distribute any attacks aimed at them. Fire formation. Waving the formation flag, a fiery dragon materialized within the formation. After emitting a dragon's roar, it charged toward Chen Daoxian. Such a formidable attack. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He watched the impressive fiery dragon and muttered under his breath, "Kid, now you understand the consequences of provoking the Rin family, right? Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now." Witnessing this, the Rin family patriarch revealed a sinister smile. The Rin family's five elements formation is something even I don't dare to confront head-on alone. Not only can it lock onto spiritual fluctuations, but it can also catch even someone with unique movement techniques. I'm afraid this farce is about to come to an end. The Xiaoyao Palace Master couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Rin family's five elements formation. Damn, they're attacking us. Seeing this, the Holy Mountain elders frowned. The three of them combined their spiritual power to form a barrier, fearing the repercussions of the attack. Although the barrier covered Lung Yanran and the Rin family head, it left Chen Daoxian outside of its protection. Boom! Soon, the fiery dragon violently collided with Chen Daoxian. It turned into a sea of flames, dissipating gradually from the head to the tail. "Master, let me out!" Lung Yanran, seeing this, rushed to the barrier and pounded on it continuously. However, the Holy Mountain elders naturally wouldn't dispel the barrier. Although the aftermath might not harm them, Li Xinrua and Li Yurong might not be able to withstand it. Even if they weren't concerned about Lung Yanran, they couldn't allow any harm to befall the people of the Holy Mountain. Everyone thought that Chen Daoxian would surely be killed by resisting such an attack head-on. Yet, as the sea of flames dissipated, only one figure remained. Chen Daoxian stood there, one hand on his back, steam continuously rising from his other hand. "So powerful! I nearly got burned." Chen Daoxian muttered in amazement. One should know that he possessed the primordial innate Dao, Hongmeng, physique. Not only is his cultivation realm hundreds of millions of times more terrifying than others, but his physical body is also the most terrifying weapon in the world. This fiery dragon nearly burned him. How terrifying! However, he didn't realize that he was only at the first layer of the Qi realm. Nearly burned? What the hell? Is this guy's body a divine weapon? When these words reached the ears of the onlookers, it was like a thunderclap, nearly making their eyeballs pop out in shock. "Impossible. You must have used some defensive treasure. No one could withstand our Rin family's five elements formation." The Rin family patriarch was thunderstruck, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Upon hearing the Rin family patriarch's words, the others also realized. How could such a terrifying attack be resisted head-on? Using a treasure to block, it was a possibility. Even the Xiaoyao Palace Master and the three elders of the Holy Mountain wouldn't dare claim they could resist such an attack single-handedly. They couldn't believe that someone from the remote border region like the Northern Domain could achieve this. From a beginning to the end, in the eyes of the Eastern Domain's people, the Northern Domain was nothing more than a tiny, insignificant place. Even if they were powerful individuals, they were just slightly larger ants. But now, witnessing Chen Daoxuan's performance, the people from the Eastern Domain couldn't help but revise their opinions. After all, whether relying on a treasure or not, he truly possessed the strength that demanded their attention. "Boy, that treasure of yours that can withstand our Rin family's five elements formation. I'm sure you can't use it repeatedly. Even if you can withstand one attack, how will you handle the rest?" The barren land of the Northern Domain. "I don't believe you can produce such a treasure again." The Rin family patriarch was utterly convinced of his judgment. Even if Chen Daoxian possessed a treasure, he couldn't withstand several attacks. Water formation. Once again, he waved the formation flag, summoning a water unicorn. The aura emitted by the unicorn was no weaker than the earlier fiery dragon. A cold dampness swept over everyone present. As the Rin family patriarch waved the flag, the water unicorn let out a roar before charging at Chen Daoxian through a misty veil. All eyes were fixed on Chen Daoxian, wondering if he could produce another treasure capable of resisting the attacks of the five elements formation. "A treasure, huh? It seems I do have a treasure. I almost forgot if you hadn't reminded me. Thanks for that." Seeing the charging water unicorn, Chen Daoxian remained composed and his eyes brightened. A treasure? Well, he did have one. If it weren't for their reminder, he might have actually forgotten about possessing a treasure. This was a perfect opportunity to test the power of the treasure. With a flick of his hand, a seemingly ordinary ruler appeared, emitting a dense and profound aura. However, the two characters Hongmeng engraved on the ruler's surface proved that it was no ordinary item. It was the merit treasure he had obtained from the initial reward package, the Hongmeng ruler. The ruler's strength wasn't its most impressive aspect. Its true terror lay in its unique feature killing without accumulating karmic consequences. As Chun Daoxian had explained to his disciples, excessively committing killings would lead to the accumulation of bad karma. This could result in being plagued by inner demons in the future, severely impacting one's fortune and luck. However, if the Hongmeng ruler, this merit treasure, was used for killing, it wouldn't incur any bad karma. By now, the water unicorn had charged close to Chun Daoxian. The terrifying aura emanating from the water unicorn caused ripples to appear even in the barrier formed by the three holy mountain elders, demonstrating the fearsome power it possessed. For the northern domain residents present, this was the first time they had witnessed such a terrifying attack. They quickly set up barriers to avoid being harmed by the aftermath of the collision. Everyone widened their eyes, their gaze fixed on Chun Daoxian. They saw him take out a ruler, an unremarkable treasure at first glance. He bore a calm smile, his left hand behind his back, while his right hand raised the ruler and gently tapped the unicorn's head as it charged towards him. It almost seemed like the demeanor of a teacher disciplining a student. Has this guy gone insane? He plans to block the Five Elements Formation's water unicorn attack so casually? Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. The aura the water unicorn emitted was already so terrifying, and the force it unleashed must have been even more formidable. But Chun Daoxian seemed entirely unperturbed. Did he actually think he could casually resist this attack? Was he pretending to be indifferent? Only one person, upon seeing the Hongmeng ruler, was filled with confidence. That person was Lung Yanran, who had witnessed the true power of the Hongmeng ruler before. Having calmed down from her previous panic, she realized her own foolishness. Just who was her master? He could even resurrect the dead and ask them questions. How could he be equated with the Rin family? To provoke the master was to truly court death. Moreover, the master had unleashed such a divine weapon. The Rin family was undoubtedly doomed. One could only wonder if they'd have the chance to experience being saved like Rin Shirei and being passed over by a dragon. The Hongmeng ruler gently landed on the water unicorn's head with a soft sound, and the unicorn burst open like a water balloon. What? With just that light tap, the water unicorn disappeared. What in the world is happening? Initially, everyone had been eagerly anticipating the display of the water unicorn's power and how Chun Daoxian would struggle to withstand it. But now, they were dumbfounded by the seemingly casual action with the ruler. Some even suspected that the water unicorn might not have had any real power, appearing intimidating only on the surface. The Rin family patriarch was releasing water. Was he planning to catch something alive? But as they looked at him now, his face was as shocked as theirs. Unable to comprehend how Chun Daoxian had achieved this feat, the Rin family patriarch wanted to ask Chun Daoxian how he had done it, but before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened. His entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. In his eyes, Chun Daoxian, holding the Hongmeng ruler, seemed tall and imposing, like a giant towering into the heavens. It was as though he were a strict instructor to the myriad realms and even the most supreme saints, wielding a disciplinary ruler and swinging it gently towards him. He wanted to escape. Escape to the Rin family in the eastern domain. No, the farther he fled, the better. As far away as possible from Chun Daoxian. However, he could barely move now, aside from trembling. He was frozen, as if a student receiving punishment from a teacher. This one ruler could only be fully understood when faced with it. To others, it appeared that Chun Daoxian had lightly swung the Hongmeng ruler at the Rin family patriarch. With a puff, the Rin family patriarch spewed a mouthful of blood, and his aura rapidly diminished. It was as though his vitality had been drained away by Chun Daoxian's seemingly casual swing. Sacrifice. Sacrifice everything to me. The Rin family patriarch gritted his teeth, roaring lowly. He began absorbing the life force of the four senior elders. Ancestor, no. The four senior elders immediately writhed in pain, their bodies visibly withering at an alarming speed until only faint breaths remained. Run. I need to flee this place. This person is too terrifying. The Rin family patriarch finally caught a breath. Only one thought echoed in his mind: escape, and flee far from Chun Daoxian, as far away as possible. However, when he turned to escape, fear filled his eyes. Chun Daoxian had already blocked his path in an instant. Old man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have some heart-to-heart matters I'd like to discuss with you. Chun Daoxian wore a benevolent expression as he gazed at the Rin family patriarch, who appeared as if he had seen a ghost. He hadn't expected the Hongmeng ruler to unleash such tremendous power with a casual swing. He thought that breaking the enemy's formation would be sufficient, but he hadn't anticipated nearly annihilating the Rin family patriarch. Had it not been for the Rin family patriarch's use of a secret technique and the absorption of life force from the four senior elders using the Five Elements formation flag, Chun Daoxian might have already secured an advantage. Old man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have a few heartfelt words I'd like to share with you. Chun Daoxian's face bore a kind smile as he spoke to the Rin family patriarch. As he talked, he casually flicked his fingers, sending a strand of chi force towards each of the four senior elders who had been drained of vitality. Pop, 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 pop. For muffled sounds followed. Blood holes appeared on the foreheads of the already ailing elders, severing their life forces entirely. Seeing the four individuals who had been drained of life force, on the verge of death, Chun Daoxian couldn't afford to dawdle. Those were his coveted system points. If the Ren family patriarch died, just like that, and he didn't receive the reward, it would truly be a loss for him. After all, each of these four Ren family senior elders was a formidable expert in the boundless realm. Each one was worth over 1,000 system points. As if on cue, a notification from the system echoed in Chun Daoxuan's mind. Host has killed a Boundless Realm 4th layer expert. Reward for 1,000 system points. Host has killed a Boundless Realm 6th layer expert. Reward 6,000 system points. Host has killed a Boundless Realm 7th layer expert. Reward 7,000 system points. Host has killed a Boundless Realm 8th layer expert. Reward 8,000 system points. Hearing the consecutive prompts echoing in his mind, Chun Daoxuan's eyes brightened. 4,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 combined, he had earned a whopping 25,000 system points. Until now, he had been frugal and hadn't dared to use system points to advance his cultivation. He had only managed to save up 4,000 system points. Before Lung Yanran entered the secret realm, he had used 1,000 points for action. Now, he had just spent another 1,000. Earlier, Lung Yanran had used a jade pendant to eliminate a small sect, gaining a few hundred system points, but in the end, she had only around 2,000 points left. However, after killing the four elders, his system points had surged to over 27,000. This was equivalent to cultivating for 27,000 years. With this, he could elevate his realm significantly, maybe even to the profound sky realm, and still have 17,000 points remaining. Thinking about this, Chen Daoxuan's smile deepened as he looked at the Ren family patriarch. He couldn't help but feel an affectionate connection to the man. Wasn't he just like a dear family member? Parents who provided food and shelter. What realm was the Ren family patriarch in? 4th layer of the divinity separation realm, wasn't it? 40,000. This old man, I really don't know how to thank the Ren family enough. The best I can do is ensure your family stays together, that no one is left behind. Chun Daoxian felt a surge of excitement from the sudden influx of over 10,000 system points. In full view of everyone, he wore a kind expression, patting the Ren family patriarch's shoulder. If someone unaware of the situation witnessed this scene, they might think they were close friends. What do you want? As long as you spare me, I'll surrender all of the Ren family's resources when I return. The entire Ren family will follow your orders. Please, let me off. The Ren family patriarch was trembling all over. He had never imagined that one day, with his 4th layer of the divinity separation realm cultivation, he would fall in the northern domain. Facing the seemingly initial sea realm youth before him, he dared not even guess at the youth's true strength. Only when directly confronted by Chun Daoxuan's single ruler could he understand that Chun Daoxian was an existence that couldn't be matched by mere mortals. The trembling Ren family patriarch, under the astonished gazes of onlookers, began to beg for mercy. This world must have gone mad. Even an expert of the divinity separation realm can have such an aspect. Does that mean that Lung Yanran's this master is even stronger than an expert of the divinity separation realm? Doesn't that mean that our northern domain can hold its head high in the future? Numerous forces in the northern domain were temporarily unable to accept this truth. In their perception, the annihilation realm was already the limit. As for the boundless realm, it was rare for outsiders from other regions to encounter it. The divinity separation realm was almost unheard of for most of them. Yanea, there's a question this palace master wants to ask you. Have you offended that person's disciple? Disregarding her humiliation towards you, have you done anything to offend her? The lord of the Xiaoyao palace, after a moment of daze, looked at Wang Yin, who was in a miserable state, and quietly inquired. No, disciple doesn't have the ability to do that. Wang Yin shook his head like a rattledrum. Ignoring the pain in his body, he quickly explained. If you're all right, that's good then, that's good. The lord of the Xiaoyao palace, upon hearing this, discreetly dissipated the accumulated energy in his palm behind his back. The Ren family was like a flock of chicks in that person's hands. If it were the Xiaoyao palace, the outcome wouldn't have been much better. Poor Wang Yin, unknowingly, had once again experienced a close brush with death, a master of the void refining realm. The three elders of the holy mountain gazed at Chun Daoxian in shock. That someone like the Ren family patriarch, who was at the 4th layer of the divinity separation realm, was helpless even with the 5 elements formation flag, indicated that he had transcended the bottleneck of the divinity separation realm. The void refining realm, even in the eastern domain, only some reclusive old monsters could achieve it, and it was rare to see them in the open. For most of the northern domain's forces present, this was their first time witnessing a living expert of the void refining realm. Not to mention the realm beyond the void refining realm, of which more than 90% of them had no knowledge whatsoever. They had never even heard of it. PL, please, I beg you. I'm willing to make a solemn pledge to the heavens, and I'll always look up to you as my leader. Whatever you want to do is fine. The Ren family patriarch, seeing Chun Daoxian staring at him without responding, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. His heart grew even more frantic. He opened his mouth again, begging for mercy. "Old man, what kind of talk is this? Didn't I tell you? Just wanted to have a heartfelt chat with you." Chen Daoxian chuckled heartily, genuinely happy. All his previous discontent disappeared with the arrival of the system points. All right, whatever you want to talk about is fine. I have no idea what you want to discuss." The Ren family patriarch, who was already heavily injured, immediately agreed to Chun Daoxuan's words, his voice trembling. "Ugh, why you? What's in your hand?" But as soon as he agreed, he felt a pain in his chest. He widened his eyes and discovered in Chun Daoxuan's hand an additional, faintly pulsating heart. The Ren family patriarch was stupefied, looking at Chun Daoxian with a benevolent smile, a pulsating heart in his hand. Everyone present was flabbergasted. Initially, people had been wondering why Chun Daoxian hadn't killed the Ren family patriarch and had instead engaged in heart-to-heart talk. Could it be that he wanted to win the patriarch over? After all, the Ren family was a significant family in the Eastern Domain, and the Ren family patriarch possessed the formidable power of the fourth layer of the divinity separation realm. Subduing him would indeed be a great asset. Indeed, in the eyes of the Northern Domain, any boundless realm elder of the Ren family was an unreachable existence. But what about now? What had they seen? Chun Daoxian smiled, and just as the Ren family patriarch had agreed to discuss heart-to-heart matters, Chun Daoxian suddenly reached into the patriarch's chest. Then, just as suddenly, a pulsating heart appeared in Chun Daoxuan's hand. So this heart-to-heart conversation was literally that. He had just directly reached into the patriarch's chest. It's a true heart-to-heart. The thinking of a powerhouse is indeed different from ordinary mortals. It's beyond our comprehension. After the shock had subsided, various powers all made up their minds they must never offend this guy. Before, they only knew that Lung Yanran was an unscrupulous female demon who didn't blink at exterminating a whole family. Now, they realized that she was actually quite lenient in comparison. Compared to her, her master was truly terrifying. No wonder he had been able to cultivate such a disciple. "Remarkable, old man. Are you all right? Your complexion seems a bit pale. Is something bothering you?" Ignoring the astonished looks of the crowd, Chun Daoxian wore an expression of concern as he asked the Rin family patriarch. Seeing this, many people's mouths twitched. They wanted to shout, "You've just plucked out his heart. How could he be comfortable?" But no one dared to utter a sound in this place. In fact, out of fear, everyone subconsciously held their breath, afraid to draw Chun Daoxuan's attention. My heart, my heart." The Rin family patriarch's eyes were bloodshot. Weakly, he tried to reach for his heart, his will to survive propping him up despite his lack of strength. After all, he was a separation realm expert. Even though his heart had been taken out of his body, he hadn't died on the spot. He still hoped to retrieve it. Uncomfortable heart? All right, old man, don't worry. I'll fix it for you." Upon hearing the Rin family patriarch's words, Chun Daoxuan's expression suddenly lit up as if he had just realized something. Following that, right before the Rin family patriarch's widened eyes, a loud pop sounded as Chun Daoxian squeezed the heart, bursting it open. Ugh! With the heart's explosion, the Rin family patriarch's life force dissipated. At the moment of his death, his wide eyes remained red. The final thought that lingered in his mind was, why did he provoke this devil host has killed a fourth layer of the divinity separation realm? Reward: 40,000 system points. Once again, receiving a solid 40,000 system points, he now had more than 67,000 points. It could truly be said that he had struck it rich overnight. The system's notification chimed, and Chen Daoxian couldn't suppress his joy, revealing a satisfied smile. However, in the eyes of everyone else, this scene resembled the appearance of an ancient demonic god, or even the most sinister ancient demon. The Ren family patriarch, an expert of the divinity separation realm, was simply a plaything in his eyes. Look at him, so content with that smile. He's a complete lunatic. TSK, how repulsive. Naturally, Chun Daoxian wasn't satisfied because he killed the Ren family patriarch, but because of the system points. Yet, after the joy settled, he noticed a foreign object in his hand. With a disgusted expression, he flicked his hand, using his spiritual energy to thoroughly clean away the residue. Compared to the Ren family patriarch's proposal to subdue the entire Ren family, he preferred the practicality of the system points the Ren family offered. After all, system points could enhance his own realm, and even exchange for various treasures in the system shop. There's still someone left. After dealing with the Ren family patriarch and the four elders, Chen Daoxian didn't forget the now unconscious Ren family head. Lightly, he drifted to the mountaintop, where Lung Yanran and the others were located. At this moment, the three elders of the Holy Mountain, facing Chun Daoxian once again, were all tense. They quickly dispelled the joint barrier they had set up. Standing there very respectfully, they bowed to Chun Daoxian. Earlier, we didn't truly understand the senior's strength. We were blind and ignorant. Please don't blame us. One of the elders even hurriedly spoke up. After all, in their eyes, Chun Daoxian was now a fickle, heartless devil, too terrifying. Who knew if this guy might bear a grudge over the recent events and suddenly decide to attack them with a smile? They certainly didn't want to have a heart-to-heart with Chun Daoxian master. Lung Yanran was the first to rush to the mountaintop, where her master landed, diving into her master's embrace. When she saw her master being hit by the fire dragon for the first time, she had been truly worried. I didn't scare you earlier, did I, my disciple? Seeing the appearance of his disciple, Chun Daoxian lightly laughed and asked. The swift and neat beheading of the Ren family head earlier was a result of his anger after hearing the Ren family's intention to send his disciple to a brothel. Additionally, it was important for everyone present to have a good look and remember what they would face if they dared to harm his disciple. As for the third point, it was also significant he wanted the people of the Holy Mountain to be afraid of him. No, Master, to protect me, you didn't hesitate to dirty your own hands. Yanran is not scared at all. Yanran likes Master the most. Crazy or not, no matter what Master does, Yanran will like it. Nestled in her master's embrace, Lung Yanran muttered softly. To be honest, when she saw that side of her master earlier, it was the first time. But thinking about how her master had acted to protect her, her heart was moved, and there was no fear at all. Instead, it was the Ren family who had the audacity to dirty their hands against her master. How could they compare? In Lung Yanran's heart, her master had become a belief-like existence, always right no matter what he did. That's good. Now let me deal with this guy. Otherwise, he might slow down on the journey to the Yellow Springs later, and I would be to blame. After speaking, Chun Daoxian temporarily released Lung Yanran from his embrace. Under the gaze of everyone, he casually walked to the side of the unconscious Ren. He raised his leg. He stepped down. Crunch. Rena left peacefully, at least without any painful expression. Of course, that was if a headless corpse could even make an expression. Host has killed a 9th layer of the Boundless Realm. Reward. 9,000 system points. Thank the heavens no. Thank you, Ren family buddy, for the generous contribution. As the final member of the Ren family's incoming group was killed, Chun Daoxian gained a total of over 70,000 system points this time. It could be said that he was momentarily overflowing with wealth. If not for a few matters that needed his attention, he would have wanted to return to the illusory Void Mountain sooner and raise his cultivation to the Void Sky Realm. Originally, the 10,000 system points needed to break through to the Void Sky Realm made Chun Daoxian feel like it was a hefty sum. But now it seemed, just a drop in the bucket. As long as his disciples earned some merit, attracted some benevolent and kind-hearted people who would worry about running out of system points. By then, he wouldn't just be upgrading his cultivation. Even Pangu's opening heaven axe could be exchanged from the system. TSK, that was close. Battling against these powerhouses, it's indeed not easy. After digesting his joy, Chun Daoxian couldn't help but mutter involuntarily. Hearing this comment, everyone present felt their mouths twitching, as if afflicted with some strange illness. Not easy. They couldn't fathom where Chun Daoxian found things not easy. The Ren family head hadn't even finished introducing himself when he was lifted up and directly terminated, earning him the moniker of Ren. People in the northern domain still had no knowledge of his true name. The Ren family patriarch, after struggling to use the 5 elements formation, barely managed to utter hot from beginning to end. Apart from his actions against the Ren family patriarch, Chun Daoxian had simply waved the black and yellow ruler lightly towards the Ren family members. After the Ren family patriarch managed to survive, thanks to the help of the 4 elders, he still ended up having his heart scooped out. Seriously, how is this close? How is this not easy? Everyone felt like a herd of alpacas had stampeded through their minds. Yet, not a single one dared to speak. After all, the shock Chun Daoxian had dealt them was far too powerful. It was 100 times more horrifying than when Lung Yanran exterminated the Luo heavenly sect. Master, are you tired? Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Yanran asked with concern. It's not that. It's just that I let some personal feelings slip into my actions just now. Plus, I have to make sure not to get blood on my clothes, which is quite bothersome, Chun Daoxian said earnestly. Upon hearing this, those present stumbled again, so this is what he meant by bothersome. It turned out he didn't give a damn about the Ren family's reputation. Chun Daoxian didn't mind the reactions of those present. Instead, he checked the time of this arrival. After dealing with the Ren family, 6.5 minutes had passed. It wouldn't take much longer for this clone's 10 minutes to elapse. He headed toward the people of the Holy Mountain, wearing a benevolent smile. However, for some reason, the 3 elders of the Holy Mountain felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Chun Daoxian's seemingly kind smile. They had an uncontrollable urge to protect their hearts with their hands. Is there anything you need, senior? The Grand Elder bowed slightly, asking with great respect. His attitude was vastly different from before. When facing Chun Daoxian earlier, both the people of the Holy Mountain and the master of the Xiaoyao Palace had a sense of pride belonging to the Eastern Domain. They believed that even if Chun Daoxian were a divinity separation realm expert like them, he still wouldn't be their match. At the very least, in terms of heritage, techniques, and even magical treasures, he couldn't compare to them, the people of the Eastern Domain. But after witnessing the tragic fate of the Ren family, they realized how wrong they were. Chun Daoxian's strength made them look up in awe. What was even more terrifying was his character. They had seen decisiveness in killing before, but this was the first time they saw someone treat killing as child's play. Even every time Chun Daoxian dispatched an opponent, a faint expression of satisfaction would flash across his face, adding to their panic. However, Chun Daoxian paid them no mind. He casually waved his hand and signaled them to rise. Then, he looked at Li Shinruo and Li Yurong. Shinruo has already received immortal tier techniques from Scarlet Cloud Immortal in the Secret Realm. I'm afraid I can't accept your kind offer, Senior. Li Shinruo, standing nearby, was slightly dazed. Seeing Chun Daoxian look at her, she thought he was referring to her previous attempt to help, so she quickly replied, I'm aware of this matter. You and I have no teacher-student relationship, which is a pity. Upon hearing this, Chun Daoxian laughed lightly and casually said, I never put too much thought into it. The most important factor in choosing a disciple is whether I find them pleasing to the eye. The incident with Lung Yanran being harassed before entering the Secret Realm and Li Shinruo's previous intention to intervene to help had left him somewhat satisfied. That's why he had expressed a desire to take her as his disciple. However, since he had already obtained immortal tier techniques within the Secret Realm and declined his offer to take her as a disciple, Chun Daoxian naturally wouldn't force the issue. Hearing Chun Daoxuan's words, Li Shinruo inexplicably felt like she had missed out on an immense opportunity. An opportunity that could never be compensated in this lifetime. But when she thought about the fact that she had obtained immortal tier techniques, Li Shinruo suppressed the strange feelings in her heart. What's your name? Chun Daoxian looked at the woman next to Li Shinruo, who bore some resemblance to her. Both of them could be called ethereal beauties among mortals, but Li Shinruo exuded a certain aloofness. On the other hand, the other woman had a clear and transparent gaze, her big eyes curiously sizing up Chun Daoxian. She appeared somewhat silly, but incredibly adorable. However, her aptitude was of the rare saint tier, and she even possessed a unique constitution. What's most worth mentioning was that she was truly well endowed. My name is Li Yurong. What's your name? And those guys who wanted to bully that pretty sister just now, did you kill them all? You're really amazing. You're probably even stronger than the elders. Li Yurong blinked her eyes and gazed at Chun Daoxian with not a hint of fear, but rather a touch of admiration. After all, when Lung Yanran was being mistreated by the Ren family earlier, she had wanted to help as well. But since on her elder sister Li Shinru plight too, the elders hadn't agreed to help, she figured that her efforts would be futile too. No, they're all fine. Why would I want to kill people at every turn? As for that old man from the Ren family, he's quite old, and the drowsiness got to him. He's asleep now. Look, lying there, sleeping so soundly and peacefully. Seeing Li Yurong's innocent appearance, Chun Daoxian couldn't help but guiltily scratch his nose, feeling as if he was deceiving a little girl. But this little girl's name was really fitting Li Yurong, meaning capable of accommodating. Oh, I see. Li Yurong was initially surprised. Then she actually nodded in agreement, believing Chun Daoxuan's nonsense. Witnessing this scene, everyone else felt their temples throbbing. Their hearts had been scooped out, and now their chests even had a gaping hole. How did you two manage to turn a blind eye to everything? One is telling a blatant lie, and the other believes it just like that. And she's sleeping so soundly. Oh, right. You haven't told me your name yet. Li Yurong suddenly realized something and blinked her eyes twice as she asked. If you want, you can call me the same thing as that pretty sister. Call me Master. If you're willing, you can call me Master, Chun Daoxian said with a light chuckle, waiting quietly for Li Yurong's response. For a moment, aside from Li Yurong's dumbfounded expression, everyone else was taken aback, especially Lung Yanran, who had thought she'd finally gotten rid of Li Shinruo and would be the only one to have her master's favor. Yet, suddenly there was Li Yurong, appearing to compete with her for their master's favor. But looking at Li Yurong's appearance, though beautiful, she seemed a bit simple-minded. In comparison to Li Shinruo, if she had to choose, she'd rather have the cute and foolish Li Yurong remain by her master's side. Besides, as Lung Yanran looked at Li Yurong's clear and somewhat foolish gaze, she strangely felt a hint of fondness if Li Yurong became a junior disciple. It could be an opportunity for her to gain more experience. She could accompany her master, while she herself remained by his side. Perfect. Moreover, to revitalize the sect, relying solely on herself wouldn't be feasible. For her master and the sect's sake, she wouldn't obstruct her master from taking disciples. Senior Chun, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Although our Holy Mountain's two saintesses don't have formal masters within the Holy Mountain, they will eventually travel to the central domain. The Grand Elder of the Holy Mountain hesitated for a moment before speaking up. No need for many words. Let her decide for herself. As for me, I'm the friendliest person around. I've never forced anyone, Chun Daoxian chimed in. What do you say? Chun Daoxian didn't wait for the words of the Holy Mountain Elder to finish before he gently raised his hand to signal him to stop. He then smiled at him and continued. The Elder of the Holy Mountain wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Chun Daoxuan's familiar smile, he felt a slight twinge in his heart. He couldn't help but keep his mouth shut in the end. After all, this guy had shown the same smile when he had rummaged through Patriarch Ren's heart in the end. He could only keep giving signals to Li Yurong with his eyes, gesturing with his eyebrows and winking. Grand Elder, what's wrong with your eyes? Did that fire dragon just now hurt your eyes with its brightness? That fire dragon was so powerful just now. Even Li Yurong, who was shielded from it, could feel the scorching heat. All right, since Master is so amazing and was able to easily handle the fire dragon, why not let him help you with your eyes? Master, can you help the Grand Elder with his eyes? In Li Yurong's innocent and guileless big eyes, the address Master was directly used as Chun Daoxuan's name. After saying this to the Grand Elder, she looked at Chun Daoxian with a pitiful and beseeching expression, hoping he could help treat the Grand Elder's eyes. The Grand Elder's facial muscles twitched incessantly, and his eyelids were jumping non-stop. Indeed, they should have never brought Li Yurong here. Although Li Yurong was Li Xinruo's sister, Li Xinruo was born incredibly intelligent, completely dedicated to cultivating the immortal Tao. On the other hand, while Li Yurong had even better aptitude than Li Xinruo, she was too naive. The few elders of their holy mountain had been constantly concerned about Li Yurong's cultivation. They had tirelessly urged her and put in a lot of effort in their supervision, which ultimately allowed Li Yurong to achieve her current profound sky realm strength. However, her mind hadn't developed much along with her cultivation. Now they were in trouble. The Grand Elder and the other two elders of the Holy Mountain were truly in a bind. Ha ha! All right, since you call me Master, I will naturally help you. Chun Daoxian didn't expect his disciple to be so easily fooled. Although they hadn't performed the formal ceremony of becoming master and disciple, once he proposed to take her as a disciple, Li Yurong agreed to the title Master, and the system had already rewarded him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the second disciple, Li Yurong. Rewards: Mythical Tier Chaos Saint Dragon Technique, Blood of the Ancient Dragon, 1 bottle, 10,000 system points. The reward prompted his mind, made Chun Daoxian feel even more satisfied. It was another mythical tier technique, and the second reward wasn't a marrow-cleansing pill this time. Instead, it was a bottle of blood of the ancient dragon, more suitable for Li Yurong. Even the system points had increased tenfold compared to when he accepted his first disciple, now reaching a full 10,000 points. Really? In that case, thank you, Master. Li Yurong's innocent eyes brimmed with pure joy upon hearing that Chun Daoxian was willing to help. She looked forward to him treating the Grand Elder's eyes. Chun Daoxian naturally understood that the Grand Elder didn't really have an eye problem. It was clear that he had been anxious earlier. He casually extended his hand towards the Grand Elder of the Holy Mountain and lightly brushed over the area around his eyes, all the while conjuring a faint glimmer of starlight with his spiritual energy. However, this simple action caused cold sweat to break out on the Grand Elder's forehead. Even the other two elders were on alert, fearing that this capricious fellow might kill them to keep them quiet after deceiving Li Yurong. After all, they had witnessed Chun Daoxuan's healing methods before. Previously, when Patriarch Ren had mentioned feeling uncomfortable in his heart had been burst open by Chun Daoxian. Although it indeed resolved the discomfort, still, thankfully, Chun Daoxian had no intention of doing so. It's done. Grand Elder, is your eyesight better now? If not, I can help treat you again. Seeing the three elders so tense, Chun Daoxian couldn't help but chuckle, but he also felt a bit puzzled. Was he really that intimidating? Did he resemble a villain? Why were these people so afraid of him? He felt he was quite approachable and amiable. All right, thank you, Senior. The Grand Elder hastily bowed and saluted, as if he had genuinely been cured of some illness. Li Yurong, who was watching from the side, smiled even brighter. The Grand Elder's ailment had indeed been treated. Now that it's taken care of, you can all disperse. And as for the rest of you, go wherever you need to go. Chun Daoxian glanced at the progress bar for his descending avatar, which had a little over a minute remaining. Then, he swept his gaze over the various forces present. No one dared to meet his gaze. Wherever Chun Daoxian looked, those forces hurriedly bowed and paid their respects, then bid their hasty farewells and left. However, when Chun Daoxuan's gaze fell upon the people from the Xiaoyao Palace, the palace's master quickly bowed in respect. But unlike the others, he didn't take his leave. Senior Chun, I am a master of the Eastern Domain Xiaoyao Palace. I wonder if Senior Chun is interested in expanding to the Eastern Domain? This Northern Domain is ultimately too small to accommodate a great power like Senior Chun. If Senior Chun comes to the Eastern Domain, my Xiaoyao Palace will definitely regard Senior Chun as the most esteemed guest. Seeing Chun Daoxuan's terrifying strength, the master of the Xiaoyao Palace had already formed a plan to win him over. If he could ally with such a powerful figure, the Xiaoyao Palace would gain unprecedented influence in the Eastern Domain. Well, Xiaoyao Palace is it? If the opportunity arises, I might consider it. Chun Daoxian scratched his nose. It seemed that whenever he went to a sect, it wasn't to visit. It was to harvest system points. Upon hearing Chun Daoxuan's response, the master of the Xiaoyao Palace sensibly took his leave. In no time, the thousands of people who had been present were reduced to only the members of the Holy Mountain who hadn't yet departed, as well as the person in the coffin and numerous corpse puppets. Aren't you leaving? Should I see you off? Chun Daoxian looked somewhat puzzled as he asked the three elders of the Holy Mountain. In that case, we will take our leave with the two holy maidens. Senior, there's no need for you to see us off. The Grand Elder cautiously watched Chun Daoxuan's expression, speaking tentatively. You can take your holy mountain holy maiden back, but Li Yurong, who has already addressed me as master, is now my Chun Daoxuan's disciple. Do you plan to abduct my disciple from me? Chun Daoxian raised an eyebrow slightly. He had finally managed to deceive this disciple into his hands. How could he let her be taken away again? But the Grand Elder looked quite miserable, yet he struggled for a while without being able to complete a sentence. Listen to my advice. You can't control Li Yurong. It's better to leave her by my side as a disciple. Understand? Chen Daoxian looked at his new disciple. The more he looked at her, the more pleasing she became. She was obedient and easy to deceive. However, after taking her back to the mountain, he would need to properly educate her. He couldn't allow her to be deceived by others when she left the mountain in the future. Alahite. Since that's the case, we bid our farewell. In the end, after the three elders of the Holy Mountain exchanged glances, they could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. With just the three of them, if they were to act aggressively, they might end up like the Ren family. They could only give up for now and think of a solution back at the Holy Mountain. The three elders left with Li Shenruo, leaving Li Yurong standing there, staring blankly at their retreating figures. Elders! Wait a moment. Elder, Li Yurong is still here. Li Yurong watched the departing elders, waving her arms continuously. She signaled that she hadn't left yet. How could they just go? However, those three elders didn't even dare to turn around. Only Li Shenruo glanced deeply at her foolish sister, sighing. Until the figures of everyone disappeared, Li Yurong stood dazed in place. Her eyes were already misty, tears swirling in her eyes. It's over, it's over. I can't go back, Li Yurong pouted, and tears couldn't help but roll down her cheeks. Technically, with her profound sky realm cultivation, there wasn't much danger in crossing the northern domain and returning to the Holy Mountain in the eastern domain. However, she didn't even know the way. Master, can you take me home? Suddenly, Li Yurong thought of something and looked at Chun Daoxian beside her, her eyes filled with expectation. Of course, no problem. Later, you and your senior sister O, the one next to your master, will use the transmission array to return home together. I'll head back to the mountain first and wait for you. See you later, and I prepared a gift for you. Chen Daoxian couldn't help but feel conflicted when he saw Li Yurong's pitiful appearance. Why did he sense a strange feeling of guilt, as if he had deceived a little girl? But now that their master-disciple relationship was established and the system rewards had been granted, sending Li Yurong back to the Holy Mountain was out of the question. You don't need to travel on your own this time. You can use the teleportation array to bring your junior sister back, Chen Daoxian instructed, glancing at the dwindling seconds on the clock. Before Lung Yanran could respond, he disappeared in a burst of starlight. Yes, master. Lung Yanran respectfully replied to the spot where Chun Daoxian had vanished. Gift what gift? Li Yurong's eyes brightened when she heard the word gift, after Chun Daoxian suddenly disappeared. For a moment, she forgot about being abandoned by the Holy Mountain and stopped crying. Seeing this, Lung Yanran couldn't help but facepalm, wearing an expression of exasperation. Her junior sister seemed to be lacking in intelligence. Well, that's fine. Anything is better than Li Shenruo anyway. Lung Yanran then patted the storage pouch at her waist and retrieved the teleportation array disk that her master had crafted to transport her directly back to the heavenly Dao Hall. Wait, miss. Wait, what about me? Just as Lung Yanran was about to take Li Yurong away, the figure inside the coffin suddenly rushed out, shouting and yelling. Hearing the familiar voice, Lung Yanran finally remembered the existence of the figure in the coffin. Our agreement stands. Since you diligently helped me search for heavenly treasures within the secret realm, Lung Yanran began, her expression devoid of emotion. I will no longer restrict your freedom and return your independence. The spiritual energy I left on the jade pendant has dissipated. You can expel it from your body. As for the jade pendant itself, I bestow it upon you. Lung Yanran looked at the eager figure in the coffin as she finished speaking. With a thought, she dissipated the spiritual energy she had left on the jade pendant, rendering it ownerless. As for whether the figure in the coffin would force it out from the top or the bottom, Lung Yanran didn't care anymore. She simply considered a reward for the figure's service this time. No, miss, please don't leave in a hurry. I am willing to follow you, miss, and eliminate all your enemies by your side. Before, my vision was limited. I implore miss to let me stay. The figure in the coffin waved his hands repeatedly, then knelt on one knee, eager to pledge allegiance to Lung Yanran. Having just emerged from the secret realm, he had encountered the formidable forces of the eastern domain. It made him realize that his boundless realm could only ensure his survival within the northern domain. Any other place would reduce him to insignificance. Moreover, if he encountered experts well-versed in corpse manipulation, he might be forced into complete subservience. His initial awakening of consciousness was the result of being manipulated by those who understood the ways of necromancy, among those who besieged Qi Yunzi. If those people knew he had left the secret realm, they might come looking for him. Against experts who could defeat Qi Yunzi at the divinity separation realm, a mere boundless realm cultivator would be no match. He needed a powerful backer, and the terrifying master behind Lung Yanran left him awestruck. Even divinity, separation realm, powerhouses were like chicks in the hands of her master. The most suitable backer ever. Well, in that case, you can come back to the mountain with me. If master agrees, I'll keep you. If not, so be it. After pondering for a moment, Li Yurong thought having a boundless realm figure as a helper would be beneficial. She wouldn't have to personally deal with any trouble that arose in the northern domain. However, the final decision rested with her master. Thank you, miss, for your understanding. Oh, by the way, I have one more request. Can I take away and assimilate the bodies of those powerful individuals from the eastern domain? Illusory Mountain, Chun Daoxian slowly opened his eyes while sitting in a small pavilion. He picked up the still steaming cup of enlightenment tea, took a sip, and sighed in contentment. Satisfying, let's see how many system points I've earned this time. It was a remarkable return on investment to spend 1,000 system points to descend. Not only did he wipe out numerous experts from the Ren clan, but he also, quite fortuitously, gained another disciple show personal panel. With a single thought, the system panel appeared before Chen Daoxuan's eyes. Host, Chun Daoxian race, human special physique, Hongmeng primordial Dao body cultivation technique, chaos heavenly demon scripture, perfected, innate talent. Hongmeng realm, first layer of Qi Si realm system points, 86,300 disciples. Lung Yanran, 7th layer of profound sky realm. Li Yurong, 5th layer of profound sky realm. Seeing his system points, which were originally just a few thousand, now skyrocketing to 86,300, Chen Daoxian lifted his teacup once more and took a sip of. Yeah, I've struck it rich this time, but I recall that there's an additional reward if I annihilate the opposing force. It's a good opportunity to send Yanran and Yurong to the eastern domain after some time. If the members of the Ren clan swear to sever ties with the clan and pledge allegiance to us, they can live. Otherwise, we'll send them to the afterlife together. Chen Daoxian stroked his chin, remembering the extra rewards he received when he wiped out the Luo Heaven sect. Those rewards were quite generous. Although he only gained 500 system points for defeating the Annihilation 5th layer realm master of the Luo Heavenly sect, an additional reward of 10,000 points was given. Given the grandeur of the Ren clan, the extra rewards were bound to be even more bountiful. TSK, it seems the future holds promise. As Chen Daoxian pondered, a formation's halo gradually emerged before the heavenly Dao Hall. After the light dispersed, 3 figures stepped out. Apart from Lung Yanran and Li Yurong, there was also a figure clad in dark green. Seeing this, Chen Daoxian was a bit bewildered. How did Yanran manage to bring back a mascot along the way? However, this mascot wasn't exactly cute. It was so dark green, it almost appeared black, and its strength was only at the boundless realm. TCH in this world, perhaps only he, at the first layer of Qi Si realm, could disdain the boundless realm in such a manner. You must be tired from this trip. Come, take a seat, Chen Daoxian remarked with satisfaction about his disciple's achievements in the secret realm. He waved his hand towards Yanran, inviting her to sit. Over time, Yanran had grown more comfortable around her master and nodded obediently. She also pulled Li Yurong, who was curiously surveying her surroundings, and they both settled in a small pavilion, facing their master. As for the figure from the coffin, he stood awkwardly, much like a newlywed bride entering her husband's home, bowing respectfully and smiling at Chen Daoxian. This was truly the real deal, a powerful supporter. If he could secure this support, he wouldn't have to worry about retaliation from those who plotted against Qi Yunzi. Moreover, there might even be a chance to reach the unparalleled realm that Qi Yunzi had never achieved. Master, I encountered this individual within the secret realm. Originally, it was the body of Qi Yunzi, the owner of the secret realm. However, it later developed its own consciousness. While in the secret realm, this figure helped me gather many heavenly treasures. I believe that having his assistance in handling matters in the northern domain could significantly ease our burden. Therefore, I brought him back for your consideration. Noticing her master's slightly puzzled expression, Yanran hastily explained. She then placed over 20 storage pouches containing heavenly treasures they obtained from the secret realm on the table before Chen Daoxian. Oh, your explanation makes sense. If that's the case, proceed as you suggest. In the future, you won't be confined to just the northern domain. If he can help manage affairs in the northern domain effectively, he may remain. Chen Daoxian had no strong opinions about the figure in the coffin initially. However, after witnessing the heavenly treasures the figure helped Yanran obtain, he was quite satisfied. Even though he wasn't sure what methods Yanran used, it was evident that the figure had contributed. Why don't you express your gratitude to Master? Upon hearing his master's words, Lung Yanran noticed that the figure was frozen in place. Without hesitation, she snapped at him. Many thanks to the Master for providing shelter. The figure quickly snapped out of his daze and bowed in gratitude. However, Chen Daoxuan's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing the term Master. He felt a bit uneasy with that title. I've established a sect named Heavenly Dao Pavilion. From now on, you shall address me as Pavilion Master, Chen Daoxian suggested after some thought. I am Qi Yun. I pay my respects to Pavilion Master. The figure from the coffin promptly bowed once more, astonished by the fact that Chun Daoxian dared to name his sect Heavenly Dao Pavilion. As he himself lacked a name, he decided to use the moniker Qi Yun, the same name Scarlet Cloud Immortal had used before. A master, didn't you mention sending Yurong back home? And what about the gift you promised for Yurong? Just then, the obedient Li Yurong, seated at the table, timidly raised her hand and softly inquired. Cough, from now on, this place is your home. However, it's not that the Holy Mountain won't allow you to return. After some time, I'll have your senior sister take you to the Eastern Domain. You can visit the Holy Mountain then. Chen Daoxian finished speaking, but he noticed the clear yet puzzled look in Li Yurong's eyes. It was evident she didn't quite understand his words. Yanran, explain it to your junior sister. In the end, Chen Daoxian rubbed his temples and left the complicated matter to Yanran. After a whole hour and a half, Lung Yanran was hoarse from explaining, having gulped down several cups of spiritual liquid in between. Oh, I get it. Now, Yurong is Master's second disciple, and senior sister's junior sister. Master and senior sister are now Yurong's family. And this Heavenly Dao Pavilion will be Yurong's home too. Right, senior sister? Senior sister, isn't Yurong smart? Li Yurong spoke earnestly and seriously. Upon hearing this, Lung Yanran was nearly brought to tears of joy. She finally understood. It had been so difficult, so incredibly difficult. Yes, junior sister, you're truly smart. Lung Yanran nodded weakly, casting a glance at their master, who had already dozed off on a reclining chair out of sheer boredom. She twitched her mouth in exasperation. This junior sister of hers was proving to be quite a handful. Senior sister understands me best. As expected, this is my family. It's not like the elders who say every day that I'm not as smart as my sister. I don't have a head but a melon on my neck. Actually, Yurong is pretty smart once in a while. When the Yurong heard her senior sister praise her for being smart, she felt a little ecstatic and said cheerfully. Originally, she didn't have much sense of belonging to the Holy Mountain. On weekdays, the elders just let her practice continuously, and they didn't allow her to go down the mountain to play. She could only stay on the mountain and occasionally catch two big geese to chat and amuse herself, but she was almost bored to death. It's all right now. Not only has an extra senior sister, but also an extra master. In the future, the elders can no longer control her and only let her practice continuously. For a moment, Li Yurong suddenly felt as if she had been rescued, and just now from the mouth of her senior sister, she had already understood the true meaning of master. Master's name is Chun Daoxian, and master is a title representing an existence as close as a father. This also made Li Yurong, who hadn't seen her parents since she was a child, couldn't help but rely on her master a little more. Have you explained to your junior sister? Chen Daoxian also woke up in time, yawned, and asked in a daze. Yes, master, I've made it clear, my junior sister is pretty smart. Lung Yanran responded with a look of lovelessness, and even had an urge to return the product in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would not have tested Li Shenrua so much. Now that the master has accepted the younger sister into the family, there is no way to return it. Yurong pays respects to master. When Li Yurong saw her master approaching, she stood up in a dignified manner and saluted respectfully. Seeing this, Chun Daoxian nodded secretly. It seems that Yinran's training is very good. Good. Since you're here, the skills you practiced before should also be changed. This Chaos Sacred Dragon art is very suitable for you to practice. In addition, here is a bottle of ancient dragon's blood, which can further develop your physique. These should be the introductory gifts for you from your master. Without hesitation, Chun Daoxian settled into his seat, producing a book exuding an aura of primordial chaos and a crystalline, translucent jade bottle. The bottle had a semi-transparent appearance, revealing a faint golden-hued liquid flowing within. Upon seeing the technique that master took out, Li Yurong's eyes widened in awe. The allure of that technique was irresistible to her, even sparking an urge to snatch it away. Despite her simple nature, Li Yurong knew better than to wrest something from master's hands. Besides, he had promised to give it to her. There was no need to resort to stealing. Standing silently to the side the entire time, Qi Yun sucked in a breath as he caught sight of the technique Chun Daoxian produced. May I inquire, Lord Pavilion Master, what grade of technique is this? Could be a pinnacle grade, immortal rank technique. Although Qi Yun was currently only at the Boundless Realm, his perspective was far from simple. Scarlet Cloud Immortal, before his death, had cultivated an immortal rank technique. However, it was clearly overshadowed by the present Chaos Sacred Dragon art. Immortal rank? Our Heavenly Dao Pavilion doesn't possess such inferior techniques. They're not even good enough to be used as table props. Before Chen Daoxian could speak, Lung Yanran scoffed disdainfully. She still remembered the utter contempt her master had shown when mentioning immortal rank techniques, comparing them to firewood for cooking. Qi Yun stood frozen in place for a moment, feeling his worldview shatter. In this world, immortal rank techniques had been interrupted, and one needed the inheritance of an immortal to be eligible for ascension. Scarlet Cloud Immortal's own demise was connected to his immortal rank technique. How could these once sought-after immortal rank techniques be considered trashier? He found it utterly incomprehensible. Master, Is this technique more powerful than the immortal rank technique my sister obtained in the secret realm? Li Yurong also asked curiously. How can I explain it to you well? Perhaps if an immortal rank technique is equivalent to an ant, then the technique I'm giving you would be like an entire illusory mountain. Knowing his second disciple's limited intellect, Chun Daoxian decided to offer a simple analogy. His attribute points must have been allocated incorrectly from the start, rendering him devoid of additional intelligence points. Mythical grade techniques were on an entirely different level from immortal rank techniques, potentially even leading to ultimate enlightenment. Ah, I see. By cultivating the technique Master gives me, I can become a grand mountain. Li Yurong's eyes lit up as she grasped the concept. Smack! All three of them slapped their foreheads in unison. This girl kind of got it, but not quite. Chen Daoxian decided not to correct her further, simply handing over the technique to her. Li Yurong hurriedly held it in her hands, treating it as a priceless treasure. She kept mumbling to herself, saying she was going to become a mountain cough, and here's this ancient dragon true blood. Take it as well. Consume a tenth of it while practicing to activate your special constitution. Too much at once might be hard for you to digest. Clearing his throat, Chun Daoxian handed over the vial containing the ancient dragon's blood. Li Yurong carefully accepted it, cradling it as if it were fragile. As she held the jade bottle, gazing curiously at the faint golden dragon blood flowing within, she couldn't help licking her lips. Master, can I start cultivating now? With the technique in her arms, Li Yurong looked at her master expectantly. Chun Daoxian naturally nodded in agreement. Seeing her eager, he no longer delayed, and under the watchful eyes of the trio, she carefully opened the jade bottle. As the bottle was uncorked, a lifelike shadow of an ancient dragon burst forth, its roar gradually fading. Though it was a mere illusion, the dragon's oppressive aura felt as substantial as the real thing, causing Qi Yun to stagger back 3 steps, overwhelmed. Is this true dragon blood? Qi Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Dragons indeed exist in the world, but how mighty they were! Even a newly born dragon, hatchling possessed the strength of the profound sky realm. Once matured, they were at least at the void refining realm. Moreover, dragons were ferocious and vengeful beings. He couldn't fathom how extraordinary Lord Pavilion Master must be to possess a vial of such pure dragon blood. Master said to drink a small sip 1/10. Li Yurong licked her lips, the scent of the ancient dragon's blood causing her to feel like she was facing the most delectable treasure in the world. Gulp! Taking a small sip, she immediately sealed the bottle. With everyone's eyes on her, she assumed a meditative posture and began cultivating the technique bestowed upon her by her master. But as Li Yurong opened the technique, before she even had a chance to peruse it, the chaos sacred dragon art transformed into a stream of light, diving directly into her sea of consciousness. In an instant, Li Yurong closed her eyes and began her cultivation. This scene left Lung Yanran beside herself, bewildered. Both were same-level techniques. Yet how could her junior sisters possess such a feature? If it could be directly imparted to the sea of consciousness, wouldn't that eliminate the need for perusal or carrying it around? Even the chaos heavenly demon scripture that Master had bestowed upon her was kept safely in her room under her pillow. I felt the previous method was slightly inconvenient, so I made a change. You may retrieve the technique and directly integrate it into your sea of consciousness. Chun Daoxian perceived Yanran's confusion and offered a quiet explanation. In truth, this new functionality had been unlocked only after accepting his second disciple, but he had no intention of delving into further details. I see. Master is indeed thoughtful. Yanran immediately grasped the situation and quickly returned to the hall. She retrieved her technique from her room and, as expected, upon flipping to the first page, it reacted just like her junior sister's Chaos Sacred Dragon art. The Chaos Heavenly Demon Scripture also transformed into a stream of light, merging directly into her sea of consciousness. This made things much more convenient. Master, Yanran thinks that although junior sister has good talent and a kind disposition, but, observing Li Yurong immersed in her cultivation, Yanran deduced that it might be a while before she was finished. She furrowed her brows, pointed to her head, and inquired, "It's fine. Your junior sister possesses a unique constitution, just like you. As she cultivates the Chaos Sacred Dragon art, she may gradually, possibly, become more intelligent." Chun Daoxian rubbed his nose, not very confident as he explained. I see. Yanran didn't press for more information. She only hoped her junior sister would become a little smarter, even just a little at this moment. Chun Daoxian began examining his second disciple's attribute panel. Second disciple, Li Yurong race, human unique constitution, holy dragon body cultivated technique, rhyme heaven manual, heaven rank lower grade, talent, saint rank, intermediate, realm, profound sky realm, 5th layer. Chun Daoxian had been puzzled why his second disciple possessed such a unique constitution, even that of a dragon. The system provided an explanation. Qualifications of saint rank and above may give rise to a special constitution. TSK, could it be related to the dragon race? Chun Daoxian casually glanced at Li Yurong, secretly speculating whether this might also be due to his special constitution. similar to Yanran's inherent captivating charm that made her extremely attractive to males. Even when just standing there, Li Yorong's special constitution might have a similar effect. As Chun Daoxian was lost in thought, a sudden dragon's roar rang out. A golden dragon phantom appeared around Li Yorong, coiling around her. In Chun Daoxuan's eyes, her condition became crystal clear. Her aura was undergoing continuous changes. Even her blood showed a faint golden luster. In a matter of moments, the heaven-rank lower-grade technique she had been cultivating was replaced by the Chaos Sacred Dragon Art. While Lung Yanran was originally cultivating a technique given by Master, she was somewhat surprised by the changes in her junior sister, but not entirely caught off guard. However, Qi Yun, standing on the side, was now staring wide-eyed in amazement. One moment, he closed his eyes to sense. The next moment, he opened them wide to observe. Had he not seen it with his own eyes and just sensed her aura, he wouldn't have believed it. The aura emanating from Li Yorong was nearly identical to that of a dragon. Although Qi Yun had never encountered a real dragon, he had once come across a piece of dragon bone. The most astonishing part was Li Yorong's realm. It remained unchanged despite switching techniques. One should know that changing techniques typically resulted in a minor decline in one's realm, and in more severe cases, a major one. To effectively cultivate a new technique, traces of the previous technique should be erased. If these traces clashed, it could potentially lead to death. However, when the system was at work, such hazards were non-existent. After a short pause, another dragon's roar echoed. Li Yorong slowly opened her eyes, revealing a faint golden rim around her pupils. The golden dragon phantom also retracted in her body once more. Man, I'm so tired. Li Yorong opened her eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. Master, why is my realm still at the 5th layer of the profound sky realm? I haven't broken through to the unity realm. And why hasn't Yorong transformed into a mountain yet? Right? Yorong seems to have learned a divine ability. Although she can't transform into a mountain, it seems like she can still transform. Feeling the changes in her own realm, she looked at Master with a puzzled expression and bombarded him with questions. According to Master, if this technique was so powerful, why hadn't her realm changed? Li Yorong kept asking questions, leaving Chun Daoxian with a twitching corner of his mouth. He wasn't sure which question to address first. My lady, never mind that you've only been cultivating for less than an hour, but the fact that you could switch techniques without a realm drop is already remarkable. Qi Yun on the side was left almost speechless, his eye twitching involuntarily as he chuckled. Cough. Cultivation isn't an overnight affair. Later, I'll prepare a special pool of spirit fluid for the two of you, which should facilitate your realm breakthroughs. Although you're still at the 5th layer of the profound sky realm, your strength has increased at least 10-fold, if not 100-fold. If you're skeptical, you can use the dragon transformation ability. Ask your senior sister to test it out for you. Shen Daoxian cleared his throat and explained. Just now, he had received a prompt in his mind. Host's second disciple, Li Yorong, has completed the entry-level cultivation of the Chaos Sacred Dragon Art. Reward, Chaos Sacred Dragon Art perfected. At the moment of her entry-level cultivation, he had already received the reward for perfecting the Chaos Sacred Dragon Art. He was fully knowledgeable about the Chaos Sacred Dragon Art, mastering all of its divine abilities. Naturally, he also knew which divine ability Li Yorong had gained as her first. Master, how did you know about Yorong's first divine ability? Can it be that you also cultivated the Chaos Sacred Dragon Art? Li Yorong blinked curiously. Hearing this, Lung Yanran, who had always believed that Master cultivated the Chaos Heavenly Demon Scripture, as he mainly used techniques from that system, was taken aback. Upon hearing Yorong's question, she was left a bit befuddled. Ordinarily, a person could only cultivate one technique. However, with Master's limitless abilities, it wasn't easy to say. Naturally, I do, Qin Daoxian said with a faint smile, confirming both Li Yorong and Lung Yanran's guesses. Gasp as expected. Master is truly limitless. Lung Yanran couldn't help but take in a sharp breath, realizing she had underestimated Master's capabilities. Cultivating two techniques simultaneously, and those techniques being of mythological level, how terrifying. With her current profound sky realm, she could easily defeat a 9th layer of the Unity realm and can easily win against Annihilation realm. She felt confident in facing a 1st layer of the Boundless realm, spanning 3 major realms. However, she had never had the opportunity to go all out with Master's secret cards in hand. Yanran, accompany your junior sister and test her divine ability, Qin Daoxian said nonchalantly, disregarding the astonishment of the onlookers. Both women respectfully acknowledged Master's words and moved to the side. Senior sister, this divine ability of mine doesn't seem to be for attacking. Just wait a moment. I'm using it for the first time, so I'm not very proficient yet. Li Yorong nervously explained, and Lung Yanran nodded slightly in agreement. Holy Dragon Transformation. As Li Yorong uttered a low cry, a golden dragon emerged behind her. It swiftly enveloped her, and, as the golden dragon gradually faded away, Li Yorong was left with a set of dragon scales covering her entire body, akin to armor. Faint glimmers of sharp light sparkled on the dragon scales. Though this divine ability couldn't be used for attack, it significantly enhanced her defense. And in close combat, the razor-sharp scales could even inflict damage on her opponents. It seems Junior Sister's divine ability is truly exceptional. In that case, please be careful, Junior Sister. Heavenly Demon Finger. Lung Yinran shot a glance at Master, who was watching quietly from the pavilion. Knowing that nothing unexpected would happen with Master present, she unleashed her full strength with the Heavenly Demon Finger, wanting to test whether Yorong could withstand it. After all, as the senior sister, if she can't defeat her junior sister who just started practicing, she'll be losing face in front of Master. Scary, senior sister. So scary. Li Yorong, who was originally in a poised posture, found herself anxiously tapping her foot and muttering nervously as senior sister unleashed the Heavenly Demon Finger technique. However, even in this state, Lung Yinran was already taken aback. The Heavenly Demon Finger wasn't just immensely powerful, it could also immobilize the opponent. Even a boundless realm cultivator would lose their resistance and go blank for a moment when faced with Lung Yinran's full-powered Heavenly Demon Finger. This momentary distraction would be enough for the Heavenly Demon Finger to strike true. But astonishingly, Li Yurong seemed completely unaffected. Crack! Not long after, Lung Yinran pointed her finger at the largest part of Yurong's target the dragon scales on her chest. She deliberately avoided targeting her forehead. After all, no matter what, Yurong was still her junior sister, and it wouldn't be appropriate to go all out. Snap! As expected, as Lung Yinran's finger landed, the dragon scales on Yurong's chest shattered. Ah, no more, senior sister. It hurts too much. Li Yurong quickly raised her hands and surrendered with a woeful expression. Seeing this, Lung Yinran refrained from attacking further. However, her gaze remained fixed on Yurong's chest. The broken dragon scales were slowly falling off, almost as if they were alive, and new scales were regrowing in their place, layer by layer. This strike, which could even break through the boundless realm, didn't affect Yurong in the least. It only hurt her a bit. Not bad. With this divine ability, even ordinary boundless realm cultivators won't be able to harm you. Chen Daoxian watched Yurong surrender and decided to call off the comparison. He nodded approvingly. Even if they continued, Yinran would undoubtedly be the winner in the end. Although the dragon scales could regenerate, they consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. If Lung Yinran continued to attack without pause, Yurong's spiritual energy would be depleted. Yinran, take your junior sister to the Spirit Pool Pavilion and wait for me. I'll prepare a pool of special spirit fluid for you to aid in your breakthrough. After a brief thought, Chen Daoxian turned to Lung Yinran and instructed her. Since he planned to have his disciples venture to the eastern domain next, their current strength wasn't safe enough. It was necessary to ensure that Yinran had reached the Unity Realm at the very least, allowing her to suppress the boundless realm and grant him some peace of mind. What's the Spirit Pool Pavilion? Is there delicious food there? Li Yurong, who had been clutching her chest in pain, suddenly brightened up upon hearing Master's words. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Understood, Master. Yinran will take junior sister to wait there. Seeing this, Lung Yinran raised a hand to her forehead and, with Yurong in tow, walked towards the Heavenly Dao Pavilion. Arriving at the entrance, Li Yurong glanced at the plaque with the characters Heavenly Dao and revealed a slightly dazed expression. Oh no, junior sister doesn't have the jade pendant Master gave us. She's staring at the plaque. Lung Yinran immediately understood the situation and was about to turn around to call out to Master. After all, she had lost consciousness the first time she saw the plaque due to being captivated by the 3,000 Grand Dao. Only by wearing the jade pendant Master had given them could they observe the plaque without being affected. But before Lung Yinran could speak, Li Yurong mumbled, "What a distinguished aura. Huh? Weren't you captivated by the 3,000 Grand Dao? Why wouldn't you be affected even though you don't have the jade pendant Master gave you?" Lung Yinran was left baffled, looking at Yurong with a puzzled expression. Huh? The jade pendant? I think I have it. During my cultivation just now, I faintly felt that Master put a necklace on me. Li Yurong thoughtfully touched her chin, pondered for a moment, then continued slowly. Hearing this, Lung Yinran finally noticed. There was indeed a string around her junior sister's neck that she hadn't seen before. It must have been when she had entered the room earlier to retrieve the technique Master had given it to her. However, she could only see the string. Where was the jade pendant? Here, could this be the pendant senior sister mentioned? Li Yurong gently tugged at the string around her neck, and there was the jade pendant, still warm and carrying a faint milky fragrance. It appeared before Lung Yinran's eyes. Ugh, you managed to hide it from me. Lung Yinran slapped her forehead, forgetting that her junior sister had a larger storage space than herself. While she could easily fit the jade bottle with the marrow cleansing pill Master had given her, her junior sister's capacity was much greater. The jade pendant was hanging around her neck, but it was submerged and couldn't be seen at all. Annoying. Oh well. Lung Yinran couldn't help but envy Yurong's carefree innocence. She then pulled her inside the main hall, heading towards the Spirit Pool Pavilion. As the two of them left, Chen Daoxian approached the Enlightenment Tea Tree. I'm letting you know in advance this time. Give me a few branches. Chun Daoxian remembered scaring the Enlightenment tea tree half to death the last time he casually plucked some branches. As his words fell, the Enlightenment tea tree obediently snapped, breaking off 2 branches, each adorned with tender green Enlightenment tea leaves. Master is truly kind-hearted. He even takes Cha-Cha's words to heart. In the eyes of the Enlightenment tea tree, the master was the supreme existence. Even when sleeping in its Enlightenment vine chair, there would occasionally be traces of the 3,000 grand Tao circulating around him. Each time the master slept on its chair, it would take the opportunity to quietly gain enlightenment, greatly benefiting its growth. Compared to the master, it was as insignificant as a speck of dust. But even so, the fact that the master took its words to heart made the Enlightenment tea tree profoundly moved. Once Cha-Cha transforms, Cha-Cha must express gratitude to the master properly. The Enlightenment tea tree made a silent vow to strive harder in comprehending the master's Tao rhyme and aspire to transform as soon as possible. Chun Daoxian casually accepted the Enlightenment tea tree's branches and headed towards the Spirit Pool Pavilion. Little did he know that his actions would excite the Enlightenment tea tree so much. As he pushed open the door to the Spirit Pool Pavilion, he could see 2 figures tugging at each other amidst the mist. The pool is brimming with spiritual fluid. Senior sister, why not let Yurong take a sip? Just 1 sip. I promise not to drink too much. After entering the Spirit Pool Pavilion, Li Yurong couldn't help but drool. She hadn't expected the so-called Spirit Pool Pavilion to actually have an entire pool of spiritual fluid. Even within the Holy Mountain, opportunities to drink spiritual fluid for cultivation were rare. The elders would only provide her with a small vial of it during breakthroughs. This isn't for drinking. Lung Yanran was utterly helpless and had to prevent Yurong from imbibing the pool's spiritual fluid. The 2 of them were by the edge of the pool, tugging back and forth, a sight that left Chun Daoxian bewildered when he walked in. Cough, cough. Chun Daoxian cleared his throat, and Lung Yanran noticed Master's arrival. She quickly showed her respect. However, in that moment, Li Yurong had already managed to dip her head into the pool. Gulp, gulp, gulp. So satisfying. This spiritual fluid is even purer than what I've had in the Holy Mountain. It's so delicious. I only took 3 sips, but already filled my dantian with spiritual energy. What a pity, with a satisfied expression. Li Yurong downed 3 large gulps. She looked at Lung Yanran with a silly grin, only to find her senior sister looking utterly speechless. Whatever. It felt so good to drink first. Master. I couldn't stop her. Lung Yanran's lips twitched as she explained to Master. No worries. It's fine if she drinks the spiritual fluid. Chun Daoxian didn't make much of a fuss. He casually approached the edge of the pool. Li Yurong hurriedly got up, nervously raising her head to accept whatever reprimand her master had for her. Master. Yurong couldn't resist. Both of her small hands continued to tap together as she looked pitifully at Chun Daoxian. It's okay. You'll get tired of this spiritual fluid eventually. Our Heavenly Tao Pavilion isn't lacking in this stuff. Seeing Yurong's innocent and silly appearance, Chun Daoxian chuckled and ruffled her hair. Witnessing her comforted expression as her master tousled her hair, Lung Yanran quietly approached and rested her head beside Chun Daoxian. Chun Daoxian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. His 2 disciples were truly adorable in their own ways. He then ruffled Lung Yanran's hair as well, and out of curiosity, he even touched the demonic horn growing from her head. However, this action caused Lung Yanran to shiver, and in an instant, her neck turned red, spreading up to her ears. So cozy Master is touching Yanran's horn, it feels so warm. Lung Yanran trembled slightly, her breath quickening. Chun Daoxian raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his disciple's reaction. What was going on with her? Oh well, for now, he should prepare the specially concocted spiritual fluid for the 2 of them. Chun Daoxian approached the spirit pool on his own and, with a thought, turned the 2 Enlightenment tea tree branches in his hand into powder, scattering it into the pool. Then, he gestured to Lung Yanran, who understood that he needed the marrow-cleansing pill. With no one else around, she retrieved the jade bottle from her chest, still carrying the lingering fragrance of milk, and gently placed it in Chun Daoxian's hand. Senior sister, you're so clever. Yurong feels like she's learned a new skill. From now on, Yurong will hide things here too. Watching this scene unfold, Li Yurong stood there, her gaze shifting between herself and her senior sister. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She had gained a new skill. Compared to the already petite Lung Yanran, her storage capacity had grown by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Lung Yanran blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed by the compliment. Even Chun Daoxian's lips curled into a faint smile. His 2 disciples had unique ways of hiding treasures. Taking advantage of the still-warm jade bottle, Chun Daoxian poured out 2 marrow-cleansing pills. This time, one was for Yurong, so he increased the dosage a bit. As for these mythical-grade marrow-cleansing pills, they were indeed quite valuable. He had seen them in the system shop, priced at 10,000 system points per bottle. That equated to 1,000 system points per pill. However, for the sake of his disciples' cultivation, he didn't mind. After all, he had made a significant fortune this time. Once he settled his disciples, he would also strive to break through to a higher realm. If they ran out of marrow-cleansing pills, he could always exchange for another bottle for Yanran. it wouldn't be a problem. After tossing the marrow-cleansing pills into the pool, Chun Daoxian returned the jade bottle to Yanran. Then, he turned to Li Yurong and gestured again. Li Yurong blinked in confusion, casting a timid glance at Chun Daoxian. Under the surprised gazes of her master and senior sister, she hesitantly placed her head in Chun Daoxuan's palm. Lung Yanran couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. Realizing how she had lost her composure in front of her master, she could only cover her mouth and tremble with laughter. Was her junior sister entrusting her limited brain power to their master? Darn it, she couldn't contain her laughter. I asked you to take out that vial of dragon blood from earlier. What are you doing? Chen Daoxian looked bewilderedly at the Yurong he held in his palm. Their eyes met, and Yurong's large, innocent eyes blinked at him. Oh, in that moment, Li Yurong realized her mistake. She chuckled sheepishly, withdrawing her head. Under the astonished gazes of her master and senior sister, she retrieved a vial of dragon blood from her secret spatial storage. When did you put it in there? Both Lung Yanran and Chun Daoxuan's lips twitched. Just now, I thought senior sister's method was clever, so I put it in. No, is that not allowed? Here, master, it's for you. Li Yurong blinked her eyes twice, truthfully answering. Cough, as long as you like it. Chun Daoxian decided to stop questioning. He took the dragon blood from Yurong and poured about 20% of it into the pool. As the marrow-cleansing pills were added to the spirit pool, a faint glow enveloped its surface. With the addition of the dragon blood, mist within the pool began to form a subtle, ethereal dragon shape that spiraled within. Even the surface of the spiritual fluid bore a slight golden tinge. The purity of the gathered spiritual fluid in the spirit pool had already reached its zenith. Adding these 3 top-grade materials turned the pool's contents into something comparable to a holy elixir. Even a single drop could fetch a hefty price on the outside. Lung Yanran, having spent considerable time by her master's side, had developed a unique sensibility in this regard, marveling without surprise. As for Li Yurong, her gaze was locked on the even more enticing spiritual fluid in the pool. Her mouth couldn't help but water. Gulp. Master, is all this for senior sister and me to drink? After swallowing, Li Yurong asked softly, her eyes never leaving the pool. It's all for the two of you. Your senior sister will guide you in its use. As for me, I'll step out for now. Chun Daoxian realized explaining it all to Yurong might prove troublesome, so he passed the responsibility to Yanran and exited the spirit pool chamber. Seeing her master leave, Li Yurong couldn't help but be tempted to approach the pool and take another sip. This isn't for drinking. Follow me and immerse yourself in the pool. We'll cultivate within the spiritual fluid of the pool. Lung Yanran covered her forehead, stopping Yurong. It took quite some explaining to make Yurong understand the proper usage of the spiritual fluid. Before long, Lung Yanran neatly folded her dress and laid it beside the pool. Observing this, Li Yurong followed suit, removing her clothes and placing them beside her senior sister's garments. Darn, it's so big. Lung Yanran inadvertently glanced over, feeling momentarily dizzy. She had never been so thoroughly outclassed before. Despite her own ample size, she still couldn't compare to Yurong. I wonder if Master prefers junior sister or me. Muttering this to herself, Lung Yanran guided Yurong into the pool. Once inside, they both settled into a meditative posture, slowly closing their eyes, ready to commence their cultivation. Gulp. A strange sound echoed, causing Lung Yanran to open her eyes and look at her junior sister, who was sitting across from her. She found Yurong with her mouth puffed out, a faint gold residue at the corner of her lips, her face flushing red. Gulp. Another sound followed, as Li Yurong swallowed the fluid in her mouth. So delicious. I couldn't resist. Sensing her senior sister's gaze, Li Yurong blushed and admitted her actions. However, after consuming 2 mouthfuls of the spiritual fluid, she dared not continue drinking, quickly activating her cultivation technique to digest it. Could it be that white rabbit candy and a functioning brain truly cannot coexist? I wonder if my junior sister can become smarter through cultivation. Lung Yanran looked somewhat helpless, but she soon immersed herself in her cultivation, continuously circulating her techniques and absorbing the specially concocted spiritual fluid. Outside the hall, Chun Daoxian stretched lazily. He didn't need to sleep yet, not with tens of thousands of system points in hand. It was time to break through to the next realm. Additionally, he hadn't had the chance to exchange the precious materials Yurong had brought back. Walking over to a pavilion, he surveyed over 20 storage pouches laid out on the table. Inspecting each one, Chun Daoxian nodded in satisfaction. However, when he saw 2 pouches filled with spiritual fluid, his brows furrowed. What use did he have for this stuff? Tisk. Managing this kind of waste is quite a headache. Simply discarding them seems wasteful. Chun Daoxian furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. Standing nearby, Qi Yun, who had been waiting to receive orders, heard Chun Daoxuan's words and couldn't help but frown. He had personally packed all those precious materials into the pouches, and he was well aware of their contents. It seemed that the pavilion master considered these precious materials as waste. When he saw the 2 pouches filled with spiritual fluid, his eyes twitched. Those were valuable items. If he could use them, it would greatly enhance his strength. Qi Yun, take the water in these storage pouches and water the tea tree. If you need to, you can keep a portion for yourself. Chun Daoxian eventually came up with a method that wasn't too wasteful and tossed 2 storage pouches to Qi Yun. Huh? Oh, understood, Lord Pavilion Master. Although, with so much spirit fluid, the tea tree won't be able to absorb it all. It might even get damaged from overwatering. Qi Yun blinked in surprise, accepting the pouches. Initially joyful, he gradually became puzzled. Spirit fluid wasn't meant for cultivation. It was being used to water plants? What a waste. Moreover, even for heaven-tier medicinal herbs, too much spirit fluid could risk drowning them. They wouldn't be able to absorb it all at once. Just water the trees. Chen Daoxian couldn't be bothered explaining further, merely waving his hand to signal Qi Yun to carry out the task. The latter didn't dare to say anything else and obeyed. Following the pavilion master's orders, Qi Yun approached the enlightenment tea tree. As he got within 10 meters of the tree, he froze. These Dao auras? What kind of tea tree is this? How can it emit such strong waves of Dao auras? If one cultivates here, not only can it prevent deviating into the demonic path, but it can also increase the cultivation speed several times over. Could this be a tea tree planted by an immortal? While Qi Yun was still lost in thought, the enlightenment tea tree suddenly moved. A branch extended towards him, tapping on one of the storage pouches impatiently. Master wants this guy to give me some spirit fluid. Why is he standing there like a fool? The enlightenment tea tree seemed rather displeased with Qi Yun's sluggishness. Seeing this, Qi Yun quickly realized and began to pour out the spirit fluid onto the ground from one bucket after another. He emptied 5 buckets into the soil beside the tree, but the tree showed no signs of absorbing the liquid. In fact, as Qi Yun continued, the enlightenment tea tree seemed to grow impatient and directly extended several branches into the buckets, actively absorbing the spirit fluid. In a short moment, the 20 buckets of spirit fluid from the first pouch were completely absorbed. Seeing Qi Yun still dazed, the enlightenment tea tree tapped on the other storage pouch he held. Oh, okay. Here, take it. Qi Yun wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, thoroughly astonished by the enlightenment tea tree's behavior. He swiftly retrieved another 20 buckets of spirit fluid and placed them in front of him. Moments later, the enlightenment tea tree's branches completely absorbed the 20 buckets of spirit fluid once again. Satisfied, it retracted its branches and swayed slightly in the direction of Chun Daoxian. Master treats Cha-Cha so well. I love Master the most. The enlightenment tea tree expressed its happiness, while Qi Yun stood dumbfounded. It didn't even leave a single drop for me. Qi Yun looked at the 40 empty stone jars, his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. Moments ago, he thought the tea tree might not be able to absorb all the spirit fluid in a few jars. But now, not a single drop was left. What grade is this tea tree? To absorb this much spirit fluid? This is a problem now. I don't have any left. Qi Yun sighed helplessly, regretting not saving some in advance. Even a single jar would have been fine. Within the entire Scarlet Cloud secret realm, he had only managed to gather this much spirit fluid. How precious it was. Especially now, with the Scarlet Cloud secret realm collapsing, obtaining spirit fluid would become much more difficult. Little did he know that at that very moment, Lung Yanran and Li Xinhua were soaking in a pool of refined spirit fluid, a mixture of various top-grade materials, even richer and more potent. Oh right, I collected the bodies of several experts from the Rin clan earlier. I haven't had the chance to absorb them. This would be the perfect time. Suddenly, Qi Yun slapped his forehead, remembering an extremely important matter. He retrieved a storage pouch and lightly tapped it on the ground. A neat row of Rin clan experts' bodies appeared before him. Qi Yun first searched the bodies, removing their storage treasures and the 5 elements formation flags. Pavilion Master, these are the belongings of the Rin clan members. I didn't have a chance to hand them over earlier. Approaching the small pavilion, Qi Yun respectfully presented the storage treasures and 5 elements formation flags. He didn't dare to keep these things for himself. Oh, I almost forgot about that. I haven't collected the spoils from the Rin clan yet. Chun Daoxian had initially planned to start his breakthrough right away, but upon hearing this, he suddenly remembered the storage treasures of the Rin clan's ancestors. Being a nascent soul realm expert, they must have had valuable treasures. Accepting the storage treasures, Chun Daoxian didn't even spare them a glance. He silently activated his thoughts. Exchange all the items on this table for system points. Dying, you have gained a total of 32,600 system points from this exchange. His darn. This feeling of sudden wealth, I haven't even had a chance to spend the system points in my hand, and now I've gained more than 30,000 more. Chun Daoxian gasped, realizing that with the points he just gained, he now had a whopping 118,900 system points. He could probably reach the Void Sky realm with these points, and perhaps even make progress in the Profound Sky realm. Indeed, to accumulate system points, one needed to take lives, act righteously, and uphold justice for the heavens. Yes, that's it. Pavilion Master, may I refine the corpses of the Rin clan members? Seeing a table full of storage treasures suddenly disappear, Qi Yun wasn't particularly surprised. He assumed the Pavilion Master had collected them. So, he straightforwardly voiced his most pressing concern. If he could absorb the bodies of the Run clan members, especially that nascent soul realm ancestor, he could potentially advance by 2 or 3 minor realms. While respecting the deceased is important, this method seems rather unethical. Furthermore, this kind of practice may lead to the accumulation of negative karma, which isn't good. How about this? First, study this great compassion mantra and use it to guide their souls to a better place. By doing so, you'll gain some merit. Afterward, you can refine their bodies to offset any negative karma. Chen Daoxian pondered, realizing that letting Qi Yun manage the northern domain might be necessary for his growth. Thus, he spent 10 system points to exchange for a great compassion mantra, soul guidance manual, and handed it to Qi Yun. Now, being financially well off, spending 10 system points didn't even faze him. In the future, there would be many assassination missions to fulfill, and at that time, Qi Yun could use the great compassion mantra to guide and refine the souls all at once. A win-win situation. Very well, Pavilion Master. Qi Yun was momentarily stunned. Initially, he thought the Pavilion Master might reject the idea of refining the deceased. Although he felt regret, he didn't dare to defy the Pavilion Master's will. But who could have predicted that the Pavilion Master's suggestion was even more terrifying, first guiding the souls, and then refining the bodies? How horrifying! Guiding souls didn't require a high level of cultivation. Leveraging his boundless realm, Qi Yun quickly memorized the Great Compassion Mantra, Soul Guidance Chapter. Subsequently, he approached the multitude of Ren clan corpses, expertly clasped his hands together, and began reciting the scripture. If not for his strong corpse aura, he might have appeared even more professional than the abbot Kong Kai. In no time, the process of soul guidance was complete. I'm going to start now. Qi Yun gazed at the numerous corpses of experts, as if he were looking at a group of beauties. But before he could start the refining process, a branch suddenly struck, piercing through the body of the Ren clan's ancestor. In an instant, the corpse rapidly decayed and eventually dissipated into dust. Huh? You absorb spirit fluid, and now you're even snatching bodies? Hey, Divine Tea Tree, please spare that one for me. I'm begging you, leave one for me. Qi Yun was dumbfounded as he witnessed the Enlightenment Tea Tree absorb the bodies of the 4 elders one by one, even absorbing the insights they had accumulated over their lifetimes. In the end, after Qi Yun pitifully pleaded, the Enlightenment Tea Tree spared the body of the aforementioned Rena. Quickly, Qi Yun began the refining process, but the Enlightenment Tea Tree didn't take his share for free. It lightly touched Qi Yun's back, transferring the insights it had absorbed moments ago. In a nearby small pavilion, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Without further delay, he spoke up. System, is it correct that it takes 10,000 system points to break through to the Void Sky Realm? Yes. Host, would you like to spend 10,000 system points to initiate the breakthrough? Nonsense, it's just 10,000 points. Just use it. People will think that I, Chen Daoxian, can't afford it. Give me the cultivation to break through to the Void Sky Realm. The corners of Chen Daoxuan's mouth rose slightly. With a huge sum of nearly 120,000 system points in his pocket, he finally stiffened up. Ding! Deduct 10,000 system points in exchange for 10,000 years of cultivation. As the system sounded a notification, Chen Daoxian felt that the cells in his whole body seemed to start to boil. In every inch of his skin, in every drop of his blood, in every single cell, it was as if a blaze was ignited, and his realm, too, began to surge at an astounding rate. Second layer of the Qi Si realm. Third layer of the Qi Si realm. Fourth layer of the Qi Si realm. Ninth layer of the Qi Si realm. Without a moment's pause, in just the blink of an eye, he had surged from the initial first layer of the Qi Si realm to the formidable ninth layer. In an instant, the sky over illusory void mountains spanning 100 miles transformed. Although it was noon and the sun was shining brightly, the entire sky suddenly turned pitch black. Crack! With a sound audible only to Chen Daoxian, the bottleneck shattered. First layer of the Void Sky realm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A tumultuous surge of spiritual energy erupted within the boundaries of the heavenly Dao Hall. Countless torrents of spiritual energy thundered, converging madly toward Chen Daoxian. A moment later, a shadow enveloped the entire illusory void mountain, spanning 100 miles. The fierce beasts within the mountain all cowered and trembled on the ground. Meanwhile, in the midsection of the mountain, within the heavenly Dao Hall, the area within a radius of 10 li was experiencing a surge of spiritual energy akin to an eruption. Initially, it had merely formed countless vortexes of spiritual energy that madly poured into Chen Daoxuan's direction. Within the confines of the heavenly Dao Hall, spiritual energy seemed endless, increasing more and more. As it accumulated, it began to slowly condense into droplets of liquid. Before long, the liquid gathered together, forming a small river that continuously flowed toward Chen Daoxian. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of rumbling, the spiritual liquid river grew wider and wider, becoming a grand river akin to an immense sea. It engulfed Chen Daoxian entirely. Mother of what on earth happened during my cultivation time? Is there a flood? No, wait. Are these all spiritual liquids? Pavilion Master, are you okay? Chi Yun, who was refining the run, was awakened by this immense commotion. As he beheld the scene before him, he rubbed his eyes and even questioned if he had fallen into a demonic cultivation path. This river-like flood of spiritual liquid continuously converged towards the small pavilion, similar to a river flowing into it. In comparison to the drops of spiritual liquid he had seen during his over 5,000 years in the secret realm, this volume was like a drop of water in the ocean. Setting aside how the Pavilion Master managed to absorb such a vast amount of spiritual liquid without bursting, the crucial question was, where did all this come from? After a while, Chun Daoshuan's Qi had finally completed its absorption, and the spiritual liquid ceased to appear. It had been fully absorbed by Chun Daoxian. Phew, making a breakthrough really leaves you feeling refreshed. Chun Daoxian slowly opened his eyes, and within his pupils, stars seemed to twinkle momentarily before gradually fading away. Before he could examine the changes in his breakthrough, the sky above a illusory, void mountain suddenly lit up with lightning and resounded with thunderclaps. Dark clouds gathered for hundreds of li, casting an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Heaven's heavenly tribulation. Is the Pavilion Master going through heavenly tribulation for ascension? What the hell? Beside him, Chi Yun's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Staring at the thunderclouds above, he couldn't stop trembling. Ascending wasn't frightening in itself, but the problem was he was quite close to the Pavilion Master right now. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation had already locked onto his presence. Chi Yun couldn't guarantee whether the Pavilion Master could withstand the heavenly tribulation and successfully ascend. However, for him, this little dish, it was almost certain that he'd be reduced to ashes by the heavenly tribulation in a moment. To be able to witness the scene of ascension before death, it's worth it, Pavilion Master. You just focus on overcoming the tribulation. No need to worry about me. Chi Yun let out a long sigh and unexpectedly shouted at Chun Daoxian. What nonsense are you saying? Instead of refining Rena's corpse, why are you meddling in my affairs? Chun Daoxian raised an eyebrow slightly, looking calmly at Chi Yun. He seemed completely indifferent to the impending heavenly tribulation. Nonetheless, Chi Yun's words made Chun Daoxian view him with a newfound respect. Based on this incident alone, Chun Daoxian was willing to entrust the management of the northern domain to him entirely. My esteemed Pavilion Master, that's the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation. Even if you're confident, at least use a treasure to defend against it. Don't take it lightly. Although he was already in a life-or-death situation himself, he wasn't as scared as before. So, he kept urging the Pavilion Master to utilize a treasure to withstand the heavenly tribulation. TSK, I, Chun Daoxian, am standing right here. Let's see if this heavenly tribulation dares to strike. Chun Daoxian sneered at the thunderclouds above, his contemptuous laughter echoing through the air. Even if it was the heavenly tribulation within the heavenly Dao Hall's boundaries, Chun Daoxian remained unfazed. However, he felt puzzled. Most cultivators only faced heavenly tribulation when they were about to ascend to the immortal realm. How come he, having just broken through to the void sky realm, was facing it? It was beyond reason. Others were ascending, while he, at best, was just soaring through the skies. Why was he experiencing heavenly tribulation? Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Chun Daoxian furrowed his brows, then casually summoned his merit treasure, the Hongmeng ruler. Beside him, Chi Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the Pavilion Master using a treasure. It seemed the Pavilion Master had taken his words to heart. Rubbish. This heavenly tribulation won't stop me, this Pavilion Master, from sunbathing. Bring out the sun for me. Chun Daoshuan's eyes glittered as he nonchalantly released 2 beams of profound yellow energy into the sky. Well, it wouldn't be accurate to say 2 beams. Those beams of profound yellow energy were as thick as colossal pillars, radiating a profound yellow aura. Faint traces of merit power could even be sensed, directly aiming for the roiling tribulation clouds in the sky. It's finished. This act will surely trigger a backlash from the heavenly tribulation, unleashing an even stronger force. Chi Yun was flabbergasted. He couldn't understand why the Pavilion Master was provoking the heavenly tribulation so brazenly. However, as the 2 beams of profound yellow energy penetrated the tribulation clouds, boom, roll, roll, rumble after 2 deafening roars, the gathering tribulation clouds covering hundreds of li were directly blasted into instability. They weakened after traveling such a long distance. Chun Daoxian didn't care, nonchalantly waving the Hongmeng ruler towards the sky several times. Boom, boom, heavenly tribulation obliterated. Hee, ha ha ha. Lord Tea-Tree, I understand now. You were just playing tricks on me, weren't you? I see. When Lord Tea-Tree was imparting Dao insights earlier, he incidentally pulled me into an illusion. Lord Tea-Tree, I figured it out. Please wake me up from this dream. Chi Yun stared dumbfoundedly at the tribulation clouds, which had been obliterated by the bombardment. After a moment of shock, he began to laugh uncontrollably. Next to him, the enlightenment Tea-Tree, initially astonished by the owner's incredible prowess, regained its senses as Qi Yun's words sank in. It lightly extended a branch, touching Qi Yun's forehead. Qi Yun thought the enlightenment tea tree would help him break free from the illusion. However, what appeared in his mind were three words. "You're an idiot." What do you mean?" Qi Yun was baffled. What was Lord Tea Tree trying to convey? Stop laughing. You weren't in an illusion just now. Everything was real. Just some heavenly tribulation clouds. Why are you so surprised? Train when you need to train, sleep when you need to sleep. I am tired. With the dispersal of the heavenly tribulation, Chun Daoxian felt a little more at ease. Who gave the right to a mere breakthrough in the void sky realm to summon a heavenly tribulation and strike him? Did he have no pride? Having said that, he let out a lazy yawn and reclined back onto the enlightenment vine chair. He paid no mind to Qi Yun, who was now utterly dumbfounded, and leisurely closed his eyes, falling into silence. He initially intended to break through to the profound sky realm directly. However, little did he know how taxing it would be he had to face a heavenly tribulation. It was better to get some rest first and recharge. In the northern domain, numerous cultivators cast their eyes toward the direction of the illusory void mountain. I felt some commotion from the illusory void mountain just now. Could it be that a mighty demon has emerged? Or perhaps a treasure has appeared, causing celestial phenomena? Never mind. That treacherous place is better left untouched. The northern domain had never been home to many powerful cultivators. Even when they saw the tribulation clouds above illusory void mountain just now, none of them could recognize it as the heavenly tribulation for an ascension. After all, the strongest beings in the entire northern domain were only at the annihilation realm. Facing the heavenly tribulation was an existence far beyond their reach. Deep within the depths of the illusory void mountain, several figures emitting terrifying auras gathered together, each one of them wearing expressions of shock. Although they were all humanoid in form, they had roots of fierce beasts. This indicated that their cultivation had reached the divinity separation realm, granting them the ability to transform. If I'm not mistaken, that was the legendary heavenly tribulation just now. Why would the heavenly tribulation appear above our illusory void mountain? Could it be related to that suddenly appearing mysterious palace? Should we investigate? One of them spoke with a trembling voice. No, us. That palace instills fear even in it. We mustn't provoke it. If the heavenly tribulation was indeed triggered by that palace, we must stay away. Once Ao Zhu emerges from seclusion, we'll report this matter to her and decide. Right. Remember to instruct the underlings a few more times. Absolutely do not approach the vicinity of that palace. Attracting attention from the entities within might not bode well. The words of the other individuals instantly vetoed the previous speaker's suggestion, and they decided to wait until the most powerful being within the illusory void mountain, Ao Zhu, emerged from her seclusion before making any decisions. Heavenly tribulation. It's indeed the heavenly tribulation. Let's disperse. Remember, don't provoke the entities within that palace. As for the heavenly Dao Hall at this moment, Chen Daoxian lay on the enlightenment vine chair, appearing to sleep, but in reality, however, his current state appeared entirely different in the eyes of the enlightenment tea tree. While he slept, ethereal wisps of the 3,000 great Daos, Dao auras faintly appeared around him. But now he was constantly exuding these Dao auras, as if his every breath was releasing the 3,000 great Dao's resonance. With each inhalation and exhalation, the Dao auras expanded and contracted, as if they were imitating Chun Daoxuan's movements. Master is too scary. I am using Master to comprehend the 3,000 ways, but the 3,000 ways are comprehending the Master. With this clear Dao rhyme, Cha-Cha is going to have an epiphany again. The enlightenment tea tree was surrounded by a burst of fluorescence, and after observing for a while, it entered the state of enlightenment again. Well, heavenly tribulation. What is heavenly tribulation? Haha. Isn't it just a catastrophe? The pavilion master has already said, it's time to practice. Qian, why is your mood so unstable? You have to calm down. Calm down, yes, that's it. Take a deep breath. Meditate. Calm down for a while. Heaven's gods. Heavenly tribulation just exploded. Just an inch before me. On the side, Qian was almost insane. He even suspected that he might have died under the catastrophe and turned into ashes. And now, there's only one obsession left. Fantasizing that he is still alive. But no matter whether he slapped his face or practiced his exercises, everything was as usual, which proved that he really lived in this world. That scene just now, it was real. The heavenly tribulation was casually shattered by the sect master. Namo Amit Ba. Qian even began to chant the Great Compassion Mantra's deliverance verse alone in a corner, hoping to calm his mind through this. Surprisingly, it worked. After reciting the Great Compassion Mantra's deliverance verse, Scarlet Cloud felt much better. Although he couldn't comprehend how the Pavilion Master had casually obliterated the heavenly tribulation or what realm the Pavilion Master truly reached, at least he had quieted down. Casting a glance at the Pavilion Master sleeping in the distance, Qi Yun's eyelids twitched. No wonder the Pavilion Master doesn't cultivate. The commotion caused by the Pavilion Master's cultivation just now was too immense. If the pavilion master cultivated every day, it would probably drain all the spiritual energy from the northern region. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Chen Daoxian yawned comfortably and, lost in his thoughts, made his way to a small pavilion to pour himself a cup of enlightenment tea. He casually glanced at the enlightenment tea tree. Damn it, how could the tea tree have gained enlightenment again? How can all of you have sudden insights while I can't? This is infuriating. Chen Daoxian was momentarily taken aback and murmured in envy. Fortunately, the enlightenment tea tree was currently immersed in its own enlightenment and hadn't awakened. Otherwise, it might have been even more puzzled. The tree seemed to be comprehending its master. But what was the master planning to comprehend? Let's see what changes have occurred in the Void Sky realm. Qin Daoxian sighed and remembered that he had broken through a major realm yesterday, so there should be some new changes. He began to introspect his qi, si, and various parts of his body. However, he found that there didn't seem to be many new things. Only, inside his qi, si, the billions of stars appear to have gained a touch of spirituality, becoming more vivid with numerous details. Just this, Qin Daoxian was a bit confused. Apart from his strength straightforwardly increasing several hundredfold, there didn't seem to be any particular changes. This Void Sky realm didn't seem all that impressive. Hey, Qian, when you broke through to the Void Sky realm, did you experience any special changes? Chen Daoxian, not giving up, turned to Qiyun, who had been stealing glances at him with a look as if he was beholding a deity since he woke up. Report to the Pavilion Master. When Qiyun gained consciousness, he was already in the Annihilation realm. He didn't experience the Void Sky realm. Upon hearing the Pavilion Master's call, Qiyun startled and quickly replied, "What started in the Annihilation realm? I envy you so much." Chen Daoxian took in a sharp breath, clearly feeling envious. Pavilion Master, you're joking." Qiyun's smile looked more dreadful than tears. How could he believe that the Pavilion Master, an almost divine existence, would envy him? Cough, cough. All right, let's drop the subject. Let me ask you something else. When others break through to the Void Sky realm, do they experience any special changes? Chen Daoxian finally gave up on this line of questioning and continued. They do. After giving it careful thought, Qiyun nodded emphatically. He realized that the Pavilion Master was probably too distant from the Void Sky realm, having forgotten its changes, which was why he was asking. Oh, what changes? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes instantly lit up. After the Void Sky realm, one can fly, utilizing spiritual energy to traverse the sky. With a firm and serious gaze, Qiyun looked at Chen Daoxian, who was brimming with anticipation. What? Chen Daoxian couldn't believe that the change he was anticipating was actually the ability to fly. He could already fly before reaching the Void Sky realm. Never mind, never mind. Asking was pointless. Waving his hand dismissively, Chen Daoxian stopped bothering Qiyun. After all, he seemed to be quite different from the others. At least, when others break through to the Qi-Si realm, they certainly don't have a universe of stars within their Qi-Si. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's reaction, Qiyun chose not to say anything further. Despite his mood having somewhat calmed after a day, he still felt as if he were in a dream. He didn't even dare to continue cultivating at this moment, fearing that his state of mind might become unstable and lead him astray. As for Chen Daoxian, he was leisurely sipping the enlightenment tea, glancing at the bright sun in the sky. He couldn't help but think that the weather was pleasant today. Perhaps he should take advantage of it and break through to the profound sky realm as well. After all, following his breakthrough to the Void Sky realm, he still possessed over 99,000 system points, which should be sufficient for advancing to the next major realm. Ding! Senior Disciple Lung Yanran has broken through to the 8th heaven of the profound sky realm, rewarding 200 system points. Ding! Second Disciple Li Yorong has broken through to the 6th heaven of the profound sky realm, rewarding 200 system points. Suddenly, a prompt echoed in his mind, causing Chen Daoxian to slightly pause. Initially, when disciples broke through to the profound sky realm, the system rewarded them with 100 years of cultivation and 100 system points. However, now it seemed that everything had been converted to system points. Nevertheless, this alteration wasn't of great significance. Ding! Senior Disciple Lung Yanran has broken through to the 9th heaven of the profound sky realm, rewarding 200 system points. Ding! Second Disciple Li Yorong has broken through to the 7th heaven of the profound sky realm, rewarding 200 system points. In a matter of moments, 2 more notifications sounded. Chen Daoxian was curious to check his disciples' progress, but wondered if it would be appropriate. Well, I am their master after all. I just don't want their cultivation to go awry. For safety's sake, I should take a look. It's all for their cultivation, without any ulterior motive. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, Chen Daoxian finally made up his mind. Even if it meant a slight compromise to his role as master, what harm could come from a quick glance? With a single thought, the scene inside the spirit pool hall became vivid in his mind. Within the pool, the specially concocted elixir had already been depleted by 2/3. The remaining liquid barely covered the lower abdomens of the 2 disciples meditating. Furthermore, the remaining elixir was rapidly diminishing as the 2 disciples absorbed it fervently. Especially Lung Yanran, who was on the verge of breaking through to a higher realm. Once she overcame the bottleneck, she would attain the Unity realm. Soon enough, the elixir in the pool was completely depleted. Lung Yanran frowned, focusing on operating the chaos heavenly demon scripture. An aura of malevolence appeared faintly around her, and the purple pattern formed by her innate charm above her lower abdomen faintly flickered. Li Yurong slowly opened her eyes, sensing her newfound cultivation at the seventh heaven of the profound sky realm. She had initially intended to congratulate her senior sister, but upon seeing her in the midst of a breakthrough, she hastily covered her mouth, not daring to disturb her. Almost there, just a little bit more. Lung Yinran's heart felt somewhat anxious. The specially prepared elixir within the spirit pool had already been exhausted. Yet, she was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through the bottleneck to reach the Unity realm. Open your mouth. Just as Lung Yinran believed her breakthrough might end in failure, a voice resounded within her mind. Master! Lung Yinran was slightly startled, but without overthinking, she obediently opened her mouth. A pill materialized before her crimson lips and gently slid into her mouth. As the pill touched her tongue, it transformed in a liquid that flowed into her abdomen, immediately releasing an immense surge of spiritual energy into her chi. Without hesitation, Lung Yinran directed this formidable sea of spiritual energy towards the bottleneck. Break! Following a tender shout, the bottleneck shattered into fragments. Lung Yinran's aura underwent an earth-shaking transformation, propelling her into the first layer of the Unity realm. With this advancement, her demonic charm became even more pronounced, manifesting in her appearance. Thank you, Master. Lung Yinran slowly opened her eyes, expressing her gratitude. Yet, she couldn't spot her master's figure. Only her junior sister was present in the hall, watching her with a hand covering her mouth. Although it was her junior sister, Lung Yinran felt a tad uncomfortable under such scrutiny. Senior sister Lung is incredible. You are now in the first heaven of the Unity realm. However, Yurong is also very powerful. I am already at the seventh heaven of the profound sky realm. Upon seeing senior sister's relieved expression as she opened her eyes, Li Yurong finally let out a sigh of relief. She had refrained from breathing earlier, so as not to disturb her senior sister's breakthrough. Indeed, Yurong has made great progress. Shall we go and pay our respects to our master? Lung Yinran didn't maintain her usual stern expression towards her junior sister. Instead, she smiled and suggested. Hearing this, Li Yurong picked up her clothes from the poolside, intending to get dressed. However, she suddenly noticed her senior sister heading towards a clothing rack adorned with many exquisite garments. Senior sister, can Li Yurong wear these clothes? Li Yurong's eyes immediately lit up with stars as she casually discarded her own clothes and eagerly approached. Her well-endowed bosom swayed with each step, nearly causing Lung Yinran to become dizzy from watching. These were prepared by our master according to my measurements. I'm not sure if they'll fit you, junior sister. Lung Yinran glanced at her junior sister, her uncertainty evident in her tone. Please, senior sister, can you give a set to Li Yurong? Pretty please. Seeing her senior sister's hesitation, Li Yurong wore an expression of aggrieved pleading. Well, go ahead and pick an outfit you like. But if it doesn't fit, don't blame me. Also, I'll let Master know later. Master will prepare clothes for you too. Seeing her junior sister's adorable look, Lung Yinran couldn't bear to refuse. She patted her forehead and agreed with a nod. Hooray! Senior sister is the best. At this moment, outside the Heavenly Dao Hall in the small pavilion, Chen Daoxian dispersed the scene from the Spirit Pool Hall in his mind. How could it be so big, even larger than I thought? Does this have something to do with her unique physique? Well, never mind. Chen Daoxian recalled the scene from earlier and felt a bit hot under the collar. Too advanced. Oh, enlightenment tea, you can't drink too much of it. It's too stimulating. However, at the last moment, he spent 100 system points in the store to exchange for a heaven-ranked pill, which helped Yinran break through to the Unity realm. Otherwise, this breakthrough would likely have ended in failure. It seems that the Pavilion Master didn't break through the heavenly tribulation so easily yesterday. He must have suffered some significant internal injuries. Beside him, Qian noticed the change in the Pavilion Master's complexion. At first, he was puzzled, but soon he understood the cause and effect of the situation. Indeed, heavenly tribulations weren't so easily dispersed. Even the esteemed Pavilion Master had suffered backlash. In no time, two figures had emerged from the Divine Hall. Chen Daoxian raised his eyes and was momentarily stunned. Lung Yinran wore a white gown, with white silk draped over her slender legs. Although very little skin was exposed, her innate charm couldn't be concealed. Her succubus traits were even more apparent after breaking through to the Unity realm, enhancing the effects of her innate charm. As for Li Yurong, after careful consideration, she had chosen a white Taoist robe. Yet, even a loose robe couldn't hide her ample figure. An angelic face with a devilish body. What left Shan Daoxian flabbergasted was that beneath Li Yurong's white Taoist robe, she had paired it with black stockings. Wool matching a Taoist robe with stockings, that's something. Shan Daoxian couldn't help but sigh. These two disciples of his were truly fire starters. Fortunately, within the confines of the heavenly Tao Hall, even if evil thoughts arose, they would quickly dissipate, leaving little impact. He even suspected that if he were to descend the mountain, he might not be able to resist the temptation of Yanran's innate charm. Both of them respectfully entered the small pavilion and paid their respects to their master. Master, disciple has fulfilled the duty. I've broken through to the unity realm. After the formal gesture of respect, Lung Yanran poured a cup of enlightenment tea for their master and excitedly shared the news of her breakthrough, hoping for praise. Master, I've also broken through 2 realms. I'm now at the 7th heaven of the profound sky realm. Furthermore, after cultivating the technique you gave me, I feel like I can punch a dragon to death. Seeing this, Li Yurong was equally enthusiastic about her progress. Not bad. Both of you have made significant progress this time. Chen Daoxian was well aware of their breakthrough's progress, but he still rubbed their heads with great satisfaction, earning delighted smiles from the two. Now that you've broken through to the Unity realm, you should have a suitable weapon. This treasure is called the God-Killing Spear, and it suits you perfectly. I'm bestowing it upon you. Chen Daoxian flipped his hand, revealing a pitch-black long spear emanating a dense, malevolent aura. He handed it to Lung Yanran. Isn't this a bit too valuable? Lung Yanran looked at the God-Killing Spear, emanating a dense, malevolent aura. If it weren't for her practice of the chaos, heavenly demon scripture, she probably wouldn't even be able to touch it. Ordinary people who came into contact with the God-Killing Spear would be invaded by the malevolent aura, causing excruciating pain. At the very least, it had to be a heaven-ranked or even immortal-ranked treasure. Between us, there's no need to worry about these things. Take it when I give it. Chen Daoxian chuckled lightly at Yanran's reaction and spoke. Seeing her compliance, Yanran no longer refused. She respectfully held the God-Killing Spear with both hands before Chen Daoxian. As soon as she held it, Yanran felt as if the God-Killing Spear was tailored specifically for her. It granted a boost to her power that was several times, even tens of times, stronger. Her current strength at the Unity Realm was enough to easily defeat those in the Annihilation Realm. She even had the confidence to confront stronger beings in the Boundless Realm. However, now that she had the God-Killing Spear, she felt she could overpower experts in the Boundless Realm. Crossing 2 major realms was still achievable with ease. This was no ordinary heaven-ranked treasure. It was a divine weapon. Master, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yanran bowed deeply to her master, her heart brimming with indescribable gratitude. This treasure must have been specially prepared for her by her master. Where else could she find such a wonderful master? Without him, she might have lost her life long ago. Now, she had become a terrifying prodigy, capable of suppressing opponents 2 major realms above her. All of this was thanks to her master. Master, what about me, master? Did master prepare a weapon for me too? Li Yurong, on the other hand, looked to her master with anticipation after seeing the exceptional treasure bestowed upon her senior sister. Cough cough, your cultivation is still shallow. Focus on breaking through to the Unity Realm for now. When you break through to the Unity Realm, I will also grant you a treasure. Chen Daoxian cleared his throat and calmed down the excited Li Yurong. He hadn't prepared this treasure in advance. It was actually a reward from the system when Yanran broke through to the Unity Realm. Ding! Senior Disciple Lung, Yanran has broken through to the Unity Realm. Reward: God-Killing Spear, Replica, 2,000 system points. Seeing this prompt, Chen Daoxian was taken aback. The God-Killing Spear was an extraordinary divine weapon. In the primordial world, it was considered a top divine weapon, the personal weapon of the demon ancestor Luo Hu. Even if this God-Killing Spear was a replica, it still retained the original's characteristics, capable of killing without causing karmic retribution. Its grade was far beyond that of immortal-grade treasures in this world. Well, very well. Then, Master, please prepare a weapon for me as well. I will soon break through to the Unity Realm. Upon hearing her master's words, Li Yurong made up her mind. She would strive to cultivate diligently and achieve a breakthrough to the Unity Realm as soon as possible. No wonder he's the Pavilion Master. Even the treasures he casually takes out are likely immortal grade. True, after all, the Pavilion Master can obliterate even heavenly tribulations with a wave of his hand. His power rivals that of immortals. Only immortal-grade treasures are worthy of his status. Qian couldn't help but murmur in amazement. However, this caught the ears of both Yanran and Li Yurong, leaving them puzzled. What heavenly tribulation? What nonsense is he talking about? Lung Yanran frowned slightly. Qian was someone she had brought up the mountain herself. She couldn't let him speak recklessly and offend their master. Miss, I'm not talking nonsense. Both of young miss were in seclusion, so you don't know. When the Pavilion Master cultivates, the spiritual energy gathers like a river of liquid. It's insanely wild. But that's not all. After the Pavilion Master's cultivation, he attracted a heavenly tribulation. I even thought that the Pavilion Master was transcending his tribulation and ascending to become an immortal. But guess what happened? The Pavilion Master just casually took out a ruler and waved it. Boom! The heavenly tribulation exploded. Qian finally found someone to share his shock with and excitedly gesticulated. His expressions exaggerated as he recounted his experiences to the two. Especially when he described the explosion of the heavenly tribulation, Qi Yun repeatedly mimicked the motion with his hands, attempting to convey the utterly absurd might of the pavilion master. Cultivating to gather spiritual energy like a river of liquid and causing the heavenly tribulation to explode with a wave of a ruler. Master, is what he said true? Even Lung Yanran, who was well aware of her master's strength, was taken aback. She turned her head to look at her master, her eyes full of shock and uncertainty. Liquid rivers of spiritual energy and an exploded heavenly tribulation, it must be delicious to drink, but the sound of a heavenly tribulation doesn't sound appetizing. As for Li Yorong, she only caught the part about liquid rivers of spiritual energy, as the heavenly tribulation was a concept she couldn't understand at all. Merely a heavenly tribulation. Is there anything true or false about it? What's this, Yinran? Are you curious about heavenly tribulations? However, observing a heavenly tribulation might provide some assistance to both of you in your cultivation and mental state. Well, all right, you two wait for a moment. Chen Daoxian heard his disciple's words, raising an eyebrow slightly. He then thought that he had sufficient system points to use. After his two disciples finished their training, he had over 110,000 system points. If he used 100,000 of them to break through to the profound sky realm, he would still have 10,000 left to deal with any potential emergencies. Furthermore, after their recent training, Yanran had already broken through to the Unity realm, while Chen Daoxian, their master, had only reached the Void Sky realm. The disparity was significant and quite a blow to his self-esteem. Lung Yanran was slightly perplexed by her master's words. She had only wanted to verify the truth of Qi Yun's statement. Why did her master seem to be planning an on-the-spot demonstration? While she was indeed curious about heavenly tribulations, she couldn't let her master risk attracting a heavenly tribulation just to demonstrate it to her. Immediately, Lung Yanran intended to voice her objection. Yay, master, could you let Yorong have a sip of the spiritual liquid later? Li Yorong's eyes brightened, and she excitedly hopped up. As for Qi Yun beside her, he remained stunned in place. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to have found someone to share his shock with? Yet, the pavilion master was planning to provoke a heavenly tribulation to allow the two young ladies to observe and gain insight into the cultivation state of a heavenly tribulation. He wondered if heavenly tribulations were really so cheap. Whenever Qi Yun thought he had already pushed his assessment of the pavilion master's strength to the limit, the pavilion master would always shatter his understanding anew. System, convert 100,000 system points into 100,000 years of cultivation. Ignoring the reactions of others, Chen Daoxian silently commanded. He had originally planned to break through at some point, and now he could use this opportunity to train the mental states of his two disciples. After all, system points were only points until they were used, and only when used did they become true cultivation. Ding, 100,000 system points consumed, successfully converted into 100,000 years of cultivation. As the system prompt sounded, Chen Daoxuan's aura was laid bare, and the dense pressure he emitted even distorted the space around him. Lung Yanran and the others, retreating in fear, were astonished to find that the aura seemed to have no effect on them. Instead, Master controlled it within half a zhang's distance in front of him. It's coming. Chen Daoxian narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing upwards. The sky, once clear for miles, suddenly became densely clouded. The clouds covered an area even larger than the last time, extending for thousands of li. The pitch-black sea of tribulation clouds shrouded the illusory void mountain, causing all living beings to feel a sense of dread. The more powerful the cultivator, the more panic they felt, even wanting to flee at the sight of the tribulation clouds. Even those savage beasts without sentience cowered under the tribulation clouds, trembling and afraid to move. As for the people in front of the heavenly Dao Hall, being the epicenter of the locked-on tribulation clouds, they felt the pressure even more acutely. Lung Yanran's brows furrowed, an inexplicable sense of panic washing over her, akin to facing life and death. At the same time, a tinge of worry crept into her gaze towards her master. Even for the sake of allowing them to observe and gain insight, could her master really attract a heavenly tribulation without any danger? Senior sister, I'm scared, master. Yorong is afraid. Could you please stop? Li Yorong clung to her senior sister's arm, her fear evident. She only dared to sneak a glance at the tribulation clouds overhead. This is definitely the heavenly tribulation of transcending the tribulation and ascending to immortality. Under this heavenly tribulation, all living beings will turn to ashes. If one can endure it, they will undoubtedly achieve the Tao and ascend to the upper realm. Shaking and trembling, Qi Yun knelt down, bowing to the direction of the pavilion master. In his heart, T Pavilion Master was already an immortal being. There was no other possibility. Only an immortal could attract such a heavenly tribulation. Ah, Master, you're attracting another heavenly tribulation. Cha-Cha is so scared. Even the Enlightenment Tea Tree awakened, sensing a more terrifying heavenly tribulation than before. It trembled slightly. This heavenly tribulation seems even more formidable than when ascending to immortality. Both of you, observe closely. It will be beneficial to your mental states. Even when you both face your heavenly tribulation and ascend to immortality in the future, you'll have some experience. Chun Daoxian remained handsomely composed, a breeze rustling his clothes. He even felt a hint of comfort. His cultivation began to soar at an incredible speed. Within the vicinity of the heavenly Dao Hall, for several li, the spiritual energy became saturated to the extreme. Crystallized spiritual energy even condensed alongside the liquid spiritual liquid, all rushing madly toward Chun Daoxian. As a substantial amount of spiritual energy was absorbed, Chun Daoxuan's realm underwent a transformation. Second layer of the Void Sky Realm. Third layer of the Void Sky Realm. Fourth layer of the Void Sky Realm. Ninth layer of the Void Sky Realm. When his cultivation reached the ninth layer of the Void Sky Realm, the tribulation clouds in the sky had begun to stir. Amidst flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder, a faint figure could be seen within the layers of clouds. Chun Daoxian raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat strange. Could he be seeing things? Boom! The spiritual energy erupted once again. Chun Daoxuan's realm thoroughly broke through the bottleneck of the Void Sky Realm, reaching the profound Sky Realm. Throughout the process, everyone on the side could only shiver in trepidation. Even Li Yurong didn't dare to taste a sip of the spiritual liquid. So, this is the profound Sky Realm? It seems to grant an additional special ability. Chun Daoxuan's eyes lit up. When he had previously broken through to the Void Sky Realm, his strength had only increased by a few hundredfold, without any special abilities emerging. This time, however, the breakthrough finally brought something new. As Chun Daoxuan's aura surged into the profound Sky Realm, the tribulation clouds had fully formed, and the thunder tribulation was ready to strike. Instead of immediately dispersing the tribulation clouds this time, he gazed thoughtfully at them, attempting to find the faint figure that had appeared earlier. Rumble, the first thunder tribulation descended straight toward Chun Daoxian. The originally dark and oppressive illusory void mountain was illuminated by the thunder tribulation, creating a bright radiance. All living beings trembled suddenly. The people in front of the heavenly Dao Hall staggered, their eyes widening in extreme shock as they gazed fearfully at the cataclysmic thunder tribulation. Thunderbolts as thick as water buckets fell unhindered onto Chun Daoxian, enveloping him. Thin strands of lightning meandered like snakes across the ground, dissipating. Master, seeing their master actually enduring the thunder tribulation without evading, both Lung Yanran and Li Yurong were so terrified that they shouted aloud. His comfortable Chun Daoxian, shrouded in the thunder tribulation, sounded unexpectedly refreshed. As the thunderbolts struck him, not only did he feel no pain, but a tingling sensation also spread, nearly causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Damn it! If I had known that thunder tribulations were so comfortable, I shouldn't have destroyed the last one. Chun Daoxian recalled the thunder tribulation he had obliterated the previous time and was filled with regret. When the brilliance faded, Chun Daoxuan's figure reappeared, his hands behind his back and a contented expression on his face. Not a single hair on his body seemed to be out of place. Even his hairstyle remained intact, except for the occasional flicker of electricity. This, Lung Yanran was dumbfounded, Li Yurong was astounded, and Shi Yun's jaw dropped to the ground. This thunder tribulation seemed quite different from what they had understood. Don't be distracted. Observe the heavenly tribulation carefully. It will be beneficial for your future cultivation. Besides, don't be so surprised. Everyone's physique is different. Heavenly tribulations cannot harm me. This is quite normal. Seeing his disciples lost in amazement, Chun Daoxian reminded them with a slight smile. Physique. Everyone has different physiques. The onlookers were numb, as if the earlier thunder tribulation wasn't aimed at Chun Daoxian, but at them. Nevertheless, with Lung Yanran and Li Yurong having been reassured by their master, they now focused intently on the heavenly tribulation. To observe a mighty individual crossing a tribulation was an incredible opportunity, one that might not occur even once in this world for thousands of years. Seemingly sensing Chun Daoxuan's disregard, the tribulation clouds rumbled once more, and a second thunder tribulation descended. This time, the second thunderbolt was even thicker, nearly the size of a water barrel. Even a true cultivator in the tribulation crossing realm might find it daunting. After all, common thunder tribulations usually began as thin as a thumb. Unlike others, the heavenly thunder was the most fierce and yang energy between heaven and earth. It might truly terrifying. Boom! The heavenly thunder descended once again, enveloping Chun Daoxian. Comion. Others might think Chun Daoxian, can't afford a heavenly tribulation. After a moment of delight, the slightly numbing sensation quickly dissipated. Anxious, Chun Daoxian pointed at the tribulation clouds and urged them on. Seeing this scene, the three bystanders' eyelids twitched rapidly. Indeed, he was their master. Anomaly, you should not exist in this realm. Turn to dust. What astonished everyone even more was that a genderless voice emanated from within the tribulation clouds. Even Chun Daoxian was taken aback upon hearing this voice. Thunder tribulations could talk. Amid the shocked expressions of the onlookers, the tribulation clouds suddenly contracted and churned. All the heavenly thunder within slowly coalesced into a figure. This figure was entirely composed of blue-purple heavenly thunder, with electricity coursing through its body. It wielded a massive hammer. The heavenly tribulation has taken form. Chen Daoxian was somewhat amazed by this sight, not expecting such a miraculous transformation of the heavenly tribulation. However, he wasn't concerned. In the realm of the heavenly hall, he needn't worry about any heavenly tribulation's transformation. Even if the heavenly rules of this world were to appear, they'd have to bow before him. Die. The figure condensed by the heavenly tribulation had a voice devoid of emotion, raising its hand and smashing it down. The sky was suddenly filled with thunder tribulations, hurtling toward the people before the heavenly hall. This strike encompassed not only Qin Daoxian, but even Lung Yanran and the others. As an entity formed by the rules of the heavenly tribulation, in its eyes, the heavenly Dao Hall, Qin Daoxian, and even Lung Yanran and Li Shinro people related to Qin Daoxian and even the Enlightenment Tea Tree should not exist in this world. All were anomalies that needed to be erased. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the thunder tribulations, everyone besides Qin Daoxian was nearly shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Fortunately, Qin Daoxian gestured with a wave of his hand. Disperse. Softly murmuring, the surging thunder tribulations instantly dissipated into nothingness. Qin Daoxian then turned his gaze back to the figure, eager to witness its capabilities. Anomaly, you're powerful, but you will eventually turn to ashes before the laws of the heavenly Tao. The lightning figure seemed slightly taken aback by Qin Daoxuan's reaction, but swiftly continued, declaring the impending doom awaiting him. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, the figure charged directly at Qin Daoxian. Having been shaped by the rules of the heavenly tribulation, it plummeted down like a falling meteor, a force of destruction toward all living beings. Even if it were to disperse within the heavens and earth, it would inevitably reassemble during the next heavenly tribulation. It was a bit difficult at first, but who would have thought you'd come right to my doorstep? Seeing the figure approach, Qin Daoxuan's excitement overcame his surprise. His eyes gleamed brightly. Originally, upon witnessing the figure's formation from the thunder tribulation, he had resolved to find a way to bring it within the range of the heavenly Dao Hall and subdue it. Unexpectedly, the figure had taken the initiative, essentially delivering itself to him on a silver platter. Moving at lightning speed, the thunderous figure bore down upon Qin Daoxian, its imposing pressure causing Lung Yanran and the others to lose consciousness. Seeing this, Qin Daoxian flicked a single hand, instantly relocating everyone into the heavenly Dao Hall. As for the Enlightenment Tea Tree, it trembled even more intensely, nervously watching the appearance of the thunderous figure. Perish, anomaly. As the thunderous figure closed in to within 10 yards of Qin Daoxian, it muttered softly. Fine. Qin Daoxian gently opened his mouth and uttered a single word. In an instant, countless chains of rules appeared out of thin air, tightly entwining the thunder tribulation's manifested figure, rendering it utterly immobile. What is this? Anomaly, who exactly are you? The lightning phantom panicked as soon as the rule chains appeared, but there was no escape. Resistance was futile. Perfect. I'll use you to test the new abilities from this profound sky realm. Qin Daoxian didn't reply to its question. Instead, with a thought, he hovered in the air, standing before the thunderous figure, engaging in a quiet face-off. His profound sky realm had granted him an additional talent. Profound sky realm can bestow sentience and life upon spirits and even rules. With a pointed finger, Qin Daoxian tapped the immobilized figure's forehead. I, Qin Daoxian, bestow upon you sentience and life. As Qin Daoxuan's words faded, the struggling figure ceased to struggle. Even though its eyes were still composed of heavenly thunder, they now held a glimmer of sentience. Although it remained a body of heavenly thunder, it had gained a hint of spirituality. Subsequently, changes began to occur. As Qin Daoxuan's voice fell, a golden talisman materialized out of thin air before his outstretched finger. Profound patterns adorned the talisman, faintly hinting at the intertwining of two great paths. Upon the talisman, the characters bestow and sentience gradually took shape. Once the talisman fully materialized, it drifted toward the thunderous phantom, coming to rest on its forehead before vanishing slowly. In response, the lightning phantom began to change gradually. Qin Daoxian observed carefully, curious to see how the rules of the thunder tribulation would shape its form. This was, after all, the first time he was employing the bestowed ability he had comprehended from the profound sky realm, and he was quite intrigued. In just a moment, the thunderous phantom transformed into the likeness of a leopard. It began to solidify, flesh and blood gradually taking form. Wait a moment, why would I want a leopard? I wanted a person, someone capable of communication. How can I interact deeply with a leopard? I don't even understand leopard language. I only know leopard print. Qin Daoxian was initially taken aback, then furrowed his brows in realization. Seizing the opportunity before the form fully solidified, He quickly communicated his thoughts into the process of bestowing. As he did, the process of bestowing began to shift. The previously clear image of the leopard gradually transformed, its physique shifting toward a human form. Finally, a diminutive figure, curled up as if in slumber, began to take shape. Faintly visible breaths caused Chun Daoxian to discern slight movements of the chest, as if it were breathing. Amidst the flickering electrical light, the process of bestowing continued, flesh and blood forming to give birth to intelligence. Chun Daoxian rubbed his chin, his gaze transfixed on the figure before him. However, something seemed off. Something wasn't quite right. Wasn't he asking for a person? Then why did it have leopard ears and a tail? Or was it a tail? It seemed too long. Annoyance crept into Chun Daoxuan's thoughts. Amidst the electrical light, he could only make out vague contours. After a while, the lightning dissipated, revealing a weak, small figure, curled up as if peacefully sleeping. Beast-eared lowly. Upon getting a clearer view, Chun Daoxian couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, somehow he'd managed to create something extraordinary inadvertently. Originally, he just wanted a humanoid form, but through some twist of fate, he had accidentally turned the Thunder Tribulation into a beast-eared lowly. That long thing indeed matched his initial speculation it was a tail, not something strange TSK. The ears and the tail, with leopard patterns, even a leopard pattern lowly. Damn it, both are great on their own, but put together it just looks weird." Chun Daoxian observed the leopard-eared and tailed lowly before him, muttering under his breath. And it seemed his voice roused her from slumber. The little lowly lifted her soft, tender hand, rubbed her eyes, and blinked her hazy eyes open, letting out a sleepy yawn. It was only then that Chun Daoxian noticed the incredibly sharp, menacing little fangs in her mouth. No, not fangs, leopard fangs. The young lowly's pupils were distinct, resembling those of a beast. Following this, she lightly sniffed with her small nose, then turned her gaze toward Chun Daoxian. Hello there. Caught under the gaze of the little lowly, Chun Daoxian momentarily struggled to find the right words. He could only manage a smile and wave as a greeting. The little lowly made a chirping sound and leaped directly into Chun Daoxuan's arms, nuzzling her furry leopard ears against him. Wait a moment. Let's put on some clothes first. Taken aback by the suddenness of the situation, Chun Daoxian quickly realized that the newly formed lowly was entirely naked. He swiftly spent a few system points to exchange for appropriately sized clothing in the store. Choosing a set, he covered the lowly's body, then carried her to a nearby pavilion. He noticed the lowly sniffing at the clothes, even nibbling on them with her mouth. Clearly, she had no idea how to wear them. Chun Daoxian sighed in frustration, discarding the clothes she had bitten, then carefully dressed her in another set. Thankfully, everyone, including Qi Yun, had already fainted earlier, and Chun Daoxian had temporarily transported them into the heavenly Dao Hall. Only he, the lowly, and the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree remained. "What's your name?" Chun Daoxian looked at the lowly, who was still examining the clothes, and asked softly, "Meow name? I don't have a name, Meow Master. Help, give me a name." The lowly blinked, furrowing her brow. She had no idea what her name should be. She only knew that the person before her had granted her life, and Senshin Sesh recognized him as her master. After responding to her master, the lowly looked at him expectantly, eager for a name of her own. But for some reason, she couldn't resist rubbing against him. Fearless and impulsive, she longed for a name. However, Chun Daoxian wasn't stopping her, instead focusing intently on finding the perfect name. The lowly, content, nuzzled her little head against her master's hand, her joyful tail wagging nonstop. "Choosing a name? I'm actually quite good at that. What do you think of the name Little Leopard?" Chun Daoxuan's tone grew serious upon hearing the lowly's request. He then expressed his confidence in the name. Hearing the name, the lowly's movement stiffened. Though she had only recently gained sentience, she could still sense that the name seemed somewhat hasty. "Oh, you don't like it? Well then, how about Little White, Little Black, Little Gold Leopard, or Little Flower, Little Way?" Understanding the lowly's sentiment, Chun Daoxian thoughtfully considered and listed a string of names. Meow Wow. Upon hearing the series of uninspiring names from her master, the lowly's stiff expression crumbled. She tilted her head back and began to cry uncontrollably. Hey, why are you crying? Don't cry. Geez, are the names I came up with really that bad? Don't cry. When your senior sister wakes up later, we'll have her help come up with a name. She could provide some guidance. Sigh. Darn it. It seems even I have shortcomings within the heavenly Dao Pavilion's domain. Witnessing her distress, Chun Daoxian panicked, quickly rubbing the lowly's head to soothe her. He couldn't help but feel a bit wronged. Were his name ideas really that terrible? Although the lowly's crying had ceased, occasional sniffles persisted. She had been genuinely frightened by the names her master had given her. Even as the two stared at each other in silence, their expectations intertwining, the great hall suddenly came alive. Lung Yanran and Li Yorong, both displaying fearful expressions, rushed out, followed closely by Qi Yun, who was respectfully trailing behind. "Master, you're not injured, are you?" Disciple is useless, fainting at such a crucial moment. As Lung Yanran and the others emerged, They hurriedly approached the small pavilion, nervously addressing Chun Daoxian as their master. However, noticing his unharmed appearance, their worries lessened. As for Qi Yun, having witnessed Lord Pavilion Master casually shatter the heavenly tribulation, he held great confidence in him and had fewer concerns. Your master will naturally be fine, Chun Daoxian reassured his disciples with a light chuckle. Meow mew. Sensing the unfamiliar aura from the three newcomers, the little lowly suddenly leaped in front of her master, her ears perked up and her small tiger fangs bared. Even her tail stopped swaying and her fur stood on end. Strangers weren't allowed near her master. Besides, she sensed a malevolent aura from Lung Yinran. This couldn't be a good person. Master, who's this? Only now did Lung Yinran and the others notice the presence of the little lowly. They looked at Chun Daoxian with puzzled expressions. Don't worry, they're on our side. You can address these two as senior sisters, Chun Daoxian explained after beckoning to the little lowly. Cough. This is the shadow from the heavenly tribulation. You could consider it a manifestation of the heavenly tribulation's rules. I was curious, so I decided to give it a tangible form. Hearing this, the little lowly pouted and turned her head away, nuzzling her master's hand once more. Meanwhile, she casually assessed the two senior sisters, thinking that their abilities didn't seem impressive. However, she was willing to coexist peacefully with them if they could come up with a satisfactory name for her. Anything to spare her master from a headache. His heavens, the heavenly tribulation? Master, are you saying this little girl is the manifestation of the heavenly tribulation? Upon hearing Chun Daoxuan's explanation, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes widened as they looked at the small lowly who, although possessing some attacking power, didn't seem all that fearsome from her appearance. They couldn't fathom that this adorable child could be the terrifying manifestation of the heavenly tribulation. However, no one dared to question Chun Daoxuan's words. His true strength remained elusive, casting a mysterious aura around him. Feeling the astonishment radiating from the three, the little lowly raised her head proudly. Her little tail wagged vigorously, and she seemed to relish the sensation. So cute, master. May I hold her? Li Yurong gazed at the little lowly for a long while, her eyes brimming with affection. She looked at her master with a pleading expression. Sure, get to know each other better. You can call them senior sisters. Observing Li Yurong's adorable demeanor, Chun Daoxian couldn't bring himself to refuse. After seeking the little lowly's approval with his gaze, he nodded in agreement. Master, I want a hug too. Lung Yinran's eyes twinkled as she made the request, though a hint of shyness gleamed in her gaze. Without much thought, Chun Daoxian nodded in approval once again. Immediately, the two women moved in tandem. Li Yurong, brimming with joy, rushed forward and was about to embrace the little lowly, squeezing her in her arms. In contrast, Lung Yinran took a leap and jumped straight into her master's embrace. Hiss! Are you trying to hug your master? Chun Daoxian quickly caught Lung Yinran, sucking in a breath of cold air. Why was this senior disciple behaving so differently? However, Lung Yinran paid no attention to these details. She nestled her head against her master's chest, greedily inhaling his unique fragrance. The roots of her ears flushed with a deep red, her heart pounding in her chest. Meow! Seeing this, the nearby little lowly grew anxious. Previously held by Li Yurong, she had quite enjoyed the soft pressure. But that person had taken advantage of the opportunity to get closer to her master and even stole his embrace. In her haste, the little lowly's tail bristled, and she exuded a surge of heavenly lightning energy. Even this small release of energy was enough to send shivers down Li Yurong's spine, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the little lowly transformed into a streak of lightning, pouncing into her master's arms to reclaim her spot. As Lung Yinran came into contact with the little lowly, she too was affected by the electricity, leaving her slightly stunned. She could even detect a faint scent of meat. Only Chun Daoxian remained unaffected, thoroughly enjoying the tingling sensation that ran through him. Hey, stay calm, stay calm. Chun Daoxian suddenly realized something was amiss and swiftly lifted the little lowly with one hand. Master, she's warmed up. Senior sister seems to have warmed up. Having regained her composure, Li Yurong observed Lung Yinran, whose situation had worsened, and commented absent-mindedly. Seeing this, Chun Daoxian waved his hand, restoring the situation to normal. After this commotion, the relationship between little lowly and the two women grew more familiar. Especially with Lung Yinran, they had practically become well acquainted after the spectacle. The three stood before Chun Daoxian in an orderly manner. Little lowly stood in the middle, while Li Yurong occasionally ruffled her head, showing particular fondness for her leopard ears so furry and soft. Cough. I have a task for you too, Chun Daoxian said, clearing his throat as he looked at his two disciples. Master, please instruct us. Lung Yinran's expression turned serious upon hearing her master's words. Even Li Yurong adopted a more earnest demeanor. After ascending the mountain, her master had imparted martial arts techniques to her and even allowed her to consume spirit elixirs after soaking in the spirit elixir hot springs. When her master gave an order, she naturally couldn't refuse. Don't worry, you were to give her a name. Each of you can make a suggestion, Chun Daoxian explained, noticing their serious expressions. Huh, I see. Let me think. Both of them were momentarily stunned, then visibly relaxed. They hadn't expected the task to be so simple. Since it's a heavenly tribulation rule that you initiated, its essence should be thunder. Li Yurong pondered for a moment before proposing her suggestion. In my opinion, how about Jinglei? This? No, that's not appropriate at all. Let's forget about Jinglei. Chun Daoxuan's mouth twitched as he promptly vetoed the second disciple suggestion. Jinglei? That was more suitable for a calamitous disaster, not the aura he wanted for her. Junior sister's proposal indeed seems inadequate. Jinglei is too forceful and doesn't resonate with her, Lung Yanran added thoughtfully. I suggest changing Lei, thunder, to Yue, accompanying rain and clouds. Then how about Yue? Lung Yanran contemplated for a moment, drawing from little Loli's origin, appearance, and size. She managed to come up with a more fitting name. Meow. Master, I like it. Yue. Upon hearing this name, little Loli's eyes brightened considerably. Compared to the previous names her master had proposed, this one was like night and day. Oh, since the little one likes it, we'll go with that. From now on, you should be called Yue. Aren't you going to thank senior sister? Chun Daoxian nodded repeatedly after hearing the name, feeling that it suited little Loli very well. However, he still held on to his own opinion, thinking his names like Blackie, Whitey, Leopard, and Thunder weren't bad, either perhaps just slightly inferior to Yue. Meow. Thank you, senior sister. With a name now bestowed upon her, Yue, everyone spent a brief few days together on the mountain. During this time, Lung Yanran and Li Yurong digested their newfound strength breakthroughs. Qi Yun, on the other hand, finally satisfied, completely absorbed and refined the corpse of the Ren clan head. As for Chun Daoxian, his daily routine persisted. Wake up, enjoy a pot of enlightenment tea, observe his disciples' cultivation, and offer a few pointers. Afterward, he would continue his slumber. However, during this period of rest, Chun Daoxian often found Yue practically clinging to him at all times. Needless to say, Lung Yanran was thoroughly envious. She too wished to be by her master's side every day. Unfortunately, Yue might appear harmless, but her true strength far surpassed what others could compare to. According to her master's words, she could even unleash the power of an immortal realm expert. Despite her petite size, Yue had been born at the same time as this world, equal in age to the heavens and earth themselves. The electric arcs that occasionally danced around Yue would have severely incapacitated anyone other than Chun Daoxian who came into contact with her. Only he could relish this bliss, savoring the tickling sensation of the arcs that she emitted, allowing him to sleep even more soundly. On this particular day, Chun Daoxian gathered everyone, including Qi Yun, in front of the pavilion. Qi Yun. Chun Daoxian took a sip of tea before casually calling out, "Here, what orders do you have, Lord Pavilion Master?" Qi Yun heard the call of the Pavilion Master and quickly dropped to one knee, respectfully perking up his ears. A serious expression adorned his face as he awaited instructions. Ever since he joined the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, he had been on the mountain refining the corpse of the former clan head of the Rin clan. Now that the refinement was complete, it was time for him to contribute to the affairs of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion. In the current northern domain, the various sects and aristocratic families are in disarray. I command you to descend the mountain and restore order to the northern domain, Chun Daoxian announced. Also, Yanran was previously affiliated with the Lung family in the Moro Kingdom. You can use this as your base for development. Bring together the various forces in the northern domain. In the future, the Heavenly Dao Pavilion will provide them with protection against ferocious beasts, evil cultivators, and even people from foreign domains who seek to oppress them. However, they will be required to contribute 20% of their yearly gains in spiritual materials and treasures. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this? Chun Daoxian pondered for a moment before giving his orderly instructions to Qi Yun. Given that spiritual materials and treasures could be exchanged for system points, although the northern domain was on the periphery, over the course of a year, a substantial amount of resources can be collected. He also didn't intend to use force to suppress them. Although 20 is not a small number for these sects, it must be within the tolerance range. And his Heavenly Dao Pavilion will also provide shelter, and even Qi Yun, a boundless realm powerhouse, will sit in the northern territory. Pavilion Master, don't worry. If Qi Yun can't handle what the Pavilion Master ordered, you can give any punishment you want. Qi Yun complied confidently. Northern domain? What kind of thing is that? Not to mention that he, boundless realm powerhouse, even a Unity realm corpse puppets, and the 2 Annihilation realm puppets were enough to sweep the northern domain. When the time comes, which force doesn't have eyes and doesn't give face to the Pavilion Master and the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, then Qi Yun will not soften his heart. After all, he is a corpse cultivator, and he doesn't mind exterminating a few sects to absorb flesh and blood to improve his own strength, so as to better serve Heavenly Dao Pavilion. Well, if that's the case, then you can go down the mountain. Chun Daoxian nodded slightly upon seeing this. Qi Yun stood up respectfully and stepped back, heading straight to the northern territory, remembering the Pavilion Master's words in his heart. It turns out that Senior Miss is from the Northern Territory, the Lung family of Moro Kingdom. So let's go there to settle down first. While Chi Yun's figure is flickering, he hurried down the mountain. Yin you're wrong. The two of you have also improved a lot this time. Especially Yin is now in Unity Realm, and her strength should be enough to suppress the Boundless Realm. Outside of the Secret Realm before, there was an Eastern Territory faction Ren family who wanted to misbehave. This time, let you solve it yourself. It just so happens that you're going to the Eastern Territory this time. You can handle them on the way. Chen Daoxian rubbed his chin and looked at his two slim disciples and said softly, "Yes, master. Disciple will personally resolve the feud with Ren family." When Lung Yinran heard master's words, a gleam of coldness flashed in her eyes. Even if the master doesn't order it, she will definitely attack the Ren family when she goes to the Eastern region this time. After all, not only for herself, but because the Ren family dared to attack the disciples of Heavenly Dao Pavilion, Lung Yinran decided to destroy them. The Heavenly Dao Pavilion established by the master is not an existence that these ants can trample on at will. Now that they have provoked the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, they must be prepared to face the wrath of Heavenly Dao Pavilion. Okay, Yurong has become so strong. I'm sure the Elder's jaws will be frightened when I go back, and even my sister will be frightened by Yurong. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Li Yurong's eyes lit up even more. Since she was a child, she's been overwhelmed by her elder sister everywhere. Oh no, there's also one thing that her elder sister can't compare to her this time when she goes back. She had to show the elders of the Holy Mountain and her sister that she, Li Yurong, is very strong. Show me your jade pendant. I will add a space formation to it. If you encounter heavenly and earthly treasures, or great benevolent people give treasures to our Heavenly Dao Pavilion, it will save you from using so many storage bags to store them. Qin Daoxian thought for a while, and suddenly remembered that Yinren had brought back more than 20 storage bags before, which was really inconvenient. So he just wanted to help them improve the jade pendants. Thank you, master. Lung Yinren took off her jade pendant from her neck and handed it over. Here it is. Li Yurong pulled the necklace around his neck, and then revealed the jade pendant hidden inside, and handed it to the master without paying attention. Seeing this, Lung Yinran couldn't help twitching the corners of her mouth. Damn it, it's another day of envying my junior sister. This capacity is really enviable. Chen Daoxian took the jade pendants of his disciples in his hands, and there was still a faint milk fragrance and a skin-like temperature on it. On Lung Yinran's jade pendant was the word Lung, while Li Yurong's jade pendant was engraved with Li character. From time to time, the Dao rhyme that belonged to Chen Daoxian circulated on it. The two characters were both formed by Dao rhyme. It even had the magical effect of calming the mind and avoiding the demons from entering the body. A light flicker of his fingers, and Chen Daoxian carved a spatial array within the jade pendants. He then personally handed each of them a jade pendant. All right, tidy up a bit, pack a few suitable clothes, and then descend the mountain. Chen Daoxian chuckled, nodding in satisfaction. Lung Yinran and Li Yurong explored the spatial dimensions within the jade pendants, astonished by the nearly 10,000 square meters of space they contained. Master, it's so spacious, they exclaimed in surprise. Cough, it's better when it's larger, hurts it hurts. Chen Daoxian couldn't help but cough lightly upon hearing their words. Oh right, here, take this greater compassion mantra. Liberation I. The Heavenly Dao Pavilion always emphasizes a clear beginning and end in our actions. Chen Daoxian spent 20 more system points and exchanged 2 copies of the Greater Compassion Mantra, Liberation I, from the store, tossing 1 copy to each of them. Although such a low-level salvation technique could be learned from a single copy by both of them, 10 system points were no longer of concern to him. This time, with the remnants of the Run clan in the Eastern Domain, it was estimated he would make another substantial fortune. Moreover, once Qi Yun settled everything in the Northern Domain, hundreds of thousands or even millions of system points would flow in annually. Such a sum was hardly a concern for him. Salvation was indeed a significant matter. After all, every enemy who perished at his hand or his disciples' hands were all undoubtedly good people who sacrificed their lives to contribute system points. He couldn't help but love it. In his eyes, apart from his disciples and those close to him, the dearest individuals in this world were those benevolent contributors of system points. Therefore, after their deaths, he must diligently save these benefactors, disperse their ashes, fertilize the surrounding plants, and accumulate some final merits for them. Master, we are prepared, they said after a while, returning from the main hall, each already donning a few sets of personal clothing. During this time, Chen Daoxian had spent some system points for Li Yurong to exchange for several outfits placed within the Spear Pond Hall. Go. Remember Master's advice. Chen Daoxian nodded slightly, saying no more. Yes, Master's words are etched in the heart of disciple. Lung Yinran said, taken aback for a moment. Was Master reminding her that she should show no mercy, not even leaving a single survivor, not even the corpses, right? Off to play down the mountain. Li Yurong joyfully shouted and then pulled her senior sister, heading down the mountain. For a moment, only Chen Daoxian and the Enlightenment Tea Tree remained in front of the Heavenly Dao Hall. Remember, prioritize your safety above all else. Well, they've already run off without letting me finish. These disciples of mine are quite impatient. Lying on the Enlightenment vine chair, Chun Daoxian murmured for a moment. He shook his head, not dwelling on it further, and drifted into a peaceful slumber from the illusory mountain in the northern domain to the eastern domain. The two of them did not rush, especially for Li Yurong, who had hardly seen the scenery below the mountain. During the journey, they combined travel and exploration. It might take them over half a month to arrive at their destination. As for Qi Yun, it took him less than half a day to reach the Lung family in the Moro Kingdom. Lung family, Assembly Hall. Senior, are you saying you were sent by Yinran's master? I wonder what instructions the senior has. Family head Lung Zhan respectfully stood on the side, asking Qi Yun, who was seated at the main seat. After Lung Yinran's suppression of the Luo Heaven sect that day, even though they had lost contact with her, the Lung family continued to reap immense benefits. Inside the Moro Kingdom, they enjoyed treatment nearly equivalent to royalty. They even consulted with the Moro Kingdom's emperor, Emperor Wu Feiyang, on various important matters. Senior's intentions are not something we underlings can inquire about. Why hasn't the emperor of the Moro Kingdom arrived yet? Qi Yun wasn't inclined to explain, but out of respect for the senior lady, he didn't show excessive rudeness to the Lung family. With his boundless realm, sweeping through the northern domain was a simple feat, let alone waiting for a mere emperor in this tiny Moro Kingdom. Moro Kingdom's emperor, Wu Feiyang, pays respect to senior Qi Yunzi, Scarlet Cloud Immortal. Just as Qi Yun was growing impatient, and even considering heading directly to the palace to apprehend the emperor, a profound voice echoed in. Wu Feiyang stood tall, entering the hall with measured steps, and respectfully bowed to Qi Yun. Qi Yunzi has already passed away. I am a menial disciple of the heavenly Tao Pavilion. Qi Yun raised an eyebrow, slightly, correcting his address. Yes, I pay my respects to Senior Qi Yun. May I inquire why Senior has come to our small Moro Kingdom? I will do my utmost to assist. Wu Feiyang didn't dare assert his status before Qi Yun, fully aware that he was facing a formidable existence in the boundless realm, capable of sweeping through the northern domain. Hearing his words, Qi Yun stroked his chin, lost in thought. Although the pavilion master simply instructed him to consolidate the forces in the northern domain, he hadn't provided a detailed plan. It seemed to be a test for him. Given this, he had to execute the pavilion master's orders impeccably. The pavilion master was like a divine being, already beyond concerns of fame and wealth. Using the pavilion master's reputation to gather these forces would tarnish his grandeur. But it wouldn't be appropriate for Qi Yun to personally unify the northern domain in his own name either. I've got it. The senior miss is from the northern domain. Why not username? Qi Yun's eyes lit up as he finally thought of a mutually beneficial solution. This way, he could unite the northern domain in the senior miss's name. And the pavilion master would also be pleased to see his disciple's reputation spread throughout the region. It was perfect, absolutely perfect. Qi Yun's heart felt a sudden clarity. Starting today, the northern domain will be overseen by the heavenly Tao Pavilion. The direct disciple of the pavilion master, Fairy Lung Yinran, will take charge. Honoring her as the empress of the northern domain, you will submit 20% of her heavenly treasures each year and enjoy the protection of the heavenly Tao Pavilion. Notify all third-rate or higher sects and forces in the northern domain and the capital immediately. Qi Yun's expression grew grave. With measured words, he announced his declaration to the Lung family and the present Wu Feiyang. For a moment, the people in the hall were stunned. Then the members of the Lung family broke into joyous exclamations. Even though Lung Yinran had lost contact with her family, other aristocratic families were unaware of this relationship. If Lung Yinran were to become the empress of the northern domain, wouldn't the Lung family become the chief family in the northern domain? Don't worry, senior. The Lung family will take care of this immediately. Before Wu Feiyang could respond, Lung Zhan preemptively knelt on one knee, showing his determination. Do you have any objections? After Lung Zhan left as instructed by Qi Yun turned to Wu Feiyang, who hadn't yet spoken. No, I don't. It's just that while the northern domain may not be particularly strong, it's quite chaotic. I'm afraid not everyone will readily accept this proposal. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Feiyang expressed his concerns. Even though Lung Yinran becoming the empress would be beneficial for him, as the emperor of the Moro Kingdom, he wouldn't outright oppose the idea. This is not your concern. Even though I may only be an insignificant disciple in the heavenly Tao Pavilion, in the northern domain Qi Yun snorted coldly, already determined to handle this matter perfectly. He couldn't allow it to tarnish the reputation of the heavenly Tao Pavilion. If someone dared to challenge it, he would simply say sorry and use the scripture of salvation given by the pavilion master. With these thoughts in mind, while Lung Yinran was traveling to the eastern domain with her junior sister, unbeknownst to her, she was silently ascending to the position of empress in the northern domain. As the Lung family and the Moro Kingdom spread the news of Qi Yun's message to various forces in the northern domain through various means, the entire region was stirred into turmoil. Establishing an empress to rule over the entire northern domain? Although Lung Yinran possesses exceptional talent, her cultivation seems to only have reached the 7th layer of the profound sky realm. Even the current leaders of the 3 major sects in the northern domain, who possess the strength of the annihilation realm, haven't dared to make such a statement. Comrade, mind your words, mind your words. That fairy Lung annihilate anyone who opposes her. Beware of stirring up trouble. Moreover, the bearer of this message is a formidable individual in the boundless realm. We must exercise caution in the northern domain. Various factions in the northern domain discussed animatedly. Qian had given them 3 days to express their stance. Yet, on the first day, not a single sect had spoken up. Yin Ding sect. Sect master, maybe we shouldn't be the first ones to take a stand. If our sect agrees, won't it undermine the authority we've built in the northern domain over the years? Indeed, even if we agree to support Lung Yanran's ascension as empress, we can pretend to hesitate for a while, let others speak up first. We can act as if we need more time to consider. Right, if possible, we might even negotiate further and reduce the annual tax from 20% to 10%. Another elder chimed in. Listening to the cacophony of voices from the elders, Taoist Yang Chun's brows furrowed. Silence. Have you forgotten how the Luo Heaven sect was wiped out? As this sect master says, we'll make our stance clear today and proclaim Lung Yanran as the empress of the northern domain. Taoist Yang Chun grew annoyed, his stern shout silencing the others. To negotiate, one needed corresponding strength. With Qi Yun in the picture, never mind the mighty Qi Yun in the boundless realm, even Lung Yanran herself could easily wipe out their Jinding sect. Only those who had witnessed the tragic fate of the Luo Heaven sect knew the terror that Lung Yanran could unleash. Well, very well. At Taoist Yang Chun's words, the other elders hesitated to voice objections. After all, the Jinding sect was ultimately under the rule of Taoist Yang Chun. Despite their dissatisfaction, the elders obediently conveyed the message to the outside world. The Jinding sect hereby respects Lung Yanran as empress and pledges to submit 20% of taxes each year in exchange for the empress's protection. As news of the Jinding sect's decision spread, it caused a stir, and many forces were surprised to see one of the 3 great sects bowing down first. Subsequently, the smaller factions affiliated with the Jinding sect also pledged allegiance to the empress. This further led to hesitation among many other smaller forces. Piyuan Temple respectfully supports the empress and is willing to pay taxes for her protection. In the afternoon, after the Jinding sect had declared their support, the abbot of the Piyuan Temple made a decision, swiftly following suit. By the end of the second day, 2 out of the 3 great sects had declared their acceptance of Lung Yanran as empress and were willing to pay 20% taxes. As the third day drew to a close, almost half of the northern domain's forces had voiced their support for Lung Yanran as empress. The remaining forces were now waiting to see the decision of the third of the 3 great sects, the Hongguang sect. As time passed halfway on the third day, the Hongguang sect had yet to make a stance. During this period, 20% of the sects and even the kingdoms had expressed their willingness to recognize the empress's position. Lung family. Senior, now that 70% of the northern domain's forces have declared their stance, how should we handle the remaining 30%? Lung Zhan entered the hall and softly inquired as Qi Yun rested his eyes. 30%? Is there anyone leading them? Qi Yun opened his eyes slowly, a trace of displeasure crossing his face. In his view, the northern domain's alignment with the Heavenly Tao Pavilion was a divine blessing. Yet, there were still 30% who failed to recognize this. If this matter displeased the Pavilion Master, it could lead to dire consequences. While there isn't a single leader, the majority of this 30% is waiting for the Hongguang sect's decision. Currently, only the Hongguang sect among the 3 great sects has not yet made a stance. If this issue is resolved, the other sects will likely follow suit. Lung Zhan had gathered information and offered his suggestion. The Hongguang sect, HM lead the way, let's see just how many lives these Hongguang sect members think they have. Qi Yun stood up decisively, taking Lung Zhan along, and soared through the sky towards the Hongguang sect. Hongguang sect, sect hall. Sect master, we have less than half an hour left. Are we truly not making a declaration? I suggest we announce our agreement soon, lest we face unbearable consequences. Master, while 20% tax might seem substantial, it is bearable. Several elders wore worried expressions, urging their sect master. Fret not, we have half an hour left. As one of the 3 great sects, the Hongguang sect still wields some influence in the northern domain. I predict they will come to notify us in person. By then, we'll have a chance to negotiate. Even if we can't come to an agreement, we can still submit 20% taxes, which will be advantageous for us. Both the Jinding sect and the Piyuan Temple have shown their cards, revealing signs of weakness. Yet the Hongguang sect will stand firm till the end. In the future, among the northern domain's many forces, the Hongguang sect shall stand as the head of the 3 great sects. The sect master of the Hongguang sect's eyes gleamed with determination as he analyzed the current situation with a calm demeanor. However, the fine beads of sweat on his forehead revealed the underlying tension he felt. While everyone was waiting in tension, "Ants, get out!" A voice of dissatisfaction spread into the ears of everyone in the Hongguang sect. Under the roar of the Boundless Realm expert, All the disciples whose cultivation base was lower than the profound sky realm felt dizzy and lost consciousness due to the shock. SHD. Sect Master, they're here. The elders in the hall panicked instantly, but only the sect master's eyes lit up. Everyone, isn't this opportunity just here? Even if the negotiation fails later, our Hongguang sect can still issue a statement to lower our head. Everyone follow me, don't panic. The words of the sect master fell into the ears of many elders, which indeed made them feel more at ease, but they were still very nervous and followed the sect master out of the hall. Not long after, everyone had already arrived at the square. Qi Yin floated above the square, looking down at the group of ants that made him wait in person, with a very dissatisfied expression on his face. We has been waiting for a long time. Don't worry, senior. Let's have talk with a cup of tea. Feeling the coercion of the boundless realm, the sect master wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said respectfully, "Are you talking to me? What is your identity, and what is this old man's identity?" This old man is the handyman of the Heavenly Dao Hall. Are you worried to have a talk with this old man? When Qi Yin heard the other party's words, he became even more displeased. Originally, if Hongguang's sect had some difficulties or encountered troubles, he would just let it go. But from the looks of it, Hongguang's sect was obviously waiting for him on purpose. How dare ants play tricks on him? This matter is my Hongguang sect's fault. Don't be angry, senior. We are willing to respect the position of Empress. Senior, please sit down. Everyone panicked when they heard Qi Yun's words. The sect master said bravely, stretched his hand into his bosom, and took out the announcement that had been prepared a long time ago. No need, in the next life, be careful. 3 days had passed, and there were no more disputes among the forces in the northern domain. Only 2 major sects remained out of the 3. The Hongguang sect had completely vanished from the northern domain. You might not be aware, but that transcendental being from the boundless realm is actually a cultivator of the Buddha's way. On that day, I was not far from the Hongguang sect. Though I couldn't see clearly what happened, I heard the sound of chanting coming from the sect. There even seemed to be faint traces of Buddha's radiance. It's possible that the Hongguang sect was all influenced by that transcendental Buddha cultivator. Out of remorse, they chose to leave the northern domain. Inside a tea house, several cultivators sipped their drinks and discussed the mysterious disappearance of the Hongguang sect. Oh, but why did the Hongguang sect flatten the mountain when they moved? Did they take the whole mountain with them? Today, when I went to investigate the outcome of the Hongguang sect, I found that it had been completely leveled, not a single trace left. Another person chimed in. Throughout the northern domain, discussions about the Hongguang sect were widespread. Only the abbot of the Piyuan temple, Kong Kai, upon hearing that there were chants and faint Buddha's radiance at the Hongguang sect, sighed deeply. These people still don't understand the methods of that person. They weren't just influenced to move. It's clear that the entire sect was guided beyond this realm. He remembered how that person had reached out to help him outside the secret realm. He couldn't possibly forget. Lung family, absorbing the life essence of the entire Hongguang sect, didn't bring much improvement in my cultivation. Sigh, what a pity. The remaining sects all bowed down. Otherwise, who knows if I could have broken through to another level. The Pavilion Master is truly a compassionate being. If the Pavilion Master hadn't ordered, I wouldn't have bothered to guide them. After completing his cultivation, Qi Yun opened his blood-red eyes. Fortunately, with the senior miss holding the throne now, she's gained full recognition in the northern domain. Every force is contributing 20% of their taxes annually. The task given by the Pavilion Master this time seems to have been completed satisfactorily. Qi Yun thought this over and finally revealed a satisfied expression. However, he wasn't in a hurry to return to the mountain. He remained stationed in the northern domain. Every year, the major powers would contribute 20% of their taxes in exchange for the protection of the mighty Boundless Realm expert who held sway over the northern domain. If he couldn't handle it, the Heavenly Dao Pavilion would step in. As for the Hongguang sect, which had been wiped out in the process, Qi Yun didn't care. In this world, the one with the bigger fist was the one holding the truth. He even planned that if he had managed to escape from the secret realm according to his original plan, his first order of business would have been to sacrifice and absorb the life essence of all living beings in the northern domain. Comparing that to just collecting taxes and providing protection, it could be said that the Pavilion Master was already excessively lenient. Outside the Heavenly Dao Hall, Chun Daoxian had long heard the system notification about the destruction of the Hongguang sect. He didn't pay much attention to it, viewing it as just a few thousand extra system points popping up out of thin air. Since Qi Yun had joined the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, he would also receive rewards for killing enemies. In Chun Daoxuan's view, reorganizing the northern domain with 1 or 2 sects sacrificed was normal, and Qi Yun's methods were beyond reproach. However, a prompt suddenly left Chun Daoxian puzzled. Ding, the senior disciple of the host, Lung Yinran, has been recognized as the Empress of the northern domain. Merit artifact. Emperor's seal, 10,000 system points. Empress of the northern domain? Wasn't Yinran supposed to be in the eastern domain? How did she become the Empress of the northern domain? Could this be Qi Yun's doing? Chun Daoxian pondered for a moment, sensing the locations of the jade pendants of his 2 disciples. Indeed, they had headed to the eastern domain and hadn't stopped in the northern domain. After briefly inspecting the Emperor's seal, Chun Daoxian lost interest and temporarily put it away, intending to give it to Lung Yanran when she returned. Compared to his Hongmeng ruler, this emperor's seal was worlds apart, and he couldn't muster any enthusiasm for it. As for the situation with the empress position, he would inquire more when Qi Yun returned to the mountain. Anyway, it was another reward of 10,000 system points, making him feel a hint of sweetness even when he was about to sleep. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. News of a new empress suddenly emerged in the northern domain and quickly spread. Even a neighboring eastern domain and western domain were discussing the matter. Senior sister, aren't you from the northern domain? How could someone dare to proclaim themselves emperor in the northern domain, let alone empress? Only senior sister is worthy of such a title. But senior sister, don't worry. When we return to the northern domain, I'll give that so-called empress a good beating. At this moment, Lung Yanran and Li Yurong had already arrived in the eastern domain. Upon hearing the rumors, Li Yurong clenched her small fist indignantly. It doesn't matter. The empress of the northern domain is just a clown. Do you know where the Rin clan is? We need to attend to master's matters first. Lung Yanran's expression remained indifferent, showing no concern for anyone daring to claim the empress title in the northern domain. There was a hint of disdain in her tone. Yurong hasn't left the mountain often, so she wouldn't know where the Rin clan is then. Let's go find a tavern first. We can have a feast there with roast chicken, duck, goose, and braised pork sure. The main reason is to gather information about the Rin clan from the tavern. What do you think, senior sister? As Li Yurong spoke, her eyes lit up with anticipation, and she couldn't help but salivate. Her blinking eyes looked at her senior sister expectantly. Sigh, if you're hungry, just say so. Fine, this could work too. Let's go. Lung Yanran helplessly tapped her forehead. She couldn't miss Li Yurong's intentions. But surprisingly, since cultivating the technique master gave her, Li Yurong seemed to be getting smarter little by little. Although it was obvious she was now just craving food, the idea of gathering information from a tavern was already quite clever for her. Not long after, the two found a city and chose a tavern. Even though Lung Yanran concealed herself with a veil, many pairs of eyes were still fixed on her along the way. Lung Yanran decided to exude a strong aura of death, dissuading those who might harbor ill intentions from approaching her. After all, the will to survive still overcame any lustful desires. Boss, bring us the menu. As soon as they entered the tavern, Li Yurong enthusiastically waved her hand and called out, "Of course, two fairies. Here's our menu. Please take a look." The waiter saw the extraordinary aura surrounding the two and figured they were cultivators. If he treated them well, they might tip him with a spiritual stone that was worth more than his wages for several years. No need to look. As I said, bring us the menu. We'll have one of everything on the menu. Li Yurong didn't bother with the menu and simply repeated her order. She even gave the waiter a look as if he were a fool, thinking he didn't understand her words. Just do as she says. Besides the meal costs, the rest is your tip. Witnessing this, Lung Yanran helplessly rubbed her temples, then promptly retrieved a spiritual stone from her storage space and tossed it over.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.